At dusk, at Kumobikure Ninja School, 4-year-old Ike finished his day as a ninja student and walked out of the school gate slowly. Several little girls ran over to greet Ike excitedly, and he smiled back, which immediately caused the girls to cheer secretly. Although these children who had just entered the ninja school were only 4 or 5 years old, they already had the ability to distinguish between beauty and ugliness. Ike's skin color was the common dark brown in Kumobikure, which was not very bright. But his handsome and cute facial features and silver white hair just complemented it, creating a unique attraction. If these little girls were traversers from Blue Star like Ike, they might shout the slogan black skin and white hair are the best. Of course, just excellent appearance is not enough to make these little girls so enthusiastic, and there is also the blessing brought by Ike's identity. He is the son of the 4th-generation Reikage AI. Thanks to the mafia atmosphere of Kumogakure village, which is different from other ninja villages, Reikage has always been the boss of Kumobikure, who has the final say. And Ike, as the son of Reikage, will naturally gain the favor of most people in Kumobikure. In this regard, he is much better than the son of the 4th-generation Hokage of Konoha next door. Just when Ike was worried about how to get out of the crowd of girls politely, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Doing this will cause trouble to Ike's classmate. It's getting late. Everyone should go home quickly. And also, Ike classmate, please come over. I have something to talk to you about. A group of children followed the voice and recognized that the gray-haired young man who spoke was Tong Wei, the teacher of the ninja school. Tong Wei has a gentle personality, which is a breath of fresh air in the generally straightforward Kumobikure. Therefore, he is considered to be a teacher that is more popular among students in the ninja school. Damn it, even teacher Tong Wei can't take Ike away. See you tomorrow, Ike. Although the girls were not happy, they still waved goodbye to Ike and left the ninja school. Tong Wei walked up to Ike and said with a smile, "Please follow me, Master Ike." He emphasized the word master with a hint of flattery. Ike's eyes flashed. He didn't have a good impression of Tong Wei like other students. Perhaps it was the experience of more than 20 years in his previous life, which made him subconsciously feel that this kind of smiling person in daily life had a deeper heart. Following behind Tong Wei, Ike was a little curious about what the other party wanted to find him for. Could it be that he wanted to trick himself, a 2nd-generation ancestor, into stealing forbidden techniques in the village to satisfy some conspiracy or ambition, just like Shuemu? Ike's mind was full of wild imagination, but he didn't think the other party really had any ill will towards him. The customs of Kumogakure are unique in the ninja world, except for the 2 brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who launched a coup in the late period of the First Ninja World War. There have been almost no rebellious ninjas who endanger the village. Tong Wei, who was walking in front, suddenly said, "Speaking of which, Master Ike knows his own life experience?" This question made Ike a little confused. What do you mean? He is the only son of the 4th Reikage, which is a well-known fact in the village. From the other party's tone, it seems that there is something hidden. Tong Wei said to himself, "Your mother, Lan is from the Kasuku clan." Kasuku clan? Ike frowned slightly. He only knew that his mother was also a ninja before she got married. His appearance and hair color were inherited from her, but he never heard her mention the Kasuku clan. Tong Wei said with a little excitement, "Yes, she is like me. Both of us are from the Kagura clan, which has 6 bloodlines and almost ruled Kumobikure more than 30 years ago." Ike's mouth twitched immediately. He understood what Tong Wei said. This so-called Kagura clan should be the family of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Kinkaku and Ginkaku have polarized reputations in Kumobikure. On the one hand, they're the legendary Kumogakure with 6 bloodlines and are called 2 rays of light in the clouds. On the other hand, these 2 destroyed the truce alliance between Kumogakure and Konoha in the First Ninja World War. This coup even led to the death of the 2nd Reikage and the 2nd Hokage. And Kinkaku and Ginkaku became the most vicious felons in the history of Kumogakure. As for the families of these 2 people, whether they declined or disappeared, it seemed reasonable. After all, there was a family in Konoha next door that was wiped out by a filial son before launching a coup. Ike didn't expect that his mother and this teacher Tong Wei were both from the Kagura clan. After the death of the 2nd Reikage, Ike's grandfather took over as the 3rd Reikage and handled the subsequent affairs. The 3rd Reikage was quite bold to let Arain, who was from the Kakutsuki clan, become his daughter-in-law. Ike sorted out his thoughts and became alert to Tong Wei. "Why are you telling me this?" Tong Wei paused, then turned around abruptly, looking at Ike with burning eyes. "Master Ike, Only the Jiaosu clan, the descendants of the Six Path Sage, is the real master of Kyomobikure. The insidious third Reikage forced your mother to marry his son in order to steal the great bloodline of our Jiaosu clan. You are not the son of the Reikage, but the glorious son of the Jiaosu. Tong Hui's face lost its calmness and gentleness as before. He opened his arms and said in a fanatical tone, "Master Ike, accept your fate and return to our Jiaosu clan." Thinking of the harmonious way his parents usually get along, which does not conform to the so-called forced statement of the other party at all, Ike frowned and said, "I refuse." He felt that Tong Hui in front of him seemed to have a little abnormal brain. If you want to say what is a major feature of the Naruto world, is that there are many people with abnormal brains. From Uchiha Madara, who is considered the pinnacle of the ninja world, to unknown people like Tong Hui. They all seem to be immersed in their own fantasies and only believe what they want to believe. Rejection. Ike's nonchalant expression hurt the sensitive Tong Hui. Half of his face was covered by the shadow, and his tone calmed down. It seems that you, like the traitor Lanin, have been completely brainwashed by the Reikage lineage. Ike noticed the change in Tong Hui's attitude. His heart sank, and he lowered his eyes to scan the surrounding environment. At this moment, the two were in a silent forest. The Hidden Cloud Village is located in the Land of Thunder with heavy rocks and peaks. Most of the buildings in the village are built against the mountains. The ninja school is no exception. It is built on the hillside of a high mountain, and several mountain roads outside the school lead to a large forest. Just now, his attention was mostly focused on the conversation with Tong Hui, and he did not pay attention to the changes in the surrounding environment. Now that the two sides have not reached an agreement, it is hard to guarantee that the other party will not make some desperate moves. And Tong Hui's next move completely confirmed Ike's judgment. In that case, I have no choice but to eliminate you, the little traitor for the Kakazu clan. Tong Hui had a grim smile on his face. A sharp kunai quietly appeared in his hand, and he walked towards Ike step by step. It's time to make the damn Reikage pay a little price. Ike's face was calm, and lightning arcs jumped slightly on his arms. Chapter 2. Temporal Retrospection. Gazing at the flickering arcs of lightning coursing over Yak's form, the copper-gray eyes narrowed with intensity. Undoubtedly, this was the B-rank ninjutsu. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, inherited from the Hidden Cloud secrets. It was surprising, however, that Yak, merely 4 years of age, had already delved into this technique. Despite its B ranking, its potential far exceeded the confines of such classification, and the training prerequisites were notably arduous. Yet, considering that he, like Yak, was a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths and possessed the illustrious bloodline of the Kagaya clan, it seemed only fitting. Alas, your disdain for the Kagaya lineage ignited a flame of fury within the copper-gray gaze. One is unworthy as you should not possess the Kagaya blood. As his words fell, he charged at Yak in a fit of wrath, his speed remarkable even among the ranks of Chunin. Such a level of provocation hardly warranted grandiose declarations. Yak scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain, and propelled himself forward as if to confront Copper-Gray head-on. Just as the kunai in Copper-Gray's hand was about to pierce Yak, his speed surged dramatically, evading the attack while slipping past Copper-Gray and racing swiftly toward the edge of the forest, crackling with electricity. The lightning release chakra mode heightened cellular activity, significantly enhancing speed and physical prowess, yet it required prolonged dedication to master its depths. Yak, having begun his ninja training at the tender age of 3, had only scratched the surface of this technique, insufficient to rival a seasoned Chunin like Copper-Gray. His intent was simple: exploit the acceleration afforded by the lightning release chakra mode to escape while Copper-Gray was caught off guard. Cunning little rascal. Indeed a progeny of the Reikage. Copper-Gray was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and furiously pivoted to give chase. Yak cared little for Copper-Gray's thoughts. His singular aim was to breach the forest and draw the attention of nearby ninjas, leaving Copper-Gray to face the consequences. Understanding Yak's intentions, Copper-Gray immediately hurled his kunai toward Yak's back. Sensing the menacing wind approaching, Yak gritted his teeth and swiftly formed hand seals. The kunai struck true, embedding itself in Yak's back, and with a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke exploded around him, revealing a wooden post impaled by the kunai on the ground. Substitution technique. Copper-Gray was taken aback. Yak was indeed a prodigy. Despite his brief time at the Ninja Academy, he likely possessed the aptitude to pass its graduation assessments. reflecting on his own struggles at the age of 4, when he could scarcely comprehend chakra refinement. Copper Gray's desire to eliminate Yak intensified. He believed this was solely due to the remarkable Kagaya bloodline as a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, he deemed the brainwashed Ain, aligned with the Rakeage, unworthy of such a noble heritage. As Copper Gray's gaze shifted, Yak emerged from the nearby bushes, sprinting swiftly into the distance. A glance at the wooden post still lodged with the kunai prompted Copper Gray to pursue relentlessly. Moments later, the wooden post erupted in a cloud of smoke, and Yak's figure reappeared in the same spot, though his countenance hinted at his distress. Upon his back was firmly secured a shuriken. Previously, he had not employed the substitution technique. Rather, after enduring the shuriken's impact, he utilized the transformation technique to disguise himself as a wooden dummy, simultaneously employing the shadow clone technique to feign an escape, thereby diverting the attention of Tongwei. Having already grasped the fundamentals of lightning release chakra mode, Yak had naturally mastered the 3 fundamental techniques essential to a ninja's training: substitution, transformation, and shadow clone techniques. Essentially, these techniques are mere illusions. However, when applied with agility, they can yield significant advantages. The recent use of the shadow clone technique had consumed nearly half of Yak's chakra, as it would have been difficult to deceive Tong Hui, a CH Nin, otherwise. Nevertheless, it was likely that his opponent would soon catch on. Struggling to rise, Yak intended to depart from another direction. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the sound of gentle applause echoed behind him. To utilize the 3 techniques with such proficiency is a feat that many lower-ranked ninjas scarcely achieve at such a young age. Truly, Yak is remarkable, Tong Hui remarked with a mocking grin. Yak lowered his gaze slightly. Tong Hui had seen through his ruse so swiftly, indicating that his intellect in combat was surprisingly astute. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew the shuriken from his back and roughly staunched the wound with lightning release, as he now had no choice but to confront Tong Hui directly. Observing this, Tong Hui swiftly retrieved another shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and advanced with haste. As a seasoned CH Nin, Tong Hui possessed a wealth of lightning release techniques. However, wary of attracting the attention of other ninjas with excessive noise, he opted for the least conspicuous method of close-quarters combat. Clang! The shurikens in their hands clashed, producing a crisp sound, and Yak felt a jolt of recoil that nearly caused him to lose grip on his weapon. Following their initial exchange, Tong Hui gained a rough understanding of Yak's capabilities, adopting a leisurely demeanor. "Is this all there is, you boastful wretch?" With a smirk of derision, he pressed the attack, launching a rapid series of strikes that forced Yak into a defensive position. However, an unusual occurrence transpired. Thud, thud, thud. Before him, Tong Hui continued to swing his shuriken, seemingly uttering something, yet Yak could hear nothing beyond the pounding of his own heart. The moment this disconcerting sensation emerged, Yak immediately realized that his body had undergone some form of transformation. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted from his black pupils, chakra surging uncontrollably to a specific point within him. While the ultimate outcome of this transformation might be favorable, at this instant, it presented Yak with the gravest peril, having depleted nearly all of his chakra. He was now incapable of resisting Tong Hui. In the blink of an eye, Yak felt a chill at his chest, as Tong Hui's shuriken pierced his heart. His body swiftly entered a state of near death. Yet, there were no flashes of memories nor the relief of impending death. Before Yak, a sphere of colorful light, the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized. The next moment, Yak's body trembled, enveloped by a strange power. Surrounding him, the blood that had spilled onto the ground astonishingly began to levitate, swiftly converging upon X's wounds. In the blink of an eye, the once feeble X stood restored and whole. How could this be possible? Copper Gray, astonished, found it hard to believe, despite his extensive experience. Ek clenched his fist, equally perplexed. However, he realized that his injuries, along with his chakra, had been wholly restored. Even the tears in his garments had vanished. This could only signify one thing. The earlier phenomenon was not merely a healing of wounds, but rather a retrogression to a prior state. This was, in essence, a manipulation of time. Time regression. Reflecting on his final memories before his journey, Ek began to formulate a hypothesis regarding the ephemeral, multicolored orb he had just witnessed. Chapter 3. The source of temporal power in his previous life. Ike was an orphan, and it was only after his transmigration that he truly experienced the warmth and affection of parental love. In terms of lineage, Ike stands apart from the majority of other transmigrators. His last memory from his former life lingered in a comic convention, where he was cosplaying as Ike from the game Arcane. Thus, upon discovering that his name in this lifetime is also Ike, he couldn't help but marvel at this intangible coincidence. However, the recent appearance of the colorful orbs gave rise to certain conjectures within him. These orbs were evidently not native to the Naruto world. Rather, they resembled a phenomenon encountered in Arcane, a temporal anomaly. Such anomalies are birthed from the distortions of the Hextech core. The Hextech core, evolved from Hextech technology, fundamentally seeks to harness magic through scientific means. Therefore, the power of the Hextech core is essentially a form of runic magic, specifically the power of the wild runes. The Ike from Arcane possesses the ability to manipulate time and traverse timelines due to a device he developed, known as the Z-type drive, which harnesses the temporal anomaly generated by the Hextech core. This leads to the question of why he did not transmigrate into the world of Arcane, but rather into the Naruto universe. Upon careful reflection, although the power levels displayed in Arcane could easily be overwhelmed by Naruto's might, they are merely insignificant corners of the vast multiverse. No matter how formidable the Otsutsuki clan may seem, they are but toiling farmers on various planets. While the Star Forger Aurelian Soul is one of the creators of the cosmos, possessing the will and action capable of altering the course of universal evolution. If he could glean some of the temporal power from the wild runes through the anomaly, combined with the native strength of the ninja world, he might not be able to challenge the Otsutsuki directly, but would certainly be more than capable of confronting the impending alien war in the later stages of the original storyline. However, it is still premature to ponder such matters. Ike's gaze shifted to Copper Gray, locking eyes with him. The events unfolding with Ike clearly surpassed Copper Gray's comprehension, and he incredulously inquired, "How did you achieve this?" "Luck, merely luck," Ike replied coolly, unwilling to reveal his trump card or secrets to his adversary. Let Copper Gray remain in this state of confusion. Copper Gray, his expression vacant, murmured, "I understand now. It must be the power of the Sage of Six Paths. But why you? Why can you, a traitor to your clan, awaken such power?" His face contorted with rage, he continued, "I am the one tasked with the mission of reviving the Kagaya clan. This is my power." The decline of his family, his own mediocrity, the long-standing oppression, and the shock brought forth by Ike's demonstration of time manipulation shattered Copper Gray's rationality. "Give it back to me," he screamed in hysteria, his hands forming a grasping motion as two crackling orbs of electricity coalesced, unleashing the technique. Lightning release, scattering flow. In light of this, Ike felt a slight easing of the tension in his heart. A ninja who has lost their composure poses a significantly diminished threat. Moreover, given the commotion caused by the adversary, it is likely that the village's ninjas will soon take notice. In this desperate struggle, I must simply exert my utmost effort. A surge of fury coursed through Ike's mind as the violent lightning chakra erupted once more from several chakra points. His control over chakra was commendable, yet he could not sustain its release throughout his entire body. He could only channel the lightning chakra into his limbs to enhance his speed of movement. Crack! Several bolts of lightning struck towards Ike, originating from the lightning sphere in Tonghue's hands. Ike quickly gathered his wits, utilizing the speed boost from the lightning chakra mode to evade the attack. There seems to be a situation over there. Let us investigate. A patrolling Umbu ninja, startled by the sight of the mountain where the ninja academy was located, called out to his companion. Two shadowy figures sprang into action, leaping and descending as they hurried towards the scene of the disturbance. What is this? Upon arriving in the forest, where the signs of battle were evident, the two Umbu ninjas exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with uncertainty. They quickened their pace, spotting a large and small silhouette amidst the trees, accompanied by flashes of lightning. "Give it back! Give it back!" Tonghui seemed to have lost all coherent words, mindlessly shouting this phrase as his lightning chakra grew increasingly frenzied. Ike, dodging with furrowed brows, retorted, "What you have lost, is it not that which you willingly relinquished? No, it's all because of that damned rakeage, and you brainwashed fools." Tonghui roared in fury, momentarily slowing his movements. Ike seized the opportunity, his gaze sharpening as if he intended to cleave Tonghui asunder. No need for weapons. Ike propelled himself forward, channeling all his chakra into his legs, the violent electricity even tearing his trousers below the calves. In the next moment, Ike crashed into Tonghui, who had previously aimed a kunai at him. Now, That very weapon was embedded in Tong Hui's heart. The momentum of Ike's charge did not wane as they both collapsed to the ground. Tong Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, yet no words escaped his lips. Suddenly, two figures materialized, leaping to the side of the two men. Too slow. Upon recognizing the umbu attire of the newcomers, Ike exhaled in relief, feeling the world around him dimming as consciousness began to fade. That child is Ike, and the other is Teacher Tong Hui from the Ninja Academy. The umbu ninjas, identifying the fallen individuals, exchanged worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. In a pristine, luminous expanse, Ike regained his consciousness. His gaze swept the surroundings before settling on a small orb of light at the center, radiating a spectrum of colors. With a thought, Ike found himself drifting towards the luminous sphere, which remained still and serene, suspended in the void. A temporal anomaly, he murmured, extending a hand to gently touch the orb. In an instant, the iridescent orb seemed to be provoked by some unseen force, rapidly expanding, its surface contorting and evolving into countless voids of varying sizes, pulsating as if it were a living entity. The orb soon surpassed Ike's size, yet its expansion showed no sign of abating. Ike attempted to retreat, only to find his body entirely beyond his control, helplessly watching as he was completely engulfed. Ike murmured softly, opening his eyes, and realized that all of it had merely been a nightmarish illusion. He now lay upon a hospital bed, and upon surveying his surroundings, he discerned that he was indeed within the confines of Yunin Hospital. "Ike, you are awake," exclaimed a voice tinged with excitement, and at that moment, Ike felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. It was his mother, Lanin. Chapter 4. Two Directions Indeed. Both I and Copper Gray are members of the Inuzuka clan. In the past, when Lord Goldhorn and Silverhorn instigated a coup, it led to unprecedented atrocities. The villagers clamored for punishment against the Inuzuka clan, and it was only through the steadfast protection of 3 generations of rakeage that our clan managed to survive. Lanin sat by the bedside, recounting the circumstances of the Inuzuka clan to Yak. As a fellow clansman, I had a relatively good relationship with Copper Gray in my youth. However, after I was promoted to Jonin, he began to deliberately avoid me. It wasn't he until I married your father and gave birth to you that I learned he intended to work at the Ninja Academy, and I used my connections to secure him a position as a teacher there. Little did I expect that his true aim was you. Lanin gently ruffled Yak's hair. Yak squinted, internally piecing together Copper Gray's emotional journey. It was merely a case of feeling inferior due to his own inadequacies compared to his childhood friend, compounded by the fact that she had married the son of the third rakeage, who had persecuted the Inuzuka clan, driving him into a state of utter madness. What became of him? Although Yak suspected he had already met his end at his hands, after all, it was his first act of killing in both this life and the last, he still inquired. He died on the spot. Lan Yin's voice was chilling. Had I known he would dare to harm my son, I would have eliminated him sooner. Her gaze turned to Yak, her tone suddenly lightening. Speaking of which, to have killed Copper Gray, young Yak, you truly are remarkable. Yak, aware of his own circumstances, realized that were it not for the sudden awakening of his time reversal ability, he likely would have already succumbed. Since awakening, he had been secretly attempting to recapture the sensation of time reversal, yet he remained at a loss. During the Twin Cities battle, Yak had relied on a temporal singularity to navigate time and traverse parallel timelines, but unlike Twin Cities Yak, who had maxed out his scientific skill points and crafted the Z-shaped drive mechanism to master these abilities, he lacked such scientific prowess. This feeling of being in a treasure trove, yet unable to claim anything, left him somewhat perplexed. In truth, the scientific level of the Cloud Village is commendable. Shortly after the Fourth Shinobi World War, the last movie arc introduced astonishing technological creations such as the chakra cannon. The expansive chakra cannon capable of withstanding meteor showers. Not to mention the time-space chakra cannon reputed to have the power to destroy the moon, might not be as exaggerated as claimed, yet it could rival Kakashi's Kimui Shuriken. Reflecting on this, Yak realized Kakashi was indeed quite formidable. Yak scratched his head, realizing he would need to delve into scientific knowledge moving forward. However, one should not put all their eggs in one basket. Perhaps there are ninja techniques that can also manipulate temporal singularities, but the specifics would require further exploration. Just as he pondered, the door to the hospital room was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Lanin intended to reprimand the intruder, but ceased her admonition upon recognizing her husband, the fourth rakeage, AI. After all, compared to AI's usual tendency to break windows and walls with little regard, this was a remarkably gentle entrance. As AI witnessed Ike waking up, he strode forward and embraced him with fervor. "My boy," AI exclaimed with palpable excitement, "to have slain a Chunin so decisively. You truly are my son." Feeling the strength of his father's embrace, Ike understood that this was his father's unique way of expressing concern. Had he been as gentle and nurturing as Ran-in, it would have been utterly bewildering. Observing this tender scene of paternal affection, Ran-in smiled softly, but in the next moment, AI's other arm enveloped her as well. Days later, Ike was discharged from the hospital and returned home. Although his body had fully recuperated, he decided to take a temporary leave from school. In truth, AI wished for him to graduate early. After all, having defeated Copper Gray, it seemed a waste of time for Ike to remain in the Ninja Academy, when he could instead graduate early under the banner of genius. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, and even the fourth Raikage son accomplished this feat at 4. Unfortunately, Ike rejected this proposal. The fourth Raikage may be impressive, but to elevate a 4-year-old to the rigors of ninja work is simply absurd. While he could not accept the notion of early graduation, a temporary leave suited him perfectly. The education at the Ninja Academy held little value for him at this stage. His attendance had primarily stemmed from nostalgia for campus life. Yet, upon realizing that he possessed an untapped potential within him, Ike's desire to attend school waned. He briefly articulated his ambitions to AI. Although he was somewhat perplexed as to why Ike suddenly wished to delve into research and advanced ninjutsu, AI nonetheless generously provided support in 2 distinct areas. In terms of research, Ike was granted the freedom to visit the scientific department in Cloud Village during weekdays, and AI even arranged for a researcher to impart knowledge to him. Regarding ninjutsu, due to the various assignments of the village's elite ninjas, Ike could only pursue self-study in the secret ninjutsu repository. Thus, the following week saw Ike predominantly immersed in the scientific department. The researchers did not express any particular opinion about the unexpected presence of a child in their midst. It was evident that their commitment to their current projects overshadowed all else. Finally, the weekend arrived, and Ike concluded his tedious study of scientific knowledge. Having been an orphan in his previous life, his educational background was lacking, and he found the acquisition of this scientific knowledge to be quite slow. Had he been training as a ninja, he could have likely mastered 2 or 3 techniques in just a week. Naturally, the weekend could not be squandered, and he needed to study in the secret ninjutsu repository located within the Raikage building. It was clear that having a Raikage as a father made a significant difference. Everything proceeded smoothly, thanks to the prevailing atmosphere in Cloud Village, which afforded the Raikage considerable authority. Such circumstances were rare in other ninja villages. In the Leaf Village, even the Hokage faced obstacles from various advisors in their endeavors. As for the son of the Hokage, in the Hidden Leaf Village, we speak of the will of fire, while you, the son of the Hokage, merely need to consume some expired milk. The Raikage building, situated at the heart of the village, resembles a blue beehive suspended on a lofty mountain, earning it the moniker of the Beehive Building. Naturally, the Raikage is the sole queen within this hive. This marked X's inaugural visit to this place. A duty officer inquired if he wished to meet with A in his office, but he politely declined. He could see his father at home whenever he pleased. There was no necessity to disturb him during working hours. After expressing his intention to visit the secret ninjutsu repository, the duty officer swiftly summoned a member of the Umbu to guide Ek. After a series of winding turns, they finally arrived at a door. Chapter 5, Cloud Concealment. Sealing Techniques. Master Ike, you may freely study within, but please refrain from damaging any materials or removing anything beyond this door. The Umbu ninja cautioned Ike before he opened the door. Upon receiving a nod from Ike, the Umbu swiftly formed several hand seals and placed his hand against the enigmatic, pitch-black door. To Ike's surprise, the door did not open in the conventional manner of pushing or pulling. Instead, it parted in the center, sliding apart like an automatic door. Noticing that the Umbu had no intention of entering alongside him, Ike boldly stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was a series of neatly arranged bookshelves, laden with an array of tomes and scrolls. While Cloud Concealment possessed a library, it primarily housed books meant for the general populace, with scant resources regarding ninjas and ninjutsu. This, however, was an entirely different realm, where each volume contained secrets of ninjutsu or mystical techniques, enough to drive an ordinary ninja to madness if taken outside. Ike bypassed the 5 basic elemental techniques of wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, and made his way directly to the shelves dedicated to secret ninjutsu. His aim was to discover a method to manipulate temporal and spatial anomalies through chakra. It was clear that the elemental techniques were unlikely to achieve such feats. The collection of secret techniques in cloud concealment was substantial, although the original narrative had not depicted this. Likely due to the distinct challenges associated with training in these esoteric arts compared to conventional ninjutsu. The abundance of secret techniques in cloud concealment could not be discussed without mentioning another of its notable traditions, its predatory nature. Techniques deemed valuable, even if stained with blood, would be acquired by any means necessary. 2 pivotal women in the storyline, Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Hinata, had both been victims of abduction by cloud concealment during their childhoods upon arriving in Konoha. Kushina's kidnapping occurred during the reign of the Third Raikage, while Hinata's abduction took place under the leadership of her own father, the Fourth Raikage. The former forged a significant bond between Kushina and the Fourth Hokage, Minato, while the latter led to Niji Hyuga losing his father and, compounded by the strife between the main and branch families, ultimately sealed his fate as a caged bird. Reflecting on this, Ike realized he should be 2 years older than Hinata. The abduction incident transpired when she was merely 3 years old. If possible, he wished to prevent such an event from occurring. As a transmigrator well-versed in the narrative, he viewed favored characters through a unique lens. Both Hinata and Niji would be profoundly affected by this kidnapping incident. Notably, the attempt to abduct Hinata had initially failed, resulting in Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, sacrificing himself to quell the situation. While this outcome indeed created a rift between Konoha's clans and Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was insufficient to undermine Konoha's foundations, allowing cloud concealment to emerge victorious in the ensuing conflict. Ike was acutely aware of the impending era of divine warfare. Even if cloud concealment were to obtain the Hyuga bloodline, it would scarcely stir the waters of fate, unless they could devise a technology for manned lunar landings and seize the bloodline of the descendants of the village of Yuin, ultimately advancing the Byakugan to the reincarnated Eye. Indeed, one must first enhance their own prowess. Ike let out a soft sigh, contemplating that if he could master the lightning release chakra mode to an indomitable level akin to that of the Third Raikage, coupled with the ability to reverse time, and ideally learn the 8 gates of Duanjia, he might then qualify to join the Celestial Organization. He chose to dismiss such ethereal thoughts, redirecting his focus towards perusing various secret techniques in hopes of gaining insightful inspiration. As for practicing these techniques, that would merely be a waste of energy. Much like the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans of Konoha, each possessing their own ancestral secret arts with commendable effects, they merely serve as embellishments in the face of true power rather than decisive factors. However, despite Ike's indulgence in numerous secret arts, he found himself yielding no tangible results. While he did not expect to uncover a path in such a brief span, he nonetheless felt a tinge of despondency. As he resumed his steps, Ike arrived at a newly categorized bookshelf. Sealing techniques. Ike's eyes widened slightly, sensing a glimmer of hope. In the original narrative, sealing techniques were scarce. However, it was indisputable that they represented an alternative application of chakra distinct from ninjutsu, capable of achieving feats unattainable by conventional techniques. Yet, this seemed excessive. The subsequent rows appeared to be entirely dedicated to sealing techniques, prompting Ike to reflect. Undoubtedly, during the cataclysmic war that led to the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan, the shadow of Kumogakure was indispensable. Otherwise, how could such knowledge find its way here? Yet, even if Kumogakure had acquired these sealing techniques, few seemed capable of mastering them, as evidenced by the sealing methods employed on the tailed beasts by the Jinchuriki, which were merely inferior to the 4-symbol seal. An innocent man bears no guilt. The Uzumaki clan, feared for their formidable sealing techniques, faced persecution. Should he encounter any remnants of the Uzumaki clan scattered throughout the ninja world, he would endeavor to aid them. Ike mused silently, contemplating the philosophy of self-cultivation in times of adversity and altruism in prosperity. For now, he could only focus on his own improvement. Time swiftly passed, and one morning, half a year later, Ike emerged from his bedroom shirtless, only to encounter Ike, who was already dressed and preparing to leave. He found nothing peculiar about it, ever since this young one delved into sealing techniques. He had forsaken his studies at the research center, devoting himself entirely to this pursuit, often returning home at late hours, seemingly preferring to sleep in the secret chamber of the hive building. "Kid, how have things been lately?" Ike expressed genuine curiosity regarding what innovations Ike might devise. Ike shot a glance at Ike, akin to a rebellious child unwilling to engage with an oblivious father, huffing, "You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained." The intricate and sophisticated sealing techniques were far beyond the comprehension of Ike, a robust man more inclined towards discussions of fitness and weightlifting. Recently, when Ike first entered the rakeage office within the hive building, he was taken aback. Aside from a desk, the expansive office was filled with gym equipment such as barbells. He initially thought he had inadvertently wandered into a gym. The fourth rakeage, my father, spends his days in the office, diligently engaging in his workout regimen while entrusting many affairs to his secretary. It seems this young lad looks down upon him. AI scratched his head and remarked, "Let us first have breakfast, and then proceed to the hive building together." "No," Ike replied, shaking his head as he stepped out of the house. "You are too slow. I shall not wait for you." "Too slow," AI echoed incredulously, nearly laughing in exasperation. In the entire shinobi world, the only one capable of surpassing his speed is that individual renowned as the fastest in the shinobi realm, the late fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Chapter 6. Achievements and Surprises Within the Tranquil Confines of the Thunder Shadow Building. A secluded chamber has been specifically designated by Ike for the practice of sealing techniques. Inside this chamber, three Ikes exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Subsequently, the central Ike commenced to remove his garments, piece by piece. Should the first shadow clone let out a whistle, remarking, "Impressive, aren't I?" The development is quite remarkable, despite the candidness shared with his own shadow clone. A faint blush crept onto Ike's face as he retorted, "Must you be so loquacious? Can't you exhibit a modicum of composure like the second one?" Regrettably, Ike underestimated the second shadow clone, or perhaps he simply misjudged his own moral threshold. Without uttering a word, the second shadow clone reached out towards Ike, seemingly intent on achieving the unprecedented feat of a playful pinch on the main body. Startled, Ike instinctively recoiled a few steps and admonished the two shadow clones, "Enough? Behave yourselves, you rascals." Clearing his throat, the first shadow clone interjected, "Isn't it time for some serious work? I thought a little levity might lighten the mood." The second shadow clone nodded in agreement. Ike sighed, adopting a serious demeanor, "I leave the next steps to you." The two shadow clones signaled an okay with their hands, igniting black runes upon their palms before placing them upon Ike's body. Meanwhile, Ike's consciousness delved into the mental realm, where he found himself before a radiant orb of 7 colors. Upon his exploration of sealing techniques, he discovered that this temporal anomaly existed within his own mental space, akin to the relationship between tailed beasts and their jinchuriki. A sudden inspiration struck him. What if he could inscribe specific sealing techniques upon his body, akin to those used to seal tailed beasts, thereby creating a mechanical circuit to activate the powers of the temporal anomaly and produce effects akin to the Z-type drive? This notion was not merely fanciful. Its feasibility was considerable. The seals on a jinchuriki served to constrain the rampage of the tailed beast while simultaneously allowing the jinchuriki to harness its power. The temporal anomaly, although not a tailed beast, requires specific conditions to unleash its power, and sealing techniques represent the optimal means to establish such external prerequisites. To bring this vision to fruition, Ike devoted himself tirelessly over the past 6 months, even mastering the shadow clone technique to accelerate his learning, effectively multiplying his efforts. Perseverance bore fruit, and by today, Ike had finally devised a theoretically viable sealing circuit. The task of the two shadow clones was to inscribe the specific techniques on Ike's body, while Ike himself entered the mental realm, engaging with the temporal anomaly to forge an internal connection, ultimately forming a complete circuit, transforming himself into a human Z-type drive. As time passed quietly, Ike's bare skin became adorned with writhing black runes, resembling living entities. The two shadow clones exchanged a glance, continuing to maintain their actions. Countless runes began to align and merge in an orderly fashion, creating 4 pathways originating from his limbs, which ultimately converged at his lower abdomen. Within the confines of the mental realm, Yak was wholly engrossed in the incantation, meticulously sealing the temporal anomaly layer by layer. He then guided the technique through the mental space, arriving at the lower abdomen of the external self, connecting it with the seals inscribed by his shadow clones upon his body. Once all tasks were completed, Yak departed from the mental realm, and the two shadow clones exhaled in relief, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The dual exhaustion instantly enveloped Yak, yet it could not overshadow the exhilaration within his heart. He had succeeded. With the Z-shaped drive seal of the temporal anomaly fully activated, he could distinctly sense that he had firmly grasped hold of the temporal anomaly, ready to unleash its temporal powers at any moment. However, he could not yet utilize it to reverse time and dispel his fatigue. After all, should he revert to a state prior to completing the circuit, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Yak donned his clothing and rested for a while longer until his chakra had sufficiently replenished, before shifting his attention back to himself. He retrieved a kunai, swiftly drawing it across his hand, causing a crimson line to appear. It was now time to witness the miracle. Yak concentrated, and the chakra within him surged rapidly through the circuit, flowing to the temporal anomaly in the mental space, igniting an invisible force of time and space. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He should have been able to initiate time reversal by now, yet the temporal anomaly continued to emanate its powers, growing increasingly intense. Boom. In a certain part of the Raikage S tower, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by alarms blaring, as numerous ANBU members rushed forth, surrounding the source of the sound. Is it an enemy attack? Someone inquired. A knowledgeable individual hesitated before replying. No. It seems this is the secret chamber that Master Yak uses for his training. A flash of lightning illuminated the space as the fourth Raikage, A, entered with haste. I was aware that this was Yak's training ground for sealing techniques, and intended to question the boy about his antics, but upon discovering the empty chamber, his heart sank. Suddenly, the force of time and space erupted. Yak felt as though he were thrust into a whirlwind, his perspective spinning wildly as countless images flashed before him. His present self, his self from yesterday, 3 years old, 2 years old, 1 year old, and even his past life self. All these versions of himself abruptly turned their gaze towards the present Yak, causing his mind to plunge into a void. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Yak's consciousness gradually returned, and the scenes before him sharpened into clarity, revealing the familiar Raikage Tower. Yak felt a semblance of stability. That earlier state had nearly led him to believe he was on the verge of reincarnation. However, before he could take a deep breath of relief, a bolt of lightning suddenly shattered the wall, hurtling towards him at great speed. The figure emerging was none other than the fourth Raikage, A. Before Yak could utter a word, an overwhelming aura locked onto him. As the fourth Raikage swiftly bent his arm, elbow directed at Yak. What the? Though perplexed as to why his own father would launch an attack against him, the sheer force of the aura made it clear that this was no jest, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Yak's forehead. He clenched his teeth, and a faint pulse of lightning chakra emanated from his body. The fourth Raikage, A, recognized that the child before him was utilizing the lightning chakra mode passed down from Kumogakure. With a slight gasp, he reduced the force of his elbow strike, narrowly halting it just in front of Eik. Who are you, young one? The fourth Raikage inquired from his elevated position. Is it really necessary to turn hostile over a mere disturbance? Eik opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures swiftly appeared behind the fourth Raikage, revealing 3 Umbu ninjas donned in beast-shaped masks. One of the blonde-haired Umbu stepped forward and asked, Raikage-sama, what has transpired? Who is this child? It appeared that the boy had suddenly materialized here through some form of space-time ninjutsu, and astonishingly, he was capable of employing the lightning chakra mode. The fourth Raikage, A, furrowed his brow and instructed, S, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure that the specifics are thoroughly investigated. S, gazing at the blonde-haired Umbu. Eik felt a surge of confusion. In Kumogakure, there were ranks such as A, B, and C, but he had never heard of an S rank. Chapter 7. The Defiant Ninja World, the child of me and Iranian from a parallel universe? The fourth Raikage sat solemnly at his desk, perusing the investigative report submitted by S, lost in contemplation. Indeed, I have collected his blood for DNA matching, and I trust the results will be forthcoming soon, S nodded, adding that he claimed to have inadvertently traversed to this world through a yet-to-be-perfected space-time ninjutsu. To my knowledge of such techniques, I have never encountered a method capable of crossing into other worlds. By the way, after I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, he called out my name. As S spoke, he removed his mask, revealing a striking visage, Minato Namikaze. Ike sat in a cell, somewhat dazed. In the Battle of the Twin Cities, Ike traversed through a space-time singularity into another timeline, subsequently developing the Z-type drive device, which allowed him to return to the original timeline. However, it was after creating the human Z-type drive that he found himself in another parallel timeline. It was evident that this place differed greatly from the Naruto world he had previously inhabited. Not only was there no time traveler named Ike, but even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had become a subordinate of the fourth Raikage, an Umbu ninja codenamed S. Heaven knows how astonished Ike was upon witnessing S perform the Flying Thunder God technique. And when he instinctively called out Minato Namikaze's name, the individual truly revealed his identity, precisely as Ike remembered. He rubbed his face, feeling that the ninja world of this parallel timeline was rather peculiar. Click. The sound of a lock being opened drew Ike's attention. It was Minato in his Umbu mask, followed closely by the fourth Raikage. The fourth Raikage entered the cell, glancing at the two DNA test results indicating a 999 probability of paternity, then scrutinizing the young boy he had encountered before. Approximately 4 years old, with a complexion quite manly like his own. Yet the facial features and hair color bore no resemblance to him, resembling his wife, Aranyan. Instead, the fourth Raikage nodded. If he indeed had a child, it was highly plausible that the child would resemble Ike. Child, your name is Ike, correct? The fourth Raikage inquired, arms crossed, his expression serious. What can you tell me about this space-time ninjutsu you mentioned? Ike scratched his head, aware that the man before him was not the familiar father he knew. Yet he still found the situation exceedingly strange. He had already taken a moment to examine the condition of the singularity within him, but the singularity, much like a freshly completed task by Xiao Chunan, remained unresponsive to any stimuli he applied. At present, it seemed that the technique circuit had caused the space-time singularity to unleash a significant amount of temporal energy, which in turn propelled him into this parallel timeline. For now, he could only await the singularity's return to normalcy to devise a means of escaping this world. One might consider it a special space-time ability awakened from his bloodline. Ike pondered, responding, however, I inadvertently mismanaged the intensity and ended up here. He had previously learned from the Watergate that in this world, Lady Raikage was none other than his own mother, Ayane. Thus, he felt no hesitation in rallying behind the banner of the Six Paths descendants of the Jinchuriki clan. When faced with uncertainty, there existed the Six Paths bloodline. When explanations faltered, the powers of the sage came into play. The fourth Raikage was naturally aware of his wife's Six Paths lineage and found himself somewhat convinced. While others in the ninja world might regard the existence of the Sage of Six Paths as a mere ethereal legend, the Land of Lightning had believed in the sage long before the establishment of the Hidden Cloud Village. Those extraordinary Six Paths ninja tools had always existed within the Land of Lightning. With that in mind, you may be considered a guest in the Hidden Cloud, the fourth Raikage declared as he stepped out of the prison, inviting, come. Let me show you the differences between this place and your Hidden Cloud. Given that his parallel self had children, it was plausible that other differences existed, and the fourth Raikage was indeed curious about this. Ike stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, and followed the fourth Raikage. As they passed by the Watergate, Ike's gaze became somewhat peculiar. If one were to ponder the differences between the two worlds, it was evident that this Watergate had indeed become the Hidden Cloud's Umbu. The Watergate smiled at Ike through his mask. For him, a child from another world, this was a rather intriguing encounter. Arriving at the most scenic spot of the Hive building, Ike gazed down at the village, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Countless exquisite structures rose majestically amidst the mountains, with many tall buildings piercing through the clouds, standing resolutely. Amidst these edifices, ninjas could be seen bustling about, leaping from one place to another. This was far more vibrant than the usual Hidden Cloud, even surpassing the splendor seen during the era of Naruto. Ike leaned against the transparent glass wall, momentarily lost in thought. A sudden notion struck him as he glanced at the fourth Raikage beside him. Could this Raikage be a traveler from another world? Otherwise, how could he have transformed the Hidden Cloud into such a spectacle? No, despite the worlds being different, Ike could discern that this Raikage bore an uncanny resemblance to his own father. He was certainly not a mere replacement. Noticing Ike's emotional fluctuations, the fourth Raikage understood that the two Hidden Clouds indeed harbored significant differences. He quietly left, only to return shortly with a common historical book from the Ninja Academy in hand. Handing the book to Ike, the fourth Raikage remarked, "Take a look. Perhaps the answers to our differences can be found within history." Ike accepted the book and began to peruse it with curiosity. The legendary ninjas, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, concluded the Warring States period. The establishment of Konohagakure marked the beginning of a fervent era of village creation across the ninja world, solidifying the concept of one nation, one village. The First Ninja War ensued, with a truce between the Lightning and Fire nations, followed by the coup of the Gold and Silver Brothers. During the Second Ninja War, Hanzo declared war on the allied villages of Konoha, Suna, and Iwa, leading to the emergence of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha through their combined efforts against Hanzo. In the initial chapters of history, the narrative aligns closely with the well-known history of the ninja world that Ike is familiar with, until the Third Ninja War, when events began to spiral into the absurd. In the 45th year of Konoha, with the third Kazekage missing, Sunagakure found itself in disarray, prompting the astute and valiant candidate for the fourth Raikage to decisively advocate for war. In the 46th year of Konoha, the ninja forces led by the prospective fourth Raikage successively defeated Sunagakure, Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, unifying the ninja world. That same year, the candidate for the fourth Raikage officially ascended to the position, marking the beginning of the Cloud Village era in the ninja calendar. By the third year of the Cloud era, the defeated villages began to send substantial resources to the Cloud, while many elite ninjas who once belonged to other villages defected to Cloud. In the fourth year of the Cloud era, all clan families with bloodline abilities gradually migrated to the Cloud. By the seventh year of the Cloud era, Ike rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had lost his sight, as the content before him was utterly outrageous. He initially intended to voice his disbelief about the absurdity of the textbook, but gazing out at the bustling prosperity of Cloud, he swallowed his words. Turning his gaze to the fourth Raikage, who stood with arms crossed, Ike yearned to inquire, "On what grounds do you claim the unification of the ninja world?" Chapter 8. A dream too daring to dare, unifying the ninja world. A feat neither Senju Hashirama nor Uchiha Madara ever accomplished. The primary reason for this was Hashirama's character and ideals, which led him to shy away from such unification. Yet, Ike could not fathom how he could achieve that which the reincarnations of the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths had failed to do. It was not that he intentionally underestimated the fourth Raikage. The reality was simply too fantastical. According to historical records, the fourth Raikage, would need to possess the strength to subdue all-tailed beast Jinchuriki, and also defeat the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the third Tsuchikage Inoki, among other formidable figures of the ninja world. If it were his own father, he would likely not even dare to dream of such a possibility. Or perhaps, such a dream could indeed be realized. Ike recalled the later developments in the story that featured the limited and infinite Tsukuyomi, which were equally absurd. Could this be the infinite Tsukuyomi world of the fourth Raikage? He glanced at A, his expression taking on a peculiar quality, surprised to discover that this brash individual harbored such aspirations, though it seemed somewhat reasonable. Noticing Ike's unusual expression, A inquired, "What with that face of yours?" Ike scratched his head, hesitating before responding, I never imagined that Lord Fourth Raikage could unify the ninja world. My father, well, he doesn't possess your level of strength. He is merely at a standard level among the five Kage." This time, it was the fourth Raikage who appeared astonished. "What? A mere standard level among the five Kage? The version of me from another world is so weak." Did this fellow truly not perceive his own extraordinary capabilities? After all, the talent of the Raikage was not something to be compared with that of ordinary individuals. Ike struggled to envision how A, devoid of the sage's bloodline and powerful lineage, could rise to the level of strength akin to that of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. I cast a pitying glance at Ike, choosing not to delve deeper into the specifics of the other world. In his view, a version of himself that merely matched the standard of the five Kage was evidently insufficient to accomplish the monumental task at hand. It seemed Ike had not lived a particularly favorable life. "Though you are not my biological son, there is no need to be overly reserved," A remarked, ruffling Ike's hair. "Stay by my side until we find a way home, and I shall train you to become a formidable ninja." Pausing, he continued, "Perhaps in the future, you will achieve a great undertaking in your own world, leading Kumogakure towards a bright future. Unifying the ninja world, Ike harbored no such ambitions. However, he was eager to witness the prowess of the legendary fourth Raikage, and thus nodded in agreement. I'll leave it to you, Uncle. The fourth Raikage then introduced Ike to the Pro-Max version of Kumogakure before taking him home to meet his family. Raiton gazed at Ike, who was smiling at her, and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this child, our child from another world?" She had been married to AI for nearly a decade, yet had not borne any offspring. Nevertheless, as a woman, Ranine had often envisioned the experience of pregnancy and childbirth. Now, upon hearing that her counterpart in another world had children of considerable age, she felt a twinge of astonishment. She scrutinized Ike, finding her affection for him deepening with each glance. Meanwhile, the imposing figure of the elderly man beside her, the fourth Raikage, surprised Ike as well. The strength of this world's fourth Raikage was formidable, which explained why the third Raikage had not perished on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War against Awakens. At that moment, the third Raikage arrived, eager to meet his newly discovered grandson from another realm. "Come here, little one," he beckoned, gesturing for Ike to approach. As Ike stepped beside the third Raikage, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Born in the 49th year of the Hidden Leaf, he had never witnessed his grandfather, who had fallen in the Third War. Only knowing of him through the narrative of the Fourth War, when he was summoned by Orochimaru to engage in battle against the allied shinobi forces. The third Raikage, unfazed by Ike's apparent awkwardness, extended his hand, pinching Ike's arm with surprising force, causing Ike to grimace in pain. The fourth Raikage chuckled at the scene, reminiscing, "I too was often pinched by my father. It's delightful to see you experiencing the same. You, little one, possess commendable physical prowess. You're a promising talent." The third Raikage praised Ike, then turned his gaze toward the fourth Raikage. "What are your plans for him?" "I intend to take him under my wing and teach him personally." That seems acceptable," the third Raikage replied, albeit with a hint of disappointment. This elderly man was quite content with his current life, yet one concern lingered. His son had yet to produce an heir, which weighed heavily on his mind. The sudden emergence of a grandson from another world had sparked hopes of familial joy. "Little one, your lightning release chakra mode is far too weak," the fourth Raikage remarked as they stood in the training grounds, observing Ike, who was panting heavily. Ike rolled his eyes. At not even 5 years of age, he was hardly adept at such a technique that required extensive refinement. Noticing Ike's expression, the fourth Raikage understood the misunderstanding and clarified, "I mean to say, the lightning release chakra mode you practice is insufficient. How can such a technique support your aspirations to become a powerful ninja?" "Isn't this technique as it should be?" Ike replied, bewildered. Though classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, the lightning release chakra mode had considerable potential. If mastered, it could grant a ninja strength on par with that of a Kage. "Indeed, you are practicing the lineage of the previous Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. But I modified and optimized it years ago, elevating it to an S-rank secret technique," the fourth Raikage proclaimed, retrieving a scroll from within his robes and tossing it to Ike. "What is this?" Ike asked as he unrolled the scroll, immersing himself in its contents. The text chronicles the newly revised lightning release chakra mode, modified by the fourth Raikage, which astonishes Ike due to the remarkable enhancements in physical prowess and speed compared to the original technique. Furthermore, it even details the methodology for harnessing natural energy to condense a unique sage chakra. This cannot merely be referred to as the lightning release chakra mode. Perhaps the term Sage of Lightning mode would be more fitting. Ike has come to grasp the formidable prowess of the fourth Raikage, surpassing all ninja in physical strength. Augmented by the Sage mode that bestows immense enhancements upon oneself, undoubtedly transcending the realm of Kage. Even in the absence of the mighty wood release, it is reasonable to assume he could contend with the legendary ninja of Konoha. Ike tightened his grip on the scroll. Acquiring this S-rank ninjutsu renders this journey through the parallel timeline undeniably worthwhile. Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within him as he turned his gaze toward the fourth Raikage. Though his identity had been acknowledged, how could the latter entrust such a precious artifact to him? The fourth Raikage, aware of Ike's thoughts, contemplated the same question, yet ultimately found no answer. Perhaps it was a faint resonance of their bloodline, or perhaps he sensed a paternal bond in Ike. Regardless, the childless fourth Raikage had indeed begun to regard Ike as his son rather than merely a distant relative. Naturally, this sentiment was also influenced by Ike's mature and considerate demeanor. Even prior to the Raikage, his wife, the gentle Kaminari, had already recognized Ike as a worthy child. Chapter 9. Mother, What are you doing with Black Brother? Ike had been in this parallel timeline for a week, most of which was spent training under the Fourth Raikage. As the pinnacle of the ninja world, the Fourth Raikage no longer needed to occupy his time in the hive building daily. The trivial matters were managed by his elite subordinates. One day, after their training session, the Fourth Raikage noticed Ike's apparent hesitance. "You've been rather distracted today," he said. "If you have something to say, speak up. Do not hesitate. It is unbecoming of a man." Indeed, Ike had something to express. Just yesterday, he had inadvertently encountered a red-haired woman in the village. While this alone might not have stirred his interest, the woman was accompanied by a small child with yellow hair, marked by 6 whisker-like scars on his face, none other than Uzumaki Kushina and the original protagonist of the storyline, Uzumaki Naruto. The appearance of this mother and son duo in Kumogakure seemed unremarkable, especially since even Namikaze Minato had joined the village's Umbu. However, Kushina's presence reminded Ike that his prior research into sealing techniques had been somewhat insular, leading to his unintended arrival in this alternate timeline. During this period, he had also been investigating the deficiencies in his sealing technique circuits. Now that he had learned about Kushina, the rightful heir of the Uzumaki clan, being in Kumogakure, consulting her seemed an excellent course of action. Upon hearing the Fourth Raikage's inquiry, Ike finally voiced his thoughts. "My space-time ninjutsu is related to sealing techniques. My unintentional arrival here stemmed from a lack of knowledge in this area. Are there any ninjas in the village proficient in sealing techniques? I wish to seek guidance on this matter." The Fourth Raikage rubbed his wrist, surprised that Ike's first request was of such nature. Their time together had been enjoyable, resembling a father-son bond. Yet, Ike's words reminded him that Ike ultimately hailed from another realm and could not remain here indefinitely. "I see," he replied. "This is quite simple. The Uzumaki clan in the village excels in sealing techniques. I will find a suitable mentor for you." Ike was taken aback. The implication of the Fourth Raikage's words suggested that the Uzumaki clan, which should have perished, had somehow integrated into Kumogakure, a revelation that astonished him. Unbeknownst to him, this world had also witnessed the devastation of the Land of Whirlpools. However, the then-young Fourth Raikage had already wielded the power to influence the course of the war, enabling the complete absorption of the Uzumaki clan into Kumogakure. After some contemplation, the Fourth Raikage concluded that Kushina, being Minato's wife, was currently the strongest in sealing techniques among the Uzumaki clan and resolved to proceed accordingly. Thus, the following day, Ike did not train as usual alongside the Fourth Raikage but, under the guidance of Minato, donned an Umbu mask and made his way to Minato's home. Naturally, upon hearing the Fourth Raikage's suggestion for Ike to consult his wife about sealing techniques, Minato readily agreed. Due to the secrecy surrounding the dark arts, he had never disclosed to Kushina the matters concerning Ike. He merely mentioned that Ike was an exceptionally gifted child, deeply enamored with the art of sealing. When Kushina first encountered Ike, she assumed he was merely an ordinary child and planned to commence with the most fundamental teachings. However, when Ike began to articulate the intricacies of the Uzumaki's secret sealing techniques, and even engaged her in discussions about the combinations of sealing formulas, she was indeed astonished. "Aunt Kushina," Ike said with a hint of exasperation, "you might want to take a look at this first." As he spoke, he lifted his garment, and with the infusion of chakra, a series of black sigils, previously hidden beneath his skin, began to manifest, writhing and pulsating as if alive. "What is this?" Kushina exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, her beautiful oval face betraying her astonishment, momentarily forgetting her discomfort regarding his form of address. Under ordinary circumstances, if someone were to call her aunt, a term she felt aged her, she would have certainly shown them the fiery temperament of the blood-red pepper. Nevertheless, at that moment, her attention was entirely captivated by the black sigils adorning Ike's body. Undoubtedly, this was a special circuit composed of sealing techniques, its precise function still a mystery. Yet it evidently required a considerable mastery of sealing arts to construct. "Did you inscribe this technique yourself, young Ike?" she inquired. "Yes. Although it seems I've encountered a minor error, I cannot control the intensity of this circuit while it operates," Ike admitted, nodding as he voiced his concerns. The sealing techniques from his original world were ultimately lacking. He had previously considered the situation too simplistically. To have crossed into this realm was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet there remained the possibility of a catastrophic failure. Kushina's expression turned serious as she placed one delicate hand upon Ike's skin, closing her eyes to meticulously examine the sealing circuit. "Mom, what are you doing with this Black Brother?" The 2-year-old Naruto inquired eagerly as he ran over. However, before he could approach, Kushina swiftly tapped his head with her free hand, warning him not to be a nuisance. Naruto, teary-eyed from the sudden bump that appeared on his head, finally settled down for a moment. As Kushina continued her investigation, she discovered that this circuit extended into a somewhat ethereal space resembling a mental realm, and beneath layers of sealing techniques lay a dim little orb of light. As the host of the Nine Tails, she was particularly sensitive to such entities sealed within the human body. However, the small orb appeared lifeless, alleviating her concerns about it affecting the host like the Nine Tails did. What a clever design. You intend to harness the power of that little orb through the circuit on your body, correct? After meticulously identifying the circuit's flaws, Kushina remarked, "The techniques forming this circuit are not overly complex, though certain aspects are rather cumbersome and could be replaced with more streamlined and efficient techniques. However, the most critical point is that this circuit seems to possess only 2 states, on and off. To control the operational intensity, it would be necessary to incorporate a technique akin to Avel within it." Upon discussing her area of expertise, Kushina felt a surge of excitement, inadvertently revealing her habitual expressions. In X's eyes, a glimmer of anticipation surfaced as he spoke. "Indeed, I had not considered this aspect before, Aunt Kushina. You have." His words trailed off abruptly as a fist, the size of a sandbag, descended swiftly upon his head. With a prominent bump resembling Naruto's atop his head, Ek cautiously inquired, "Kushina, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Kushina, displaying a playful yet proud demeanor, huffed lightly and replied, "I can only promise to impart to you the knowledge of sealing techniques without reservation. However, the challenges you face must be resolved by you alone." Ek nodded in agreement, accepting her proposal. As sealing techniques were the hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, demanding a substantial amount of chakra for their execution, his understanding had largely remained theoretical. With Kushina's guidance, he would no longer need to rely solely on imagination for many of the sealing formulas. Chapter 10. The 4-year-old who defeated the arrogant Tsuchikage. During this period, Ike was once again occupied. Not only did he undergo rigorous training under the 4th Raikage daily, but he also carved out time to learn the art of sealing from Kushina. However, he did not resent this lifestyle. His abilities were visibly and rapidly advancing, which was an immensely fulfilling experience. One could only be grateful for having traversed into this world, for such opportunities for growth were unattainable even in his original realm. As everything progressed steadily, the arrival of an individual added a touch of intrigue to Ike's life. "Hey kid, you're quite strong," a crisp voice rang out, prompting Ike to cease his training in lightning release chakra mode and turn towards the source of the sound. There, perched atop the training ground's wall, sat a boy of similar age, his black hair swaying as his legs swung back and forth. Ike furrowed his brow. He had no recollection of this child, indicating that he was not a native of the Hidden Cloud, but rather someone like Naruto, who had joined the village alongside his parents. "Why are you ignoring me?" The boy, Kuratsuchi, questioned with evident dissatisfaction as Ike remained silent. "I've never seen you before. Where do you come from? And what gives you the right to receive training from the Raikage?" With agile grace, Kuratsuchi leaped off the wall and approached Ike. Recently, she had stumbled upon the training ground she frequented being occupied by none other than the strongest ninja in the world, the 4th Raikage. Unable to accept this, Kuratsuchi had been lurking nearby, finally seizing the opportunity to confront Ike and inquire about his privilege to train under the Raikage. Noticing Kuratsuchi's impolite demeanor and perceived hostility, Ike chose not to engage in pleasantries. Instead, he retorted, "Why should I tell you? Don't act so arrogant in front of me. Just because you're good-looking doesn't mean I want to fight you," Kuratsuchi exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. With that, she sprinted forward, her fist clenched, launching an attack at Ike. Ike quickly assessed the power behind her attack and concluded that it was rather mediocre. He responded in kind, meeting her punch with his own. Their fists collided, and Kuratsuchi instantly felt an overwhelming force surge toward her, causing her to stumble back several steps, her small hand throbbing in pain. In the Ninja Academy, she was accustomed to being the dominant figure. Never had she suffered such a setback against someone her age. How infuriating! Kuratsuchi huffed, quickly forming hand seals. Her small hands were enveloped in earth, manifesting the earth release, rock fist technique. "If you're capable, take another punch from me," she declared, a smug grin appearing on her face as she charged once more. Ike couldn't help but smirk, electricity crackling around him as he unleashed lightning release. enhancing his speed and physique. Seeing Ike's determination to engage her head-on, Kuratsuchi envisioned him succumbing to her rock fist. The two collided in an instant. But the outcome was not what Kuratsuchi had anticipated. Her rock fist was unable to withstand Ike's assault, beginning to crack under the pressure. Fool. Lightning release counters Earth release. Having successfully thwarted the attack of the Black Earth, Yak, with a swift movement, unleashed his power once more. The ground shook as he struck with his rock fist, sending shards of stone flying, and the slender figure of Black Earth was forcefully propelled a considerable distance, landing awkwardly on the ground. Yak approached her, his small stature silhouetted against the light, striking a pose reminiscent of a formidable antagonist with hands on hips, and declared with an air of superiority, "Well then, are you still so arrogant?" With her hands pressed against the ground, Black Earth sat up, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yak was taken aback, realizing that he had inadvertently made her cry. After all, he prided himself on being a mature individual and had never intended to bully a child. "You started this, so no crying," he asserted firmly, though his tone softened slightly, adding, "Furthermore, as a young man, it would be quite shameful to weep." Upon hearing his words, Black Earth felt even more aggrieved, raising her arms to shield her face as she sobbed, "Woo-woo. I'm not a young man." Yak was momentarily stunned. At this age, distinguishing gender often relied on haircuts, and who would have guessed this short-haired child was a tomboy? "Wait a moment. Earth-style rock fist, short-haired tomboy. Are you Black Earth?" Upon hearing Yak's inquiry, Black Earth mumbled in response, "MHM." Yak scratched his head, his gaze sweeping over her exposed short legs, which bore no resemblance to the future fourth Tsuchikage. Yet, on reflection, he could claim to have defeated the future Tsuchikage. Indeed, defeating the arrogant Tsuchikage at the age of 4 was a record worth noting. "Yak, what on earth are you doing?" The familiar voice of the fourth Raikage interrupted Yak's thoughts. "It seems you have not trained enough if you still possess the energy to bully a young girl." Suddenly, Yak felt himself lifted by a large hand. He struggled briefly, only to realize escape was futile, and his expression fell. Here he was, facing the fourth Raikage in the training grounds, unable to prevail against him. Seeing Yak in a predicament, Black Earth's grievances dissipated, and her mood brightened. "Lord Raikage," she greeted, pointing accusingly at Yak, "this guy has been bullying me. You must teach him a good lesson." The fourth Raikage recognized the girl as the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, from Awakens. However, he treated all those who later joined Kumogakure equally and chuckled. "Don't worry, little one. I will ensure this boy receives a proper education." Yak felt an urge to protest, believing himself to be the most innocent party in this situation. However, seeing that Black Earth had finally stopped crying, he chose to remain silent. Fast forward 3 months. One day, Yak suddenly sensed a slight tremor in the temporal anomaly within his mental space. Peering intently, he noticed that the once dim sphere had now regained its vibrant, multicolored glow, seemingly signaling that it was time to awaken the power of time once more. It appeared he might soon be able to leave this world. Yak pondered, feeling somewhat lost in thought. In the past 3 months, his prowess has seen remarkable advancement. Not only has he transitioned to a more formidable version of the lightning release chakra mode, but he has also embarked on training other ninjutsu techniques associated with this mode. Furthermore, under the devoted guidance of Kushina, he has successfully optimized the sealing techniques within his own body, allowing him to wield the power of time with newfound autonomy. This period has been fruitful, yet, equally, through these 3 months of companionship, he has forged profound bonds with the individuals of this timeline. The affection of his adoptive parents, the fourth Raikage and his spouse, is abundantly clear, as is the eccentricity of the third Raikage, who has a penchant for pinching his arm upon their meetings. The joy radiating from the Minato family of 3 and the occasional provocations from the spirited girl, Kuratsuchi, during training sessions have further enriched his experience. Leaving this place stirs a sense of reluctance within him. Alas, this is not his true home, and according to the narrative of the Twin Cities battle, traversing through singularities to other timelines does not halt the passage of time in his original world. Rather, it runs concurrently. Thus, the 3 months he has spent in this realm equate to a 3-month absence in his original world, contemplating the sorrowful expressions of his parents, who are undoubtedly searching for him, weighs heavily on his heart. It is time to depart. Chapter 11. Return to the original world at the dining table. The fourth Raikage suddenly addressed AK beside him. AK, are you ready to return home? Lon Een was taken aback at first, then cast a complex glance at Ike. Ike hesitated, failing to respond directly to the question. The fourth Reikage frowned and remarked, "Stop being so wishy-washy. Show some semblance of a man." "Yes, I can return home at any time." Eik set down his utensils, calmly turning to meet the fourth Reikage's gaze. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Unexpectedly, it was Lan Een who broke the silence. "Then hurry home. Your parents must be frantic after not seeing you for so long." "Indeed. I had planned to find an appropriate moment to discuss this with you." With the subject finally broached, Eik felt a considerable weight lift off his shoulders. The fourth Reikage extended a hand, resting it on Ike's head. "Kid, I recall your birthday is just a few days away, right? You should return home before that to celebrate with your family. But here, there is nothing worth your attachment here." The fourth Reikage interrupted Eik. "I will arrange for a few of your friends to bid you farewell." Seeing the fourth Reikage's resolute stance on the matter, Eik nodded in agreement with his decision. By the way, Eik suddenly recalled a question that had been troubling him for the past 3 months. "Where is Uncle Killer Bee? I haven't seen him at all." A peculiar smile spread across the fourth Reikage's face. "That fool has been off touring the world ever since the war ended. I've relayed your situation to him. But he wants to be back for a while, so he likely wants to have time to say goodbye." Eik finally understood. In the original world, the ninja realm remained divided, with peace still a distant dream. As the host of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee had mastered the beast's power, yet he seldom returned to Kumogakure, spending most of his time in the Cloud Thunder Gorge for training. To his surprise, in this parallel timeline, having entered a peaceful era, Killer Bee had let loose. In the training field that Eik frequented, a number of familiar faces had gathered. Standing at the center, Eik smiled at everyone. "Friends, this is where we part ways." "Wait." The fourth Reikage raised a hand to interrupt, then produced a scroll, handing it to Eik. "This is our final gift to you. Kid, be sure to develop Kumogakure into a village as prosperous as this one." "I will remember," Eik nodded. The overzealous Kuratsuchi stepped forward, shoving an object into Ike's hand. "Here, a keepsake. I never thought you would come from another world. If you meet another Kuratsuchi in the future, you better not bully her." Eik solemnly accepted the item, though he jested, "Well, that will depend on her behavior. If she is as arrogant as you, I might not be able to hold back." The exchange between the two children slightly dispersed the somber atmosphere of parting. Meanwhile, Naruto, still under the guidance of his parents, was somewhat bewildered and exclaimed loudly, "What?" Brother Ike is going to Kushina, sensing the disruption, raised a finger and gently tapped Naruto on the head, signaling him to lower his voice. With tears welling in his eyes from the sudden bump that appeared atop his head, Naruto finally quieted down for a moment. Ike's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on the fourth Reikage and his wife. "Farewell, Mom and Dad," he declared, as the words left his lips. He focused his will, activating the sealing technique once more. Chakra surged along the established pathways into his mental space, instantly awakening the temporal power of the space-time singularity. A burst of light erupted abruptly, causing all but the fourth Reikage to involuntarily close their eyes. When the brilliance faded, Ike had vanished from sight. "Little Ike must have left," Kushina murmured. "Indeed," Minato nodded, gesturing for his wife and child to depart, leaving the matter to the Reikage and his lady. "Darling, let us strive to have an Ike of our own," Kurumi whispered softly, leaning against the fourth Reikage. After experiencing a leap through the timeline once more, Ike found himself more aware than during his initial journey. He felt a dazzling flash before he landed steadily. He was now within the familiar confines of the Reikage Tower, close to the secluded chamber where he had previously practiced sealing techniques. Nevertheless, Ike hesitated, uncertain whether he had returned to his original world or jumped to a different timeline. Nearby, members of the Umbu had already detected his presence and swiftly approached. "Young Master Ike," one of the Umbu called out. Upon noticing the absence of any peculiar yellow-haired figures and hearing his name, Ike finally confirmed that he had indeed returned. He waved at the approaching individuals with a smile, saying, "It's me, I'm back." "Wait," one Umbu ninja suddenly raised a hand, signaling his companions to keep their distance. He then inquired, "Young Master Ike, where have you been these past few months? Reikage-sama has been quite anxious searching for you." Fingers tracing the scroll gifted by the fourth Reikage, Ike frowned and replied, "It's a long story. Let us wait for the Reikage to arrive before discussing it." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure enveloped in lightning burst through the ceiling, descending from above. "Ike, is that really you?" exclaimed A. His previously neat hairstyle was now tousled by the effects of the lightning chakra mode as he rushed forward with the fierce demeanor of an angry lion. Ike's eyes widened slightly, as this scene reminded him of his initial crossing into the parallel timeline, nearly receiving an elbow strike from the fourth Reikage upon opening his eyes. Although he sensed no imminent danger from Ike instinctively activated the enhanced lightning chakra mode, preparing to evade. AI was taken aback. He had merely entered the max state of lightning release chakra due to a surge of excitement. However, the speed displayed by Ike at that moment had experienced an astonishing enhancement compared to before his disappearance, which was truly peculiar. "What on earth is the matter with you, kid?" he inquired, while swiftly closing the distance to Ike, contemplating a test of his strength. Consequently, the assembled Umbu shinobi witnessed a game of cat and mouse between two figures enveloped in lightning, one large and one small, as they shattered countless doors, windows, and walls of the Reikage building. The then secretary of the Reikage, a middle-aged man, felt his heart skip a beat at the sight, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. It was well known that the Reikage had a penchant for breaking windows, doors, and pounding tables, and thus, the orders from the Reikage building alone sustained the furniture industry of Kimogakure. Yet, judging by the current spectacle, it seemed that future orders for furniture from the Reikage building would likely double. Chapter 12. The Gift of Farewell within a dimly lit underground space. Half in shadow and half illuminated, a peculiar creature resembling a carnivorous plant spoke, according to reports from White Zetsu, the son of the fourth Reikage, who has been inexplicably missing for 3 months, reappeared in the hidden cloud yesterday. Before them stood a man donning an orange whirlpool mask, none other than Uchiha Obito, often regarded as the second puppet in the original narrative. "This trivial information does not warrant a report," Obito said in a low voice. The sudden disappearance of the Reikage's son had stirred considerable unrest in the hidden cloud during this period. Black Zetsu remarked ominously. "I had White Zetsu investigate, but no trace of the Reikage's son was found. Yet now, that lad has re-emerged in the hidden cloud. Perhaps he has undergone some extraordinary experience, akin to Jiraiya's past." Obito had indeed heard of this from Black Zetsu. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was once a mere underachiever in his youth. However, due to a failed summoning technique, he inadvertently stumbled into the sage's abode, where he honed his skills and became a formidable ninja. It is worth noting that Obito himself had once been an underachiever, transformed into his current self only after enduring profound suffering. Even Jiraiya would lack the ability to impede us, and as for that Reikage's son, he is merely an ordinary mortal devoid of a potent bloodline. He is not worth our concern. Upon hearing this, Zetsu fell silent. Yet, within Black Zetsu's heart lingered a faint smirk. As an entity that had lurked in the shinobi world for millennia, he would not overlook any intelligence that could potentially alter the course of events. While Jiraiya may not significantly influence the grand narrative, should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary. Foolish Obito, he mused. Even as he becomes a hidden mastermind, he remains devoid of wisdom. This, however, simplifies my ability to manipulate him. The ambition of unifying the shinobi world under the fourth Reikage. Listening to Ike recount the experiences from another parallel timeline over the past 3 months, AI found himself engulfed in doubt. Although leading the hidden cloud towards glory had always been AI's dream, hearing that this vision had been realized by another version of himself in a different world was difficult for him to accept. By the way, AI interjected. "You mentioned that Minato Namikaze joined the hidden cloud and even became a member of the Umbu. I recall battling alongside B in the Third Great Ninja War against Minato, yet we gained no advantage. From that brief encounter, I sensed that he was not one to willingly align himself with the enemy. Rather, he would likely fight until his last breath." Ike had contemplated this matter as well. He and AI shared such thoughts, merely influenced by their preconceived notions of Minato. If the parallel timeline indeed represented the fourth Reikage's infinite Tsukimi world, then apart from the Reikage as the protagonist, all others would exist akin to supporting characters. Their personalities and abilities distorted compared to their original portrayals. Much like in the limited narrative of Tsuki no Yomi, the individual who ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage, dedicating his life to the protection of the village, was none other than Sakura's father, Haruno Sho. In contrast, the character of Minato Namikaze exhibited a more selfish inclination. His paramount desire was not merely to sacrifice himself for others, but rather to safeguard the family he cherished. In different realms, even individuals who appear identical may possess varying temperaments, mused Ike. I did not dispute this notion. Ike extracted a scroll from his pocket, placing it upon the table. This is a farewell gift from the fourth Reikage. Within it lies. He paused, momentarily taken aback despite having perused its contents beforehand. A opened the scroll, and the first line of text caused his pupils to constrict. Flying Thunder God Technique. He hastily unfurled the scroll completely, revealing a succession of techniques: revised lightning release chakra mode, dust release secret technique, light and heavy rock technique, spiritualization technique, detailed explanation of the vortex sealing technique, and the impure world reincarnation. These secret techniques. A's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he still struggled to accept that another version of himself possessed the power to unify the ninja world, the mere existence of these techniques undeniably validated the authenticity of this revelation. If the ninja world had not been unified, how could such an array of classified techniques, revered in various ninja villages, have been amassed? Ike nodded. The fourth Reikage is aware of our cloud village's relative weakness. He entrusted these techniques to me, perhaps in hopes of augmenting our strength. He was astounded by the fourth Reikage's generosity, yet felt a tinge of regret. Missing were the 8 gates of death and the impure world reincarnation, which could swiftly summon a formidable fighting force. Ike believed that had the fourth Reikage possessed these 2 techniques, he would have surely shared them. The only plausible explanation was that, for some reason, these 2 techniques had not manifested in that parallel timeline. You rascal! A suppressed his astonishment, shifting his gaze towards Ike, finally voicing his deepest curiosity. What exactly is this so-called space-time ninjutsu of yours? Aside from summoning techniques, the Cloud Village had other space-time ninjutsu, albeit primarily for the transportation of goods, known as the Heavenly Transfer Technique. I could not recall Ike ever having encountered such space-time ninjutsu. Since Ike had countered the attack from his ninja school instructor, Copper Ash, he had suddenly developed an interest in scientific research and sealing techniques, ultimately immersing himself entirely in the study of sealing methods. It wasn't until 3 months ago that he inexplicably vanished, prompting A to mobilize the resources of the Cloud Village for a large-scale search across the ninja world. Upon Ike's return, he learned that Ike had acquired some inexplicable space-time ninjutsu, leaving him in a state of profound perplexity. This was a matter Ike found difficult to elucidate to his father. He was aware of the future storyline and felt that traversing parallel worlds fell within the comprehension of a ninja. However, the notion of reincarnation and the existence of a temporal anomaly akin to those found within an alliance universe was undoubtedly a challenge to the very worldview of a ninja. Consequently, Ike could only once again invoke the omnipotent sage of 6 paths. In the battle against Copper Gray, I awakened the bloodline of the 6 paths within me, and, through the study of sealing techniques, I thoroughly mastered a form of temporal ability. 3 months ago, it was my failure to control the force that inadvertently led me into another realm. Ike spread his hands, yet it seems that this misfortune has turned into a blessing, for I can now wield my temporal powers with complete freedom. Ike first took a moment to digest the information conveyed by Ike, and then his eyes gleamed with intrigue. Oh, could it be that you possess other abilities? Recalling the moment, he inadvertently utilized time reversal against the assassin Copper Gray. A smile graced Ike's lips as he nodded and declared, "Indeed, I have now become akin to an immortal being." Chapter 13. The Imminent Kidnapping Scheme, the Immortal Body? AI raised an eyebrow, pondering that Ike might be somewhat naive. As a seasoned warrior known as the Reikage, he firmly believed that the notion of an immortal being was mere folly. It is merely a metaphor, Ike chuckled. If my enemies cannot kill me by any means, does that not qualify as immortality? Intrigued, AI considered that the only way to ensure one could not be slain by adversaries would be through an extraordinarily powerful physique and unparalleled speed. Unfortunately, even his father, the third Reikage, whose lightning release chakra mode was unrivaled and whose body could withstand the onslaught of jutsu, ultimately fell in battle against the Stone Village. Likewise, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, celebrated as the fastest ninja in the world, could not escape death, having perished during the Ninetales turmoil 2 years prior. AI was curious how Ike could possibly render himself impervious to death. Ike then unsheathed a kunai, casually slicing his hand, blood gushing forth from the wound. Observing this, AI was momentarily perplexed, but what transpired next left him utterly astonished. Ike's body glimmered faintly as the blood, seemingly defying the laws of time, rapidly ascended back into his body. In the blink of an eye, the wound on Ike's hand had vanished completely. Is this time reversal? AI exclaimed in disbelief. One could say so, Ike replied confidently. Through this space-time ninjutsu, I can revert my body to a state prior to injury. Even if I were to suffer a pierced heart or a slit throat, I could activate this ability in an instant. With a self-assured smile, Ike added, if I were to encounter a formidable foe capable of annihilating my body in an instant, I could even unleash my full power and escape into an alternate timeline, leaving no chance for death. AI fell silent. In his over 30 years as a ninja, he had never encountered such an enigmatic ability. It appeared that the concept of immortality held some merit after all. With this power of temporal regression, Ike could nearly evade death in any circumstance. At this moment, when the narrative had yet to unfold, AI realized there were indeed other peculiar abilities in the ninja world, such as a mysterious masked man capable of shifting his physical form to the Kamui dimension, thus evading attacks in the real world. Gazing at Ike, who was still under 5 years old, AI felt a surge of complex emotions. Given the extraordinary abilities exhibited by his son at such a tender age, it was evident that he would carve out a significant place for himself in the future of the ninja realm. It seemed only fitting to regard him as a potential successor. With Ike's return, the Hidden Cloud village finally found peace once more. However, AI's responsibilities only multiplied. The revised effects of the lightning release chakra mode exceeded his expectations. As a relentless cultivator of strength, he immediately resolved to master this familiar yet foreign ninjutsu in the shortest time possible. As for the subsequent elements concerning natural energy, whether he could grasp them would depend on personal aptitude, which was not currently within his purview of concern. Returned with various secret techniques. An AI had already begun to select trusted individuals for training. The signature secret arts of Awakens and Konohagakure must not be easily revealed, should war arise again one day. They would undoubtedly serve as a trump card capable of determining the outcome of the battle. Amidst these steadily improving circumstances, AI quietly celebrated his 5th birthday. Interestingly, from the 1st to the 4th Reikage, the birthdays of these 4 leaders all fell on the first day of a particular month. AI followed this family tradition, celebrating his birthday on the 1st day of October. Shortly after his birthday, a piece of news from the village caught his attention. Kimogakure was preparing to send a delegation to Konohagakure to establish an alliance treaty. Upon learning this, AI hurried to the location where his father was training and directly asked, will the delegation sent to Konohagakure truly only be for the purpose of forming an alliance? AI removed his lightning armor and wiped the sweat from his brow, somewhat surprised by his father's question. Why do you ask that? He inquired. I was merely pondering whether you might assign them other covert missions, such as seizing the secret techniques or bloodlines of Konohagakure, even if they fail. It could serve as a pretext to provoke them and potentially ignite another war. Upon hearing AI's words, AI felt a tinge of astonishment. They say no one knows a child better than their father, yet here it seemed to be the opposite. He did not deny it. Instead, he nodded candidly. Indeed, this is an opportune moment. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is an exceptionally versatile ocular technique. If we in Kimogakure could obtain the Byakugan, our combat capabilities would increase significantly. Moreover, Konohagakure is currently experiencing a serious depletion of strong fighters. Even should we initiate another war, I am confident we could defeat them. AI clenched his fist and smiled. Thanks to the new version of the lightning release chakra mode you brought back from another world, my strength has improved, and I feel more assured in facing Konohagakure. AI was somewhat speechless. His father truly enjoyed stirring up trouble. If they pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen too far, he might resort to the Reaper Death Seal to restore order. He elaborated to AI, I believe that even if we were to successfully seize the Byakugan, it would not necessarily create true top-tier warriors. In this world where power is self-derived, only those who reach the level of Senju Hashirama can wield decisive influence. Currently, Kimogakure does not possess the strength to overcome Konohagakure. It is best to focus on steady development. Unexpectedly, AI was incensed by these words, retorting, having witnessed the 4th Reikage from another world, do you deem my abilities too feeble? AI furrowed his brow, I merely think. With a sweeping gesture, AI interrupted, my decision is made. You, who are not even a fully fledged ninja, should refrain from offering unsolicited advice. You will regret this. Seeing that his words had no effect, AI turned away with a cold expression, while AI's voice faintly echoed behind him. I am the Reikage. As AI watched AI's departing figure, his expression softened, and he let out a gentle sigh. Having resolved to nurture Eik as the next Raikage, he must now contemplate how to guide Ike's development. Indeed, Ike's recent assertions hold a certain validity, which brings him solace. However, he must also impart a crucial lesson to A. The meek, whose voices are faint, possess no authority in the presence of the mighty. Furthermore, he harbors an ulterior motive regarding the impending conflict with Konoha. The potential residing within this young man is immeasurable. Perhaps, after enduring the crucible of war, he may evolve into a formidable figure akin to the fourth Raikage of another era, thereby fulfilling the grand ambition of Kumogakure to dominate the ninja world. Like his father, the third Raikage, he is willing to exhaust himself, becoming the very fuel that ignites Ike's journey of growth. Chapter 14. The Defection of Ike. The day following the departure of the envoy to Konoha from the Hidden Cloud, the newly appointed Raikage secretary, Mabu-e, hurriedly rushed to the Raikage's office, her expression tense and a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. In a flustered tone, she exclaimed, "It's bad, Lord Raikage." "Do not panic. Take your time and explain," Ike calmly replied from behind his desk. He found himself missing his predecessor, whose diligent work ethic had resulted in an overwhelming burden and subsequent illness after the chaotic return of Ike during their last encounter in the Hive building. Mabu-e, a bright and capable 16-year-old, had recently been selected as the Raikage's secretary. She was astute in her duties and possessed the technique of heavenly delivery. However, seeing the flustered demeanor of the dark-skinned, white-haired girl, Ike furrowed his brows. Clearly, the new secretary was still unsettled by unexpected circumstances. Noticing Ike's composed demeanor, Mabu-e took a moment to gather herself before reporting, "Umbu ninjas discovered Utsuki unconscious at his residence. It appears he was struck down 2 days prior." "What?" Ike gasped, abruptly rising to his feet. His reaction was understandable. Utsuki was one of the envoys sent to Konoha, and if he had been incapacitated at home 2 days ago, then who was the Utsuki that had departed with the envoy from the Hidden Cloud yesterday? The image of Ike flickered through his mind. With a resounding crash, the desk, which had been appointed alongside Mabu-e, fulfilled its purpose. Ike clenched his fist and directed his gaze at Mabu-e, stating, "I understand. I will handle this." With that, he swiftly broke through the glass wall behind him, soaring towards a certain location in the village. Mabu-e stood frozen, seemingly petrified, as she faintly heard Ike's furious shout, "Ike, you rascal." After Ike's return, he had spent his time at home, partly to keep his mother, Ranine, company, and partly to study the secret techniques bestowed by the fourth Raikage. When Ike burst through the door, he found Ike engrossed in the scroll of the light and heavy rock technique, his expression earnest. Everything appeared normal, and Ike looked at him with an innocent expression, prompting Ike to nearly doubt his initial assumptions. However, he quickly deduced that if the boy were truly oblivious, there would be no reason for him to look at him in such a manner. "Why did you target Utsuki?" Ike interrogated. "What exactly are you planning? And who was the imposter Utsuki within the envoy?" Instead of responding to Ike's inquiries, Ike leisurely rolled up the scroll of the light and heavy rock technique. This ninjutsu comprised 2 aspects: the light rock technique, which reduced the density of an object to lighten its weight, thereby enhancing speed and enabling flight, and the heavy rock technique, which conversely increased an object's weight, thereby augmenting the power of an attack. The technique of heavy stone jutsu aligns seamlessly with the combat style of the fourth Raikage. In the original series, during the Battle of the Five Kage against the reanimated Madara Uchiha, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had employed the heavy stone jutsu to amplify the fourth Raikage's attacks, thereby shattering Madara's blue plastic shield. Ike possesses the 4 fundamental chakra natures: earth, water, lightning, and wind, and thus is capable of mastering this ninjutsu. However, upon meticulous examination, Ike realized that to practice this technique, he must first comprehend the transformations of earth chakra. Currently, he has yet to engage in an in-depth study of chakra nature, and thus, regretfully, he has set aside the heavy stone jutsu for the time being. Noticing Ike's relaxed demeanor, A's forehead twitched slightly. His son had always been quite sensible since childhood. Although A had a fiery temper, he had never truly disciplined Ike. However, today seemed like the right moment for Ike to experience the weight of paternal love. Observing Ike's fidgeting, Ike grinned and said, I heard that the scenery in Konoha is vastly different from that of Kumogakure, so I thought I'd join the delegation for a sightseeing tour." "You mean to say you disguised yourself as Yusuke, and infiltrated the delegation. I gasped, momentarily losing the desire to resort to violence. Since Ike had taken on Yusuke's guise, what stood before him was undoubtedly a shadow clone, which could not withstand his punch. Taking a moment to compose himself, I finally asked, "What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Do not try to placate me with tales of visiting Konoha. My intentions are quite simple," I calmly explained. "I merely wish to thwart the hidden mission of the delegation. I previously discussed this with you, but since you disagreed, I had no choice but to act on my own. That said, I genuinely do wish to explore Konoha. After all, Konoha is a pivotal location in the original storyline. It would be rather difficult not to stamp my passport there. Once I become a shinobi of Kyumogakure, returning to Konoha will be considerably more complicated." I was taken aback by Ike's unwavering stance on preventing this matter. With his previous attempts at persuasion failing, he furrowed his brow at Ike's approach. Noticing his father's dissatisfaction with his reasoning, Ike sighed and played the emotional card. "When I was missing, you and mother must have felt the agony of losing a child. Haven to you? What you are doing now is merely attempting to inflict that pain upon others." I replied coldly, "Such naive thinking. If one seeks to prevent others from suffering, it is oneself who will bear the wounds. The strength of Kyumogakure is built upon the suffering of its enemies." Ike's words did resonate with yet in the harsh reality of the shinobi world, where even those one cares for cannot be adequately protected, who has the luxury to concern themselves with the sorrows and anguish of others? I speculated that perhaps his overprotection of Ike had led his son to harbor such an innocent perspective. Ike smirked, realizing that even through such empathetic reasoning, he could not sway his father. It appeared that the world of mutual understanding, which had been sought since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, was merely a beautiful illusion. The Hidden Cloud Village indeed grew increasingly powerful through its relentless plundering of resources. By the time of the 5th Hokage Tsunade's administration in Konoha, it had subtly emerged as the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. Yet, what significance does that hold? With the Sage of Six Paths actively intervening, 2 mere 16-year-old youths ascended to the ranks of Six Paths level power, rendering the entirety of the Hidden Cloud Village insufficient to contend against them. Ultimately, in this world, personal strength remains paramount. The protagonist's father, having never encountered a divine being, fails to grasp this reality, mistakenly believing that the mere might of the Hidden Cloud would allow it to dominate the ninja world. Presently, Ike has awakened the power of time, qualifying him for divinity, convinced that the future of the Hidden Cloud lies within him. While Hashirama Senju did not bring suffering to other ninja villages during his lifetime, Konoha undoubtedly stood as the mightiest in the ninja realm. In a final retort, Ike's shadow clone exploded into a cloud of smoke and vanished. "Darling, why are you home so early?" At that moment, Raijin, having just returned from the market with a basket of groceries, noticed Ike standing alone and curiously inquired, "Where's little Ike?" Ike plopped down onto the sofa, exhaling heavily and grumpily replied, "He has defected." What? Chapter 15. The Envoy and Compromise. As 2 of the 5 great nations, the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire, possess vast territories. The distance between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Leaf is nearly 10 days of travel, even at the swift pace of a ninja. As the envoy to the Leaf, the delegation does not need to rush. The quartet travels at a leisurely pace. Although they set off yesterday, they have yet to leave the borders of the Land of Thunder. In the midst of their journey, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard suddenly spoke up. "Yusuke, it seems your strength has significantly improved of late. You've traversed such a distance without showing any signs of fatigue." The middle-aged man, named Takai, is a hidden jonin within the team. According to their plan, the envoy team is ostensibly led by the Chunin Achui, who is executing a kidnapping scheme. Once they reach the Leaf, Achui will act independently. Should he fall at the hands of the Leaf, Takai will step forward to exert pressure on them in representation of the Hidden Cloud. Upon hearing Takai's words, the group's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. They were not well acquainted prior to this mission, having only been assembled for this task, and their knowledge of one another was limited. However, as the true leader concealed within the team, Takai was undoubtedly the most aware of the other circumstances. His words instantly drew the suspicious gazes of the other 2 towards the individual masquerading as Yusuke, played by Ike. With a forced smile, Yusuke stammered, "Why is everyone looking at me? Come on, let us keep moving." "You are not Yusuke." Takai discreetly produced a shuriken, frowning as he inquired, "Who are you? And what is your purpose in infiltrating our envoy?" Seeing that the ruse had been uncovered, Ike decided to drop the act. With a resounding bang, he dispelled his transformation, reverting to his true form. Ike, Master Ike. The other three immediately recognized his identity, their surprise palpable. Several months prior, the son of the Raikage, Ike, had mysteriously vanished. In a bid to locate him, the Raikage had mobilized numerous ninja forces across the shinobi world, and they were somewhat aware of the situation. Eventually, it was said that Ike had been found under mysterious circumstances, leading the matter to gradually fade from public consciousness. How had this esteemed heir of the Hidden Cloud clandestinely infiltrated the envoy to the Leaf? Takai found himself at a loss. He did not believe this to be the Raikage's design, otherwise he would have been informed. The only truth was clear. The restless youth had acted on his own accord. Why did you infiltrate our team, Yusuke? Takai pressed. Rest assured, Yusuke is unharmed. I merely let him sleep at home for a while. And he has now been discovered by the villagers, Ike explained. Prior to his departure, Ike had arranged for a shadow clone, intending to expose Yusuke's situation once the envoy had left the Hidden Cloud. Otherwise, had Yusuke remained unconscious at home, no one would have been the wiser, even in death. Now, with the memories of the shadow clone returned, there was no longer any concern about exposure. It is rather unfortunate. I had anticipated that during this period, the envoy would have progressed to other nations. I never expected the pace of our journey to be so sluggish. And we have yet to depart from the land of thunder. As for my purpose, Ek chuckled, I have long desired to witness the renowned landscapes of Konoha. Regrettably, my stubborn family does not consent, so I shall resort to my own methods. Hearing this, Takai breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the individual merely infiltrated the envoy out of mischief. He spoke earnestly. Ek, our journey to Konoha is to maintain peace between the two great nations. It would be best if you refrained from causing any disruptions. Fortunately, there is still some time before the treaty is to be signed. So we shall return the same way and escort you back to the Hidden Cloud. As Takai spoke, he cast his gaze towards the other two. Do you have any objections? Among them, Artui was the nominal leader of the envoy, albeit merely a pawn executing the plans, while the other was an ordinary chunin, much like the replaced Yuzui. Thus, neither of them could oppose Takai's proposal. Observing Takai's swift arrangements, Ek expressed his displeasure. Are you certain? My abilities far surpass those of Yuzui. I am no burden. Takai could only smile bitterly. Their mission to Konoha was to seize the Byakugan bloodline and incite war between the two nations, and dragging Ek along would only place him in peril. He shook his head. This matter does not concern your strength. It would be best if you did not complicate our situation. Then I shall not insist. Since we have already departed from the Hidden Cloud, I will leave the entourage and make my own way to Konoha, Ek retorted, glancing around at the others. In any case, given your capabilities, you cannot possibly apprehend me and return me to the Hidden Cloud. Artui exchanged a glance with the other chunin, feeling slighted. Yet remembering that Yuzui had already fallen to Ek, they ultimately chose silence. If that is the case, I must offend you, Master Ek. Takai's expression darkened, and he swiftly advanced towards Ek. Ek wasted no words. A surge of lightning erupted from his form, augmenting his speed to an unimaginable degree, effortlessly evading Takai's assault. How swift! Takai marveled internally, and upon recognizing Ek's mastery of the lightning-release chakra mode, he sighed and remarked, at such a tender age, you have already mastered the lightning-release chakra mode. It seems you truly are a prodigy. As a jonin who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War, Takai understood that with the speed Ek had just displayed, only an elite jonin might have the chance to subdue him. The presence of such power in a mere 5-year-old child left him with an unsettling sense of having lived for years in the shadow of mediocrity. Acknowledging the reality, Takai resignedly stated, very well, since you have resolved to go to Konoha, you may accompany the envoy. Lacking the strength to retain Ek, there was no means to forcibly return him to the Hidden Cloud. Should we allow Yak to wander aimlessly outside the envoy in the ninja world, the repercussions could potentially be far more severe. Therefore, it would be wiser to have Yak join the envoy, as this would at least ensure his safety. As for the subsequent tasks upon arriving in Konoha, we can simply carry on as usual without him. Observing Takai's understanding, Yak felt a sense of relief. He had initially thought Takai was similar to most individuals from the Cloud Village, prone to acting impulsively. However, it now appeared that he was quite composed, capable of leading the envoy with a level-headed approach. Let us take the sea route to the Land of Fire. I have never traveled by boat before. Yak remarked with a smile. Traveling from the land of thunder to the land of fire by land would involve passing through several smaller nations. But taking the sea route would render their movements far more elusive. Well, all right then, Takai conceded, understanding that Yak wished to evade any pursuers dispatched by the Rakage. Though he found it difficult to refuse. Otherwise, this young lad would undoubtedly attempt to break away from the envoy and roam freely. Chapter 16. Orochimaru. Nestled in the vast expanse of the ocean lies a diminutive isle known as Kikuoto. Due to its unique climatic conditions and its remoteness from human exploitation, Kikuoto serves as a veritable sanctuary for the growth of medicinal herbs, akin to a natural apothecary. A figure emerged from the island, calm and composed, with the undulating sea reflecting their silhouette, long, sleek black hair, pale skin, and enigmatic serpent-like eyes. It was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who had defected from Konohagakure several years prior. Orochimaru swallowed a storage scroll brimming with various herbs and leisurely boarded the vessel anchored at the shore. In the years following his defection, he had spent the majority of his time in a laboratory within the land of water, conducting experiments in human modification alongside a subordinate named Tenchi. The results had been promising, successfully transforming a young girl into a being that was half human, half fish, granting her the ability to navigate the waters with agility, thereby significantly enhancing her combat capabilities in aquatic environments. Drawing from his experimental insights, Orochimaru had successfully integrated serpentine traits into his own being, even developing a unique technique to evade harm through shedding his skin, known as the snake technique. Consequently, the research in the land of water had become utterly futile. Furthering such pointless human modifications would not unveil the secrets of immortality he so desperately sought. Let Tenchi, that fool, continue to indulge in dreams of creating an underwater army. With these thoughts, Orochimaru departed from the land of water, intent on re-entering the world of shinobi. His pursuit of immortality had yielded little progress over the years, though he had formulated a vague concept concerning the transference of souls. During this journey back to the shinobi realm, he intended to travel widely, seeking potential candidates worthy of recruitment, thereby alleviating the need to personally engage in menial tasks such as herb gathering. He also pondered methods to secure funding for his immortality experiments. Perhaps he could deceive a small nation into persuading their daimyo to support the establishment of a shinobi village, thus acquiring the financial backing he required. As Orochimaru contemplated these schemes within the cabin, the boat suddenly rocked violently. The captain, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, rushed in, his demeanor fraught with panic. "My lord, we have encountered a misfortune. A sudden storm has arisen at sea. Given the size of this vessel, I fear." His voice was steeped in regret, his complexion drained of color. As a seasoned captain with over a decade of experience, he should not have made such a grievous error. Yet, in deference to Orochimaru's lavish expectations, he had stubbornly chosen to set sail. Now, faced with the tempest's ferocity, the captain envisioned a textbook disaster unfolding before him. Orochimaru chuckled softly, exuding an air of calm. "There is no need for alarm, Captain." He rose from his seat and approached the captain with a leisurely gait, whispering, "A mere storm cannot bring about my demise. However, you and your crew should pray for a stroke of good fortune." The captain's initially anxious gaze faltered, gradually becoming vacant. Orochimaru slowly withdrew a bloodied serpent into his sleeve, delicately licking the corner of his mouth with his elongated tongue. The vessel rocked violently, and Orochimaru, in a splendidly frugal mood, leapt from the window into the sea. As a formidable ninja with a modified body, he could indeed survive on the ocean, albeit in a somewhat awkward manner. However, given the circumstances, he bore no psychological burden. Transforming into a white serpent, Orochimaru discerned his surroundings and began to swim in a particular direction. Before long, he encountered a ship several times larger than the one he had just vacated, which also seemed to be circumventing the storm. Quietly ascending the larger vessel, the white serpent drew no attention. To his surprise, 3 ninjas adorned with the symbol of the Cloud Village were aboard. These Cloud ninjas appeared quite ordinary, lacking the renown of formidable figures within the ninja world. Calculating the time, it seemed they were a delegation dispatched by the Cloud Village to negotiate a peace treaty with Konoha. Instantly, Orochimaru condemned this Cloud delegation to death in his mind. An effortless task that could also create trouble for both the Cloud and Konoha. Why not seize the opportunity? However, his focus swiftly shifted elsewhere. Several months prior, The disappearance of the fourth Raikage sun and the subsequent search efforts by the Cloud had reached even him, despite his distance in the land of water. Thus, he quickly recognized that the child accompanying the Cloud ninjas was none other than the missing son of the fourth Raikage. But why was this lost child present within the envoy to Konoha? Driven by curiosity and caution, Orochimaru chose not to act immediately, instead opting to conceal himself aboard the grand ship. Ike reclined on a sun lounger on the deck, idly toying with a reddish-brown jade pendant. This was a token handed to him by Kuratsuchi before he departed from the parallel timeline. Having returned to this world for some time now, Ike found himself yearning for the impudent boy he had so carelessly mistreated. In contrast to Ike's leisurely demeanor, Takai was somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated such ill fortune for their party. Only a few days at sea, and they were met with a tempest. The peril of drifting upon the ocean lay in the relinquishment of one's fate to the heavens, leaving no refuge in the face of unexpected calamities. Following the captain's advice to take a detour, their scheduled rendezvous with Konoha grew increasingly pressing. Moreover, with the alteration of their course, the summoning ninja eagle that maintained communication with the Cloud may very well lose track of the delegation. A piercing eagle's cry suddenly resonated from the sky, startling Takai, for it did not resemble the call of their own summoning eagle. An immense shadow enveloped the ship, and a fierce gust of wind swept through, prompting the crew to instinctively look up, where they beheld a colossal eagle, far larger than the average bird of prey, soaring toward the vessel. Aside from the 4 members of the Cloud delegation, the rest on board were mere ordinary individuals, defenseless against the impending assault, and they erupted into panicked cries. An aged sailor, with a pallid complexion, exclaimed in distress, "This is dire. In our haste to evade the tempest, we have inadvertently trespassed into this forbidden sea. Reveal all the information you possess." Takai commanded, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, thunder wave. A formidable bolt of lightning erupted from Takai's hand, striking the colossal eagle in the sky. The old sailor, aware that only the accompanying ninja could safeguard their lives, hurriedly divulged everything he knew. This is a sea that sailors universally acknowledge as forbidden. Whenever a vessel enters the vicinity, enormous avian creatures or sea beasts will attack, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Ike, pondering with a hand on his chin, contemplated the peculiar weather and the notion of a forbidden sea. Could they have navigated to the Grand Line? Yet, according to the old sailor's words, it seemed that the giant eagles and sea beasts of this forbidden territory did not appear by chance. Rather, it appeared as though they were guarding something and intentionally assaulting outsiders. Chapter 17. The initial trial of the Thunderblade, lightning release, gratitude wave. With a low shout, Takai unleashed a tempestuous burst of lightning from his hand, roaring towards the giant eagles soaring above. However, the anticipated scene of a swift victory did not unfold. Instead, the giant eagle flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that dispersed the incoming lightning. Concealed in the shadows, Orochimaru could not resist extending his tongue to cleanse his face, a flicker of interest igniting within him. This majestic eagle employed a wind-release ninjutsu, clearly not an ordinary creature, but rather akin to a summoned beast. He had, of course, heard the old crew members' earlier information and understood that this summoning had a specific purpose for attacking vessels that entered this maritime domain. What, then, are you safeguarding? Observing the eagle engaged in a fierce ninjutsu clash with Takai, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The onlookers on the deck were equally astonished upon witnessing the eagle's formidable abilities. Could this eagle be the future summoning beast of Sasuke? Ike furrowed his brow in contemplation, his memory of Sasuke acquiring such an inconsequential plot point rather hazy. Meanwhile, Achui and his companion hurried forward, each employing their specialized ninjutsu to join forces with Takai against the giant eagle. Given Takai's rank as a high-level ninja, his performance should not have been so lackluster. However, much of his strength was invested in lightning release techniques, which were completely countered by the eagle's wind release, making it difficult to swiftly conclude the battle. Ike sighed, contemplating the possibility of intervening, yet he had yet to learn any offensive ninjutsu suitable for such aerial foes, rendering him somewhat ineffectual. After returning to the village, he resolved to acquire some fundamental 5 nature release techniques. Moreover, he must not overlook the essential skill of the time traveler, the Rasengan, which was not only versatile, but also instrumental in training chakra transformation. He needed to master it promptly. A piercing eagle cry interrupted Ike's thoughts. He looked up to see the giant eagle, now adorned with wounds from the ninjutsu barrage unleashed by Takai and his companions, its once resplendent feathers dimming in luster. Sensing its impending defeat, the eagle, displaying a degree of sentience, soared higher, distancing itself from the ship. Such formidable prowess, my lords! The old crew member exclaimed excitedly. It was his first encounter with a ninja's battle, and had he known it would be this exhilarating, he might have sought to join a ninja village in his youth, perhaps even aspiring to become a Hokage. His words seemed to awaken the other crew members, who collectively expressed their astonishment. Yet, the ninjas present, including the concealed Orochimaru, remained focused on the giant eagle. Its movements did not suggest retreat. Rather, it appeared poised to launch an assault. "Master Ike, be careful," Takai cried out, recognizing that the eagle's target was Ike on the deck. As he beheld the eagle hurtling towards him at great speed, Ike's lips twitched. It seemed the creature had mistaken him for the softest target among the crew. One could say the bird possessed some intelligence, albeit limited. It was time to test the fruits of his recent training. Ike's gaze sharpened, electric arcs dancing across his limbs. With a sudden leap onto the deck, his form shot upward with remarkable speed. In midair, he positioned his hand horizontally like a blade and struck fiercely at the colossal eagle. The furious lightning chakra coiled around Ike's forearm and palm, subtly forming a razor-sharp edge that sliced through the giant bird's body with relentless force, subsequently severing one of its wings. A mournful cry erupted from the eagle as it lost all balance and plummeted into the water. Ike spun gracefully in the air before nimbly landing back on the deck, casually shaking his arms. Yet, the deck was engulfed in an eerie silence. The old crew members, who had once fantasized about becoming ninjas, were now drenched in sweat, their expressions twisted in disbelief. What had they witnessed? A mere child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, leaping 3 to 4 stories high and effortlessly cleaving a formidable giant eagle in half. The notion of becoming a ninja now seemed perilously daunting. They felt it was far better to remain humble sailors. Takai exchanged a glance with his companion, his voice trembling as he remarked on the captain's extraordinary lightning technique. Young Master Ike is only 5, isn't he? Kakashi, the prodigy of Konoha, had just graduated from the ninja academy at that age. Achui also found it hard to believe. He had already known Ike was strong, at least stronger than Yuzui. However, witnessing Ike's brutally effective combat style firsthand left him feeling as if the sky had fallen. The disparity between geniuses and ordinary individuals was staggering, far greater than that between humans and dogs. In the shadows, Orochimaru chuckled with excitement. What an exceptional little brat, given Ike's displayed prowess at such a tender age. It seemed inevitable that in just a few years, he would ascend to the ranks of the 5 Kage, stirring ambitions within Orochimaru, who lacked formidable subordinates. Moreover, his yet-to-be-formed secret technique for immortality likely sought to have the soul abandon its original vessel in pursuit of a more powerful container. Ike, with his extraordinary talent and striking appearance, possessed all the qualifications to serve as such a vessel. Indeed, it was only by leaving Konoha that one could uncover a myriad of surprises within the ninja world. "Thank you, Master Suratobi." While Orochimaru plotted in the shadows, Ike nonchalantly returned to his sun chair, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with his earlier display of lightning technique. Even the average 4th Raikage in this world could wield a formidable lightning chakra blade, yet his own attempt had failed to take on a true blade form. Ultimately, it stemmed from a deficiency in chakra control and transformation. However, he believed that once he completed his training with the Rasengan, this issue would be resolved. Suddenly, a splash echoed from the waters outside the ship, drawing everyone's attention away from the shock Ike had just delivered. "What the?" One crew member cursed upon glancing at the sea. Ike and the others sensed something amiss and quickly turned their gaze toward the ocean. Suddenly, the surface of the sea surged with tumultuous waves, revealing the formidable forms of 3 colossal sea creatures, rivaling the size of giant eagles. A fearsome giant crab, a shark measuring nearly 10 meters in length, and a massive octopus twisting its slippery tentacles emerged from the depths. Takai's expression darkened, his countenance reflecting his unease. On solid ground, the 4 of them could have confronted these 3 spirit beasts, but now, amidst the vastness of the ocean, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, in the very domain of their adversaries. This predicament was indeed quite daunting. His gaze flickered over to the 2 fellow Chunin beside him before shifting to Ek. Should the situation worsen, He resolved to protect Ike at all costs, even if it meant forsaking everyone else. Chapter 18. The direction guided by sea beasts. Do not be hasty. These three sea creatures do not seem to harbor any intentions of attacking us, remarked Ike, furrowing his brow as he observed the three colossal beasts emerging from the depths. Upon hearing this, Takai and the others quickly resumed their scrutiny of the ocean outside the vessel, and indeed, as Ike had suggested, the sea beasts exhibited no aggression towards the ship but surrounded it from three distinct directions. It appeared they were attempting to guide us towards a particular course. Ike continued, pointing towards the opening in the encirclement formed by the creatures. Then, shall we? A crew member stammered, casting a glance towards Takai. With his utterance, many others among the crew responded similarly, their faces alight with a glimmer of hope. They were acutely aware that, in the face of such peril, while the esteemed ninjas might find a path to safety, the chances of survival for ordinary individuals like themselves were exceedingly slim. If these sea beasts were indeed merely indicating a direction, it may be prudent to follow their lead, as it could offer them a chance to preserve their lives. Takai pondered deeply. To extricate themselves from the encirclement of the three oceanic spirits would likely entail a fierce struggle, the consequences of which would undoubtedly be dire. Conversely, advancing in the direction suggested by the sea beasts could result in delays, and the nature of what lay ahead remained uncertain. After much internal conflict, Takai resolved to speak decisively to the crew. Let us proceed in that direction. Upon hearing Takai's directive, a sense of relief washed over the crew. They dared not contemplate what awaited them ahead. At this moment, preserving their lives was a formidable feat with renewed determination. They set about maneuvering the ship to embark on their journey. In the shadows, Orochimaru refrained from revealing himself, for serpents excel in patience, waiting for their prey to expose their vulnerabilities before striking with lethal precision. This was not the opportune moment for him to emerge. The vessel resumed its voyage, gliding slowly towards the course indicated by the sea beasts. Along the way, the three creatures silently maintained their vigil, altering their positions should the ship deviate from its path, compelling it back onto the correct trajectory. Ike, standing at the bow, observed this scene and recognized that the intelligence of these spiritual beasts rivaled that of humans. However, unlike some spiritual creatures, they lacked the ability to articulate human language, which would have facilitated communication. Ike found himself intrigued by the art of summoning and the summoned beasts. Yet, to his knowledge, the Hidden Cloud Village possessed no particularly formidable summoned creatures. The most common were the summoning lizards and the summoning ninja hawks, adept at gathering information and relaying intelligence, but offering little assistance in combat. If one were to speak of true strength, it was undoubtedly the summoned beasts of the three great sanctuaries, which not only boasted numerous members, but also possessed unique sage modes. Alas, the heirs of the three great sanctuaries were all from Konohagakure, a realm currently beyond his reach. In a parallel timeline, he had encountered the contract holder of Mayaboka Mountain, Minato Namikaze, but at that time, Ike was preoccupied with numerous matters and had momentarily overlooked this aspect. Furthermore, even if he were to establish a summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain in that world, the success of summoning upon returning to this realm remained uncertain. As I pondered, a small shadow suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, gradually revealing its full form as we drew closer. It was a vibrant, mid-sized island. Many aboard the ship also noticed the island, and after a flurry of exchanges, they discovered that it was an island never before charted on any maritime maps. It seemed this island was indeed the domain protected by those mystical creatures. Orochimaru mused quietly. It appeared we were about to uncover the truth of the Forbidden Sea. Ike spoke to Takai and the others. At that moment, Atui, sporting a tuft of facial hair and a forehead protector that concealed his right eye, displayed a curious expression. Young Master Ike, have you made some new discovery? Each time Ike encountered Atui, he felt an urge to jest, wondering why he wore the forehead protector in such a manner, as if he were attempting to emulate Kakashi without possessing the Sharingan. He withheld his thoughts and merely replied, "We shall likely uncover the truth upon reaching the island." As we approached the island, murmurs of astonishment filled the air aboard the ship. On the sandy beach stood a young man clad in a white lab coat. Orochimaru frowned slightly. It was curious to see a researcher in such attire on this secluded island. During his years in the land of water, he had never sensed the presence of such neighbors. Clang! The grand vessel docked, and Takai signaled the crew to remain on standby before leaping ashore alone to negotiate with the young man in the lab coat. Shortly thereafter, Takai returned to the deck with a grave expression, summoning his 3 companions together. This island houses an organization dedicated to the study of mystical creatures. The enormous entities we encountered at sea were all products of their experiments. Upon hearing this, Ike inquired, "So, the so-called Forbidden Sea is merely a fabrication of tales, orchestrated by them to remain undetected while controlling those mystical beasts?" Takai nodded, affirming, "Indeed, they have always operated with utmost secrecy, managing to evade even the intelligence networks of the 5 great nations. Given that they wish to keep their research base hidden, why would they now allow those 3 sea beasts to guide us here?" Atsui questioned, his tone laced with uncertainty. Takai's expression grew serious, acknowledging the significance of the inquiry. He relayed that the young man had mentioned an essential research endeavor nearing completion, and upon learning of our origins from the hidden cloud, they had decided to invite us to witness the culmination of this experiment. Ike raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Their methods of inviting guests are rather brutish. Should we attend this meeting?" The nondescript Chunin in the delegation hesitated, suggesting that it would be wiser to return to the mainland and proceed to Konoha. Atsui concurred, "Indeed. There have been too many unforeseen events on this journey. I nearly forgot about our diplomatic mission. He is the one among the 4. Burdened with the most intricate emotions, he bears the responsibility of being the sacrificial pawn, required to lay down his life when necessary, thereby inciting the conflict between Konoha and Kumobikure. Although he had steeled himself for death before departing the village, the unforeseen arrival of A has precipitated a series of unexpected events along the way, nearly causing him to forget the weighty task he carries." Takai fixed his gaze upon Eik and inquired, "Young master, what course of action do you believe we should take next?" Upon hearing this, both Atsui and the middle-ranking shinobi expressed surprise, unable to comprehend why Takai, the leader of their team, would seek Ike's counsel. Noticing their bewilderment, Takai internally lamented their lack of perception. The more he interacted with Eik on this journey, the more he realized that the boy was far from being an ordinary 5-year-old, possessing remarkable strength and a rational mind. Though he is yet to meet the criteria of a Nin from the 5 great shinobi villages, he undeniably possesses the potential to become a special Nin. Most importantly, this exceptional son of the Reikage, barring any unforeseen circumstances, is highly likely to emerge as a leader surpassing all previous Reikage, ushering in a new era for Kumogakure. Chapter 19. The Spirit Beast Research Base. Chuanping felt a sense of melancholy. As the youngest researcher at this Spirit Beast Research Base, he had always been somewhat overlooked by his peers, just when they had arrived at a critical juncture in their experiments. That wretched team leader had the audacity to send him out to receive these cloud-hidden ninjas. Gazing at the 4 figures before him, 3 tall and 1 short, Chuanping's expression soured upon noticing a child among them. This research base is hardly a place for such youngsters to frolic. His irritation mounting, Chuanping heard the bearded leader of the cloud-hidden ninjas speak. This is the son of the 4th Reikage. Though he is yet to become a ninja, he possesses considerable talent and is far from an ordinary child. At the mention of the Reikage son, Chuanping's expression faltered, and he fell silent. Although situated far from the ninja world, his work in spirit beast research necessitated some understanding of the 5 great ninja villages, especially when funds were scarce and secrets of spirit beasts had to be discreetly sold. Currently, their research base was engaged in a project dubbed the Ultimate Spirit Beast. Perhaps the emergence of this ultimate being, embodying the strengths of all spirit beasts, would provide them with the confidence to confront the 5 great ninja villages. With Chuanping leading the way, the group swiftly traversed the island's forest and entered an underground passage. As they progressed, the temperature within the tunnel subtly increased, causing several cloud-hidden ninjas to grow increasingly vigilant. Our research base is located underground, adjacent to an active volcano, hence the elevated temperature. A robust voice resonated from ahead. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat approached them. "Pleased to meet you, esteemed cloud-hidden guests. I am Wenxiao, the head of this facility." A warm smile adorned his face, and his gaze brightened upon spotting Yak. "Ah, you must be the young lad who felled the spirit giant eagle. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." Chuanping, taken aback by the remark, thought, "Fell the giant eagle? That little brat?" Just as he was about to inquire about the situation from Wenxiao, the latter's gaze shifted to him, his tone losing all semblance of cordiality. "Why are you still here? There are numerous matters to attend to above ground, including feeding several spirit beast cubs. Yes, Chuanping clenched his fists, responding begrudgingly. That insufferable wretch. I will surely have my day of reckoning. Irritated and indignant, Chuanping retraced his steps through the underground passage, making his way to the surface. In the midst of his internal tirade against Wenqiu's condescending attitude, a thick white snake unexpectedly appeared in his line of sight. How did a snake find its way in here? Wenqiu's hospitality exceeded the expectations of the Cloud Hidden delegation, his demeanor astonishingly respectful. Sensing the wariness of the Cloud Hidden ninjas, Wenqiu tempered his enthusiasm slightly and shared his thoughts. Since discovering this spirit beast island 2 decades ago, I have established roots here, gradually transforming it into a research base for cultivating spirit beasts and discreetly selling them to the ninja world. In recent years, I have concealed my whereabouts out of fear that exposure to the gaze of the 5 great nations would leave me susceptible to the machinations of schemers, reducing me to a mere tool. The reason for inviting you here now is that I have developed an ultimate spirit beast, one that is impervious to the scrutiny of the 5 great nations. Henceforth, our spirit island shall engage in equal dialogue with these nations and partake in the trade of spirit beasts. As I spoke of my ambitions, a glimmer of hope sparkled in my eyes, and my tone brimmed with fervor. Exchanging glances, Ike and Takai deemed each other somewhat fanciful and paranoid. The earlier colossal eagle and sea beast posed a challenge primarily due to their dominion over the skies and seas. Their genuine prowess among combat spirit beasts was rather unremarkable. Should these spirit beasts truly manifest upon the battlefield of the shinobi world, a mere jonin could dispatch them with ease. And I suspect that this so-called ultimate spirit beast is only marginally superior. Recalling what Mr. Chuanping previously mentioned, that your research remains incomplete, Takai inquired with skepticism. How can you, Lord Wenqiu, be so confident that this ultimate spirit beast possesses the power to intimidate even the 5 great nations? In response, Wenqiu smiled with assuredness. Rest assured. My research is merely a step away from completion, and I foresee no unforeseen mishaps. The timing of your arrival at Spirit Island must surely be a divine arrangement. Once the experiment concludes, I hope you will convey Spirit Island's trade aspirations back to Yunin, and in return, I shall offer Yunin the most favorable prices among the 5 great nations. Ike interjected, there is no rush in this matter. Let us first witness the emergence of the ultimate spirit beast. Curiosity piqued, he pondered what this ultimate spirit beast could possibly be. In his understanding, the only entity deserving of such a title would be the 10 tails, which comprises the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. Beyond that, one might only consider the 10-tailed shell, a manifestation of the outer path. Should Wenqiu's claims fall short, and this so-called ultimate spirit beast prove inferior even to mere toads or dragon toads, it would indeed be a source of amusement. Having gleaned Ike's significance through their previous discourse, Wenqiu recognized him as the one among Yunin's delegation wielding the highest influence, and thus spoke without hesitation. Please, follow me. The group continued onward, soon entering an expansive subterranean chamber. Contrary to their expectations, this research facility was neither grand nor sophisticated. The surroundings were comprised of raw rock walls, devoid of any semblance of a scientific atmosphere. At the heart of the cavern lay a massive rectangular reservoir, overflowing with a mysterious green liquid that emitted a soft, luminous glow. Surrounding it were numerous transparent incubation pods, each containing various body parts of different spirit beasts. For years, funding had been scarce, and thus the environment had remained unaltered. Wenqiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly regained his composure. For once the ultimate spirit beast is born, we shall engage in trade with the great nations openly, and financial concerns would no longer be an issue. He extended his hand and pointed toward the reservoir, at which point the crowd noticed a massive silhouette faintly visible through the emerald liquid. It truly appeared to be well formed. Yak mused to himself. Upon first encountering this meager cave, he had lost all hope, but it seemed that this research facility possessed some intriguing elements after all. Wenqiu ascended to the platform and, addressing the bustling team of white-coated personnel beside the reservoir, clapped her hands and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, our guests have arrived. Let us officially commence the activation of the ultimate spirit beast." Chapter 20. The ferocious action in the workshop with the command from Wenqiu. The lab-coated individuals promptly proceeded to their respective stations. After a series of operations, the green liquid in the reservoir began to bubble vigorously. when Shio introduced his pride and joy to Yun-in and the others. This device, designed utilizing the geothermal energy of a volcanic hotspot, possesses the remarkable ability to facilitate biological fusion and growth. The ultimate spirit beast is on the verge of emergence. The bubbling intensified, and the massive silhouette within the liquid quivered slightly. In the next moment, the figure abruptly sat up, revealing its complete form, a grotesque creature towering over 10 meters. Its outline resembling that of a human infant, yet its organs were distorted, rendering it exceedingly hideous. I couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. This creature was overwhelmingly unattractive. Rest assured, this appearance is merely akin to that of a pupa. It will soon break free from its shell. When Shio explained. As his words fell, several cracking sounds echoed, and the surface of the colossal entity split open like a hatching chick, birthing a brand new figure. What on earth? Upon witnessing the true visage of the ultimate spirit beast, Ike, in a rare moment, uttered a curse. The reason was simple. This so-called ultimate spirit beast was even uglier than its previous pupa form. The creature's head resembled that of a gigantic fly, while its body was emaciated, akin to some skeletal mammal. Its limbs were short, yet it trailed a long tail behind. However, the most striking feature was its two mouths, one sprouting from its face, adorned with several squirming, twisted tentacles, and the other emerging from its abdomen, with a long tongue flickering amidst its jagged teeth. Takai's expression mirrored his astonishment. Even with his ninja training, he struggled to maintain composure and managed to say, "This ultimate spirit beast is indeed exceptionally powerful." With a thunderous roar, the ultimate spirit beast stepped forth from the green pool, advancing toward the researchers. Initially stunned, the researchers soon erupted into screams as the creature approached menacingly. As chaos ensued, when Shio's expression grew increasingly tense, he swiftly advanced, pushing aside one researcher to take control of a device. "What is happening?" he questioned frantically, sweat beginning to bead at his temples. "Why is it moving out of the cultivation pool on its own?" Another researcher stammered in fear. "Its strength is overwhelming. We cannot contain it." When Shio slammed his fist onto the control panel and shouted toward a certain direction, Hashinoko quickly used the sealing technique to control it. As his words echoed, a red-haired girl clad in a purple short garment, barefoot, rushed into the fray, kneeling to begin forming seals. Yet, before the sealing technique could be completed, the ultimate spirit beast had already ensnared two researchers with its tentacles, dragging them towards its gaping maw in its abdomen. The researchers let out heart-wrenching screams. The situation in the arena shifted rapidly, leading Yak and his companions to realize that the scene before them was not a mere spectacle orchestrated by Wenxiao, but rather a manifestation of the grotesque creature truly spiraling out of control. "Save them!" Yak shouted to Takai and the others beside him, as arcs of lightning flickered around him, causing him to vanish from his location. Upon close proximity to this ultimate spirit beast, Yak discerned its ugliness had intensified. Its abdomen and back bore a resemblance to scaled armor, while its limbs sprouted fur akin to that of terrestrial animals, rendering it quite bizarre. With lightning crackling in his hands, he unleashed a lightning-infused strike towards the tentacle binding the researchers. As if sensing the impending attack, the ultimate spirit beast instinctively relinquished its grip on the two individuals, flinging them towards Yak instead. Yak furrowed his brow. There was no time to retract his strike. With a mental command, he activated the singularity within him. In an instant, his body retreated in a manner defying logic, and the lightning blade in his hand dissipated, returning to the position it occupied mere moments ago. To the observers, including Takai, it seemed as though Yak had simply appeared in another location instantaneously. Space-time ninjutsu. This thought flickered through Takai's mind, yet he wasted no time, swiftly executing his mastery of lightning style to strike at the ultimate spirit beast. Yak caught the two researchers and hurled them to safety before re-entering the lightning chakra mode. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the red-haired girl nearby diligently preparing a sealing technique, realizing she was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. It appeared that they merely needed to stall until her sealing technique could be initiated. With this thought, Yak's gaze sharpened, refocusing on the ultimate spirit beast. Takai's lightning strike successfully impacted the creature, yet it appeared utterly unscathed. With a roar, the ultimate spirit beast's flesh swelled on its forehead and back, rapidly sprouting a row of horns aimed directly at Takai. In the next moment, a violent surge of lightning chakra erupted from the horns, transforming into a formidable bolt of thunder aimed swiftly at Takai. Just as Yak intended to seize the opportunity to strike, he sensed a surge of sealing technique energy. Turning his head, he saw the Uzumaki girl, named Sanahara, had completed her technique. Golden chains erupted from the ground, weaving into an immense net that enveloped the ultimate spirit beast. As the net constricted, the creature let out a deep growl, struggling with increasing ferocity. And with a resounding crack, it shattered the golden net with startling force. Witnessing this scene, Yak's lips twitched. Was it possible that this creature could even escape the Uzumaki clan's adamantine ceiling? Its power was incomparably superior to that of the previous spirit beasts, truly a formidable foe. Realizing her technique had failed, Sanahara's expression turned to one of bewilderment, clearly not anticipating such an outcome. Meanwhile, Takai, having evaded the ultimate spirit beast's lightning attack, turned to witness the creature breaking free from the sealing technique, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. Let us momentarily set aside the question of whether this grotesque entity can truly attain the formidable stature envisioned by Wenqiu, sufficient to share a table with the 5 great nations. Judging by the current circumstances, it appears that I, a mere ordinary Nin, possess little capability to contend with it. No, the issue lies with the recent use of the adamantine sealing technique. Ike's gaze flickered towards the bewildered Hanoka, and he made a judgment in his heart. The adamantine sealing technique is a unique sealing art belonging to the Uzumaki clan. When unleashed, it manifests immense golden chains that extend from the practitioner's back, serving not only as a means of offense, but also capable of creating protective barriers. A powerhouse like Kushina could even utilize the adamantine sealing technique to suppress tailed beasts. However, the sealing technique employed by Hanoka just now, in terms of both its release method and the potency of its techniques, evidently did not align with the true essence of the adamantine sealing technique. Chapter 21. Truly, I must take control. Boom. The ultimate summoned beast, having broken free from its sealing technique, became increasingly frenzied, wreaking havoc indiscriminately around it. A long, thick tail struck the very spot where Ike was standing, sending up a cloud of dust. With a swift motion, Ike was suddenly by Suenokawa's side, urging her, "Do not hesitate. If you possess any formidable sealing techniques, now is the time to employ them." Suenokawa glanced up at the seemingly harmless and adorable child, a flicker of wariness and distance crossing her face. As Ike had surmised, she was indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, having wandered after the destruction of her homeland. In her heart, apart from Konoha, her former ally, no other nation or ninja village was worthy of trust. After a brief contemplation, Suenokawa shook her head in disappointment, saying, "The chains I used earlier were the most proficient sealing technique I know." Since she could remember, she had been wandering with her parents, learning about sealing techniques only during that time. After the passing of her parents, she was brought to this island of summoning, leaving her with no opportunity to explore further Uzumaki sealing arts. Ike, unfazed by her response, was not surprised. He had anticipated this situation. With a calm demeanor, he called out to Takai and the 2 Nin beside him, "Please, seniors, do your utmost to divert the attention of this abominable creature while I devise a way to execute the sealing technique." Upon hearing Ike's plan, Takai and his companions exchanged determined glances, gritting their teeth as they replied, "Leave it to us." Immediately, the 3 took their positions, supporting one another as they launched an assault on the ultimate summoned beast. Ike turned his gaze back to Suenokawa and softly inquired, "How much chakra do you possess within you?" Suenokawa pursed her lips and slightly activated the sensing ability of the Uzumaki clan before responding. "It should be slightly more than the combined total of the 4 of you." Truly commendable for a descendant of the Uzumaki, Ike thought before outlining his plan. "We shall find an opportunity to approach that hideous creature. I will use a sealing technique to control it. However, my chakra is limited, and I will require your chakra to perform the technique." Although Ike had a considerable amount of chakra, having lived 2 lives and trained his body from a young age, his mental and physical energies surpassed those of his peers, yet he was still outmatched by Takai. After utilizing time reversal, his chakra would revert to its original state, akin to the infinite chakra from Edo Tensei. However, this was not merely a game mechanic. While physical ailments could be reversed, mental fatigue would accumulate. Overusing time reversal to restore chakra in a short span would inevitably lead to mental collapse. Though Suenokawa was not a ninja, as a descendant of the Uzumaki, she possessed a certain understanding of chakra. Upon hearing Ike's intentions, her bright eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Each person's chakra is unique. How can I lend you mine?" With his hands transformed into claws, Ike swiftly tore away the garments on his arms, revealing two dark, intricate symbols that manifested upon his exposed skin. "Simply channel your chakra into this technique circuit," he instructed. Anoka instantly recognized the precision of the sealing technique, and while surprised, she grasped Ike's intent. This technique relied on Ike's physical form, yet it was not bound to his essence. Thus, even if an outsider's chakra were to enter, it would have no adverse effects on Ike himself. As the two conferred, the battle on the other side took an unexpected turn. Originally, Takai and his companions had formed a triangular formation to besiege the ultimate summoning beast. Over time, their coordination had grown increasingly harmonious, and despite the formidable strength of the beast, it struggled to contend with the trio. However, the ultimate summoning beast seemed to have recognized their tactical advantage. It retrieved a massive spider's carcass from a nearby shattered incubation pod and voraciously devoured it. Initially perplexed by its actions, Takai and his team soon received an explanation. Blood and flesh surged atop the creature's head, giving rise to a soft horn. A small orifice appeared at the tip of this horn, and as it turned its head slightly, several strands of resilient, sticky webbing erupted forth, aimed directly at Takai and his companions. Takai, seasoned in battle, skillfully evaded the assault. But R2E and the mid-level ninja were not as fortunate, becoming ensnared in the webbing, firmly immobilized on the ground. This monster had not only assimilated the ability to shoot webs by consuming the spider, but had also emulated the sealing technique that had previously bound it. As Takai analyzed the situation, he found the ultimate summoning beast exceedingly troublesome and could not help but harbor some criticism towards Wenqiu and the researchers responsible for creating such an uncontrollable creature. Truly, it must have been a painstaking endeavor to bring forth such a formidable entity. Realizing they could no longer withstand the pressure of the battle, Ike turned to Anoka, his voice low yet resolute. "It is time for us to act. The immense chakra within you is the key to our victory. Do not falter." Gazing at Ike's earnest and youthful visage, Anoka felt as if she were not confronting a child, but rather a mature and rational adult. She nodded in agreement, her voice equally solemn. "Yes, I will not let you down." Ike grasped the delicate wrist of the whirlpool girl and, with a sudden surge of strength, propelled himself towards the ultimate summoning beast. Sensing the movement behind it, the beast's tail lashed out, attempting to thwart their approach. Crackling with powerful lightning, Ike burst forth, the energy leaping across his body and igniting the air with a faint scent of singed ozone. Even while holding onto Anoka, his movements remained swift and agile, skillfully evading the sweeping tail before leaping onto the back of the ultimate summoning beast. Roar! Realizing it had unwelcome guests upon its back, the ultimate summoning beast began to violently shake its body, its massive tail thrashing in an effort to dislodge Ike and Anoka. Yet, Ike and Hano remained unfazed, agilely climbing along the protruding horns on each other's backs, swiftly reaching the nape of the ultimate summoning beast. "You wretched creature, it is time to impose control over you." Ike extended his hands, and 10 fingers ignited with black, curse-laden chakra, pressing firmly against the body of the ultimate summoning beast. In an instant, a circle of sealing techniques emanated from his hands, enveloping the creature entirely. This method of inscribing the curse was also a form of sealing technique known as finger engraving seal. In the original narrative, Jiraiya's failed infiltration of the Hidden Rain village resulted in him leaving vital information on the back of a deep-dwelling toad using this very technique. The sealing formula he inscribed was derived from the hidden vortex sealing technique of the Cloud Village, specifically a technique called binding curse. By constructing a network of chakra threads within the target's body, the practitioner could resonate with the target's nervous system, transforming their will into bioelectric signals to forcibly control the target. However, this technique demanded a substantial amount of chakra, and it was unlikely that an adversary in the midst of battle would remain passive, making its usage conditions exceedingly stringent. Nevertheless, in the current predicament, it proved to be remarkably suitable. Chapter 22. The new changes of singularities. It seemed that the ultimate summoning beast was acutely aware of its body being recklessly manipulated, causing it to become agitated. Its colossal form leaped and bounded, shaking the entire experimental facility to its core. Ike clung tightly to its body, his hands moving with fervor. Meanwhile, Suenokawa, akin to a human tower, was pressed against Ike's back. With a hint of shyness, she draped her arms over Ike's shoulders, directing her chakra into the special circuits embedded within his arms. As the immense chakra of the Vortex clan surged forth, Ike's fingers struggled to maintain control, plunging deeply into the flesh of the ultimate summoning beast. A piercing howl erupted from the beast as it felt the pain, its back horns crackling with lightning that it unleashed toward Ike. Although Ike had mastered the lightning release chakra mode, it did not shield him from the adversary's electrical assault. In an instant, a jolt of pain coursed through his body, leaving him injured. Suenokawa, sensing his distress, anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Despite being attached to Ike, she remained unscathed from the electrical discharge, undoubtedly due to Ike's efforts to shield her from harm. Ike opened his mouth to respond, only to be met with a rush of burnt air, prompting him to cease his incantation of the binding spell. He redirected Suenokawa's chakra from the circuits into the singularity of his mental space, invoking the power of time to revert his body to a previous state, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. "I'm fine. You can continue," he exhaled, addressing Suenokawa behind him. Her eyes shimmering, Suenokawa instinctively tightened her grip on Ike's arms. Ike then refocused on the unfinished binding spell and resumed his incantation. Although the ultimate summoning beast exhibited formidable combat abilities, its limited intelligence was evidently inadequate to comprehend the impending events. It merely thrashed about, discharging lightning in an attempt to dislodge Ike and Suenokawa from its back. Ike clung to it like a stubborn adhesive plaster, refusing to let go despite the beast's frantic movements. Whenever he felt on the verge of giving in, he utilized the singularity to regress time, restoring his physical condition. Yet, unbeknownst to Ike, as Suenokawa's chakra flowed into the singularity, a subtle transformation began to unfold. Within the mental space, the incantation circuit that originally surrounded the singularity gradually distorted, merging with it. A force, distinctly different from the power of time, emerged from the singularity, coursing through the circuit to envelop Ike. A portion of this energy traveled along the chakra connection, penetrating into both Suenokawa and the ultimate summoning beast. In the next moment, Ike and Suenokawa simultaneously experienced a remarkable state, their chakras intertwined, as if engaging in a profound communion, enabling them to perceive each other's thoughts and feelings in that very instant. This state had long been documented in the ninja world, echoing the vision established a millennium ago by the Sage of Six Paths, who founded the ninja sect to connect hearts through chakra, fostering mutual empathy and understanding. The millennium-long conflict has caused the chakra, originally intended to foster peace, to lose its capability of connecting hearts, transforming instead into a force for the ninja's mutual aggression. Ike understood this well. Thus, as soon as he entered this state, he comprehended the current situation. Simultaneously, Sanahara heard Ike's thoughts and immediately gained clarity. "So this is the feeling of heart-to-heart connection," Sanahara mused, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Ike, inadvertently privy to the whimsical thoughts swirling in Sanahara's mind, quickly interjected, "Snap out of it. I'm still just a child." Sanahara's heart raced, and the space surrounding their shared consciousness seemed to take on a rosy hue. She forced herself to regain composure, dismissing those errant thoughts, and instead focused her attention on the intricate sealing technique circuit that adorned Ike. "Your circuit is truly exquisite. It can transmit and utilize others' chakra. What inspired such a concept?" Ike remained silent, memories flickering through his mind. Little Ike. Although I cannot fathom the power that resides within you, it is indeed necessary to channel chakra for activation, Kushina remarked seriously, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses, resembling an earnest scholar deep in thought. "If your chakra were to deplete, wouldn't you find yourself at a disadvantage?" Ike scratched his head. "I believe such a situation is rather unlikely." "No, I think it's quite possible," Kushina asserted earnestly. Ike discerned that Kushina undoubtedly had a novel idea regarding the circuit that she wished to experiment with on him, and he helplessly queried, "Kushina, sister, what exactly are you planning?" I was pondering that if we were to integrate a sealing technique akin to that of the tailed beasts into the circuit, it could facilitate the transmission of others' chakra for usage." As she spoke of her brilliant idea, excitement radiated from Kushina's round, egg-shaped face. "This would not only serve to activate what lies within you, but would also allow you to utilize others' chakra for ninjutsu, wouldn't it?" Within the realm of shared thoughts, Ike's recollections flitted away like shadows. Sanahara inquired, "This sister Kushina?" Ike replied, "She is of the same Uzumaki clan as you, but..." Ultimate Summoning Beast. Hungry. Eat. Hungry. Ike Sanahara. Upon hearing the voice of the Ultimate Summoning Beast, both Ike and Sanahara were startled, yet recalling their previous state. They realized that this grotesque creature had also formed a mental connection with them. Sanahara felt a peculiar sensation within her heart. It was as though the intimate bond she shared with Ike had suddenly been interrupted by the presence of this Ultimate Summoning Beast, rendering the situation exceedingly strange. However, the Ultimate Summoning Beast seemed solely preoccupied with hunger and the instinct to feed, its intellect appearing rather immature. It's akin to a newborn. Driven solely by the instinct to eat, Ike's thoughts suddenly resonated. In that light, don't we resemble a family of three? Hashinoka sensed the teasing undertone in Ike's thoughts. Instantly engulfed in a wave of shyness, she promptly withdrew from the mental connection and returned to reality. In the tangible world, Ike's binding spell had yet to reach its full completion, yet the ultimate spirit beast had already settled into stillness, standing motionless, its previously frantic gaze now dulled. It was a triumph, a resounding success. From an unknown nook emerged the disheveled and ragged Wenkyu, who circled the ultimate spirit beast a few times before exuberantly embracing its colossal foot and planting 2 fervent kisses upon it. Such strength, such perfection embodied in the ultimate spirit beast. Reluctantly rising from the beast's foot, his gaze shifted toward AK, who stood atop the creature. Hashinoka, you have performed splendidly. Truly deserving of the effort I expended to locate a talent from the Whirlpool clan. Hashinoka's cheeks brushed against Ike's hair involuntarily as she murmured, Captain Wenkyu. This matter does not pertain largely to me. It is entirely his. Ike's merit. Chapter 23. The emergence of Orochimaru Onoka. Do you realize what you are saying? Upon hearing Onoka's words, Wenshio first displayed a look of displeasure, which swiftly transformed into fury. I understand now. It must be those cloud-hidden brigands who have employed some underhanded tactics against you, attempting to seize my ultimate summoning beast. Meanwhile, Takai struggled to free 2 of his fellow nin from the bindings of spider silk. Turning to Wenshio, he remarked with irritation, It seems you harbor a significant bias against us from Cloud Hidden, yet one must adhere to the facts. It was we who gallantly intervened to assist you in averting the danger posed by the rampaging ultimate summoning beast. If anything, you should have perished long ago, unable to control such a beast. Even if we were to take the ultimate summoning beast, it would be entirely justifiable. Moreover, given the considerable effort we have expended, you ought to offer us some form of compensation. Takai, with his reputation as the true spokesperson of the Cloud Hidden delegation seeking dialogue with Konoha, exemplified a brazen demeanor, blending audacity with righteousness. When Shio, prepared to retort, was suddenly interrupted by a commotion nearby. Turning to look, he discovered that the ultimate summoning beast had resumed its movements, advancing menacingly toward him. His expression shifted as he questioned Yak and his companion. What is happening? Did you not manage to suppress it? Leader Wenshio. Can you not discern that they not only subdued the ultimate summoning beast, but have also gained the ability to control its actions at will? A youthful voice from outside the fray drew everyone's attention. Yak halted the beast's movements and glanced toward the source of the voice, revealing a young man clad in a white lab coat approaching with an air of nonchalance. It was Chuan Ping, who had previously been assigned by Wenshio to the island to tend to the summoning beast's offspring. Upon seeing Chuan Ping, Wenshio's expression darkened with anger. Chuan Ping, you scoundrel who permitted you to enter here unaccompanied? Initially, Wenshio regarded the young man merely as an ordinary researcher. However, during one research session, Chuan Ping had the audacity to critique Wenshio's masterpiece, the ultimate summoning beast, which led to Wenshio's growing disdain for this brash young man. Consequently, he sought to undermine Chuan Ping, denying him participation in any core research. Now, realizing he could not direct his ire toward the Cloud Hidden group, Wenshio directed all his fury at Chuan Ping. Striding forward, he seized Chuan Ping by the collar, shouting, Did you not hear what I said? Get out of here at once. To Wenshio's astonishment, Chuan Ping did not respond with the usual submissiveness. Instead, he wore a peculiar smile, showing no intention of leaving. No, he is not Chuan Ping. Onoka, standing close to Yak, felt a change in her demeanor. Within the guise of Chuan Ping lay an unfathomable depth of chakra. Chilling to the bone, Chuan Ping raised an eyebrow, sensing the vortex's perception. What a troublesome little brat. Since it has come to this, there is no need for concealment. He first reached out and seized Wenshio before casually tossing him to the ground, as if discarding refuse. Then, He lifted his foot and pressed it upon the other's head, extending a hand to grasp his own facial skin. Witnessing this scene, Yak felt a jolt of shock and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Chuanping continued his actions without hesitation, and soon the thin layer of skin was brutally torn away, revealing a pallid face with black hair and snake-like eyes. Orochimaru. Takai instantly recognized this former member of the legendary Three Ninjas, now an S-rank rogue ninja who had betrayed Konoha. He chuckled softly, surveying the situation with a gleam in his eye. A team of hidden cloud envoys, a prodigious young man, a girl of the Whirlpool clan, a remote experimental base far from the ninja world, and a powerful summoning beast. Little did he expect that such a bountiful harvest would come from what was merely an outing. A cold smile crept across his face as he marveled at how fortune seemed to favor him. Initially, he had simply boarded a passing ship following an accidental encounter with a maritime disaster, never anticipating the subsequent developments. Even more remarkably, such intriguing material had gathered simultaneously on this isolated island away from the ninja realm. This was indeed a treasure trove. Please, Orochimaru, let me go. And Shio, pinned beneath Orochimaru's foot, struggled to speak, interrupting the delight Orochimaru was savoring from this unexpected bounty. When Shio had heard of this rogue ninja's exploits, but he believed that without the support of Konoha, no matter how formidable his personal strength, it was inconsequential. He was destined to forge an empire rivaling the 5 great nations with his carefully cultivated summoning beast army. The others' actions were nothing short of a profound disrespect. Yet, before Wen Shio could utter another word, a massive python, as thick as a bowl, slithered out from beneath Orochimaru's clothing and coiled tightly around him. Takai furrowed his brow and inquired, Orochimaru, what brings you, a rogue ninja of Konoha, to this place? There was no need for further entanglement. As the python retreated back into Orochimaru's garment, he spoke nonchalantly, what's important is that everything here, including all of you, now belongs to me. Humph, Orochimaru. We are the Hidden Cloud envoy delegation heading to Konoha to sign a peace treaty. Do you not fear the combined retribution of both the Hidden Cloud and Konoha should you dare to act against us? The speaker was Achui, a mediocre middle-aged ninja who, after accepting the envoy mission, had undergone special training, primarily to adopt an arrogant demeanor in front of Konoha ninjas. Although Orochimaru had long since defected from Konoha, Achui still regarded him as a Konoha ninja, having emerged from a village where rogue ninjas were nearly unheard of. He could not comprehend Orochimaru's mindset and instinctively assumed that the other would hold his village in reverence, much like himself. Orochimaru chuckled, a few insignificant characters from the Hidden Cloud. If I were to keep you here, perhaps the people of Konoha would even express their gratitude. Takai silently gritted his teeth. Judging by the demeanor of the opposing party, it was evident that they intended to capture his entire group in one fell swoop. The death of the few members of their delegation tasked with instigating war would be of little consequence. But the critical point was that the son of the Raikage, could not fall victim to Orochimaru's treacherous grasp. He hesitated for a moment, resolute in his decision, and was about to command Achui and the remaining Chunin to fight valiantly to protect Ike when a thunderous roar echoed. Boom! A formidable lightning-based attack struck the location where Orochimaru was positioned, and then Ike's voice resonated throughout the battlefield. Orochimaru is no ordinary adversary, even if we all join forces. It is unlikely we could withstand him. Fellow comrades, prepare for battle at once. Chapter 24. The Battle of the Spirit Beast. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Orochimaru emerged unscathed from his original position. It is rather impolite for a child to interrupt when an adult is speaking, he remarked, directing his gaze toward the ultimate spirit beast and its rider, Ike, with a calm expression. I admire your talents. Perhaps we shall enjoy a pleasant relationship in the future. Ike met Orochimaru's serpentine gaze, feeling a weight in his heart. Wherever there was commotion, this insidious serpent would inevitably appear, truly a conceptual deity. Ike was uncertain of Orochimaru's current strength, but even without mastery of forbidden techniques like the reanimation jutsu or the 8-headed serpent technique, he knew that their ragtag group would be no match for him. However, at present, the ultimate spirit beast was entirely under his control due to the binding curse. With its formidable physique and various peculiar abilities, coupled with his manipulation, it could likely exhibit the strength of an elite Genin, providing a semblance of resistance against Orochimaru. Setting aside the divine battles of the later plot, the most critical factor influencing the outcome of ninja confrontations was intelligence. Being well-versed in the storyline, Ike believed he possessed a considerable advantage in understanding Orochimaru's abilities and personality. Ike's 10 fingers remained embedded in the flesh of the ultimate spirit beast, a network of chakra coursing throughout its body. He could faintly sense its insatiable hunger and desire to feed. Lightning style, he called out, and the horns of the ultimate spirit beast unleashed another lightning attack toward Orochimaru. Child, do you truly believe that this beast's power can rival mine? Orochimaru effortlessly evaded the strike, his elongated serpent eyes narrowing slightly. He bit his finger, quickly forming seals. Summoning jutsu, thousand snakes. With a resounding boom, a multitude of smoke erupted within the cave, and a massive purple serpent materialized before them. Orochimaru, how dare you disturb me so casually? Where is this offering you promised? Orochimaru gestured toward the ultimate spirit beast, his expression unfazed. Help me deal with that giant creature, and you may choose any humans from this island as your offerings. The giant serpent, following Orochimaru's, glanced at the ultimate spirit beast, immediately repulsed by its grotesque appearance. Is such an unsightly monster a product of your research? The serpent scoffed, twisting its massive body. I do not favor this environment. Upon completion of the task, you must prepare an additional 100 offerings for me. The cave was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the giant serpent, but its proximity to the nearby active volcano rendered the atmosphere uncomfortably hot for a creature that preferred cooler conditions. Of course, that is not a problem, Orochimaru replied with a chuckle, but do be careful not to harm those two, the white-haired and red-haired brats. Otherwise, your next offering may very well be your own shed skin. As a renowned powerhouse in the ninja world, Orochimaru was quite satisfied with the strength of his collaborator, the giant serpent. The exchange of a few ordinary lives for the opportunity to enlist its aid was undoubtedly a bargain. However, he would not unconditionally satisfy the other's insatiable desires. Thus, he explicitly stated his demands and issued a subtle threat. Upon hearing this, Quan Chi understood that these two little spirits must hold significant importance to Orochimaru, and responded, "Humph, I understand." With that declaration, its colossal body suddenly twisted and lunged forward, akin to a formidable truck barreling towards the ultimate summoned beast. Meanwhile, as Quan Chi was summoned by Orochimaru, the ultimate summoned beast beneath Yak began to exhibit signs of restlessness. Through a unique mental connection, Yak discerned that this was not an emotion of fear, but rather a yearning, a desire to devour Quan Chi. Truly, Raiz is an insatiable creature. At this moment, Suko had completed her role as a chakra power bank. Grasping one of the ultimate summoned beast's horns, she approached Yak's side and, intrigued by his words, inquired, "Raiz, did you name it?" Yak found himself unable to explain that he had suddenly recalled an ancient reference from his past life. Shaking his head as he replied, No, the name Raiz is far too pleasant for this hideous creature. I believe a fitting name would be Tao Tai, a gluttonous beast recorded in literature." Suko's expression turned perplexed as she reminisced about the moments of mental communion with Yak, where any question that arose was answered instantaneously, contrasting sharply with their current, less efficient mode of communication. Roaring, gazing at the rapidly approaching Quan Chi, Tao Tai let out a ferocious roar and boldly advanced to meet it. Quan Chi towered nearly 10 meters in height, stretching over 50 meters in length, while Tao Tai, though not as lengthy, stood over 20 meters tall. Compared to the humans in the vicinity, these two summoned beasts were truly colossal entities. Perhaps feeling confident in its victory, Orochimaru remained unhurried in directing his attack towards Takai and the others, instead calmly observing the clash of these titanic creatures. Bang! The serpent and beast collided violently, unleashing a fierce wave of energy. "Is this the extent of your prowess?" Quan Chi scoffed, suddenly increasing its force, sending Tao Tai staggering backward. Suko, sensing their disadvantage, looked anxiously at Yak. "What should we do? Should I transfer chakra to Tao Tai?" "No, we can still manage for the moment," Yak replied, shaking his head. His expression was somewhat peculiar. Unlike Suko, who had exited the mental connection, he still maintained contact with Tao Tai. Coupled with the effects of the binding spell, he sensed something unusual within Tao Tai's state. Tao Tai, cultivated in this summoned beast research facility, had the ability to consume and acquire the powers of other summoned beasts, possessing endless potential for evolution. However, since its emergence from the chrysalis, it had not devoured anything of significance, having only consumed a portion of a spider-summoned beast body while fending off the assault from Takai and his companions, thus gaining the ability to launch webs. Yet, Within Yak's perception, an inexplicable power had begun to brew within Taotai, continuously transforming and enhancing its body. As the fierce struggle between the gluttonous beast and the myriad serpents intensified, this augmentation became increasingly fervent. In mere moments, the gluttonous beast could potentially evolve to a point where it could suppress the multitude of serpents. Yet, amidst such anomalies, Yak found himself unable to ponder the implications. Upon witnessing the serpents advance once more, he hastily directed the gluttonous beast to retaliate. Wait, this hideous creature seems to possess even greater strength than before. In this collision, the serpents immediately sensed an irregularity. Though temperamental, they were not foolish. A sense of alertness surged within them, prompting a decisive abandonment of their reckless assault. Instead, they began to writhe, utilizing their colossal tails to strike at the gluttonous beast. Chapter 25. Evolution. The colossal tail of the myriad serpents surged with immense power. Suddenly lashing towards the beast, Taotai. With a ferocious roar, Taotai spread its arms wide and firmly grasped the tail of the myriad serpents. Startled, the myriad serpents attempted to retract its tail, but despite its efforts, it found itself utterly unable to break free. A sense of foreboding flickered within, and in the next moment, a searing pain radiated from its tail, causing its serpentine body to writhe in agony. Taotai had already opened its massive mouth, ravenously tearing into the tail of the myriad serpents, devouring chunks of flesh and scales, growing increasingly ferocious with each bite. How detestable this grotesque creature is! The myriad serpents inwardly resented Orochimaru for placing it in such a predicament. With no choice but to act, it swiftly maneuvered its head towards Taotai, seizing the opportunity to attack while Taotai was preoccupied. Opening its maw to reveal a row of sharp fangs, it lunged at Taotai. However, Taotai, engrossed in its feast, paid no heed to the assault. Sensing the danger, the creature on Taoyu's back, Ike, quickly intervened, breaking Taoyu's meal and conveying the command to attack. With a disgruntled growl, Taotai finally released the myriad serpent's tail, using its freed hands to brace against the myriad serpent's gaping mouth, and then exerted a powerful force outward. The myriad serpents felt as if its mouth were about to be torn apart, hastily retreating. The already fearsome maw was now stained with blood, rendering it even more menacing. Glancing sideways, the myriad serpents noticed Orochimaru standing with arms crossed, observing the battle with an unsettling calmness. Infuriated, it exclaimed, "Damn you, Orochimaru! Stop being a bystander. This creature is exceedingly formidable." From the brief exchanges that had transpired, the myriad serpents discerned that this hideous being was growing stronger with each passing moment. Being a cunning serpent, it was unwilling to risk its life for Orochimaru. If Orochimaru did not intervene soon, it would consider terminating the summoning and retreating from the fight. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He understood his partner, the myriad serpents, better than anyone else. It was clear that the myriad serpents would not express such desperation without having faced adversity. Very well, let us bring this battle to a swift conclusion. With that, he advanced into the fray. As Orochimaru moved, the ever-vigilant Takai and his companions immediately launched their attack. "Orochimaru, we are your adversaries." In an instant, multiple shuriken and lightning-style ninjutsu enveloped him. Orochimaru swiftly executed hand seals and then unleashed Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind erupted, dispersing the incoming assault, sending Artui and another middle-ranking ninja tumbling far away. Let them entertain you for a moment. Myriad Serpents Formation. Orochimaru formed seals once more and then bent low to the ground, unleashing an endless swarm of serpents from his mouth, twisting and coiling like a tide surging towards Takai and his comrades. He no longer paid attention to Takai and others struggling to confront the swarm of serpents. With a graceful leap, he stood atop the multitude of snakes and, with a keen interest, addressed Ike. "What an intriguing young fellow you are. Pray, allow me to witness your true potential." Ike, sensing the arrival of Orochimaru, furrowed his brow in concern. This seasoned shadow-level powerhouse, renowned since the Second Ninja World War, possessed an array of formidable techniques. Ike had no doubt that his adversary was capable of ensnaring them all, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. 10 years. No. With the ability to reverse time, he could master the formidable jutsu drawn from parallel timelines in a far shorter span. Perhaps with merely a few years of growth, he could attain strength to rival Orochimaru. Yet, time was no longer a luxury he possessed. Should he resort to the ability of temporal displacement, forcibly leaping into another timeline? He hesitated, unwilling to become one who abandons comrades for mere survival. If he chose to flee, Takai and Anoko would undoubtedly fall victim to Orochimaru's malicious grasp. The creature beneath him, Taotai, sensed his tumultuous emotions and began to thrash about restlessly. This ultimate spirit beast, driven solely by hunger, was experiencing human-like anxieties and sorrows for the first time, and it was evidently distressed. However, Ike soon realized that Taoya's agitation was not solely due to his own turmoil. Rather, a mysterious power within it had seemingly been fully awakened and integrated into its being. Taotai trembled in agony, its flesh surging, expanding in size once more. The blood and flesh it had consumed from the 1,000 snakes began to manifest its effects, as resilient purple scales sprouted across its surface. Its previously grotesque triangular head, reminiscent of a fly, had transformed into a more aesthetically pleasing, streamlined form. Orochimaru, what is happening? The 1,000 snakes, witnessing Taoya's transformation, felt a twinge of dread for the first time. In the past, they had always obeyed Orochimaru's summons to confront various formidable foes without hesitation. Yet, Taotai was now an entity beyond their comprehension, a creature that had evolved significantly after consuming their flesh, undoubtedly enhancing its combat prowess. Orochimaru, with his tongue flicking, felt a mix of intrigue and surprise. This beast could consume other spirit beasts to achieve evolution. However, he had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation following the consumption of their blood and flesh. He recalled the earlier demise of Wenqiu, realizing that it might have been wiser to spare him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Capturing the scattered researchers and acquiring information on this ultimate spirit beast would surely yield greater insights. Proceed, 1,000 snakes, Orochimaru said with an unusual seriousness. Let us test your newfound strength. I shall coordinate with you in the attack. As his words echoed, he swiftly hurled a shuriken toward Taotai. Midair. As Orochimaru formed hand seals, the shuriken multiplied into countless copies, creating a rain of shuriken, a technique of shuriken shadow clones. Protect yourself. Ike gently cautioned Suenokawa before skillfully maneuvering the monstrous Taotai to conceal itself. Suenokawa's combat prowess was rather limited. Rather than releasing her, it seemed far wiser to keep her safely perched upon Taoya's back. The shurikens flew with remarkable speed, yet Taoya's considerable size rendered it impossible to evade them entirely. To Ike's astonishment, those seemingly unremarkable shurikens struck Taoya's form with considerable force, shattering its violet scales. Could it be that the shurikens were imbued with wind release? Ike's eyes flickered, marveling at Orochimaru's exceptional mastery of ninjutsu. Nevertheless, these wounds appeared insufficient to hinder the evolution-completed Taotai, as the shattered scales swiftly began to regenerate. Yet, in the next moment, the colossal form of the myriad snakes twisted rapidly towards them. Chapter 26. The Foolish Serpent and the Departure from Spirit Island. As the myriad serpents surged forth, Taotai immediately extended his hand to confront them. However, unlike their previous clash, which had ended with Taotai being sent sprawling, this time the two adversaries were evenly matched. In the midst of this struggle between serpent and beast, Orochimaru suddenly shifted his form, his upper body elongating like pliable clay as he swiftly lunged toward Ike, who was perched upon Taoya's back. As a seasoned ninja, he understood the art of striking when least expected. Although Ike appeared to be merely hiding atop the ultimate spirit beast, he was actually employing a specialized sealing technique to control it. If Orochimaru could neutralize him, the battle would quickly reach its conclusion. Upon sensing Orochimaru's approach, Ike hastily attempted to draw his hands back for a counterattack. Yet, he was taken aback when he found that his 10 fingers, ensnared in Taoya's flesh, were firmly trapped. Through gritted teeth, Ike unleashed a surge of lightning chakra, which enabled him to free his hands, revealing them bloodied and raw, as they had been intertwined with Taoya's flesh. No wonder he could sense its emotions. Without further contemplation, he directed his gaze toward the now-closed Orochimaru, and with arms crackling with lightning, he struck with the precision of a blade. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Orochimaru summoned a sharp blade of wind in his hand and slashed toward Ike. He anticipated that Ike's speed would allow him to evade the attack, but in the process, he would become vulnerable to Orochimaru's control. To his astonishment, Ike did not flinch from the deadly wind cutter. Instead, he let half of his body be shredded, yet his assault remained unwavering. Orochimaru could hardly believe that this 5-year-old child would choose such a reckless strategy of exchanging injuries. Taken aback, he found himself solidly struck, sustaining significant damage as well. His upper body quickly retreated, and he opened his mouth wide, allowing a viscous version of himself to emerge. His wounds instantly healed. Could it be that all the ninjas from the Cloud Village were such brutes? How had the fourth Raikage raised his children? Orochimaru's expression darkened, surprised to find himself at a disadvantage against a mere child. Shifting his focus back to Ike, he was taken aback to see that, like him, Ike too had healed from previous injuries. Intrigued by Ike's resilience, Orochimaru was about to make his move when the myriad serpents beneath him began to tremble. Frustrated, the serpents felt a profound sense of helplessness. They had always relied on their formidable physical strength to overpower foes. Yet now they found themselves at a disadvantage against this grotesque creature that had consumed their flesh. As the serpents sought to withdraw, their opponent allowed no respite. A momentary lapse in focus, and they felt they might be utterly overturned. In this stalemate, the grotesque creature opened its maw wide. Inching toward their faces, it sought to kiss. No, it sought to devour them. Realizing Tao Ye's intent, the serpents shuddered, their strength abruptly waning. With Ike's control over Tao Tai dissipated, the beast, evidently unaware of the need to ease its force, barreled into the cavern wall, which was already on the brink of collapse. The wall shattered, revealing another realm beyond. I shall not engage in a futile struggle with that creature. First, I must procure some offerings. With a glimmer of excitement in its eyes, Quan Chi disregarded the fact that Orochimaru was perched atop its head and swiftly slithered into the crevice of the mountainside. Foolish creature, that is, Orochimaru began to protest. But before he could finish his sentence, Quan Chi had completely disappeared within. Quan Chi suddenly felt itself plummeting into an abyss. Realizing it was free-falling into a sea of crimson lava, the active volcano of this summoning island. Oh no, Quan Chi exclaimed in horror, instinctively surging upwards in a desperate bid for survival. Alas, it could not sprout wings and ultimately succumb to the molten embrace below. I'm being scorched alive. Orochimaru, I shall settle the score with you next time. With that final utterance, it erupted into a cloud of smoke, unilaterally severing the summoning contract and returning to the dragon cave. Orochimaru extended a long serpent from his sleeve, which coiled around the volcano's rocky wall. As he felt the unbearable heat surrounding him, the calm demeanor he had maintained slipped away, and he cursed, "Foolish Quan Chi, now's our chance. Everyone, let us move." Upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Yak's spirits lifted. He formed seals with his fingers, reasserting control over the body of Tao Tai, and charged into the swarm of serpents, rescuing Takai and his companions who were still entangled in the fray. However, Tao Tai lowered its body and began to seize countless smaller snakes, devouring them as if they were mere snacks. "Idiot!" Yak shouted from atop Tao Ye's head, vexed by its actions, and kicked it a few times in frustration. Only then did Tao Tai grumble and rise, rushing towards the exit of the experimental base. The path they had traversed earlier could hardly accommodate such a massive creature, but fortunately, this cavern had been designed for the study of summoning beasts, with an alternate exit for larger entities. Yet, when the five of them arrived at the coastline riding on Tao Tai, they were left aghast. The grand ship that had previously transported them had already set sail, leaving only a distant silhouette slowly vanishing beyond the horizon. Those wretched ferrymen, if I ever encounter them again, I shall surely slay them. Otoyi seethed in fury. Takai pointed to the chaotic footprints on the beach. It seems those fleeing researchers have commandeered the vessel and escaped. Several members of the Hidden Cloud Shinobi cast their gazes towards Tsunokoa, the red-haired girl, one of the researchers herself, who appeared disheartened by the betrayal of her comrades. Tsunokawa's expression darkened. She had only been invited to this island after the establishment of the Ultimate Summoning Beast Project and had come to regard this place as her home. A stark contrast to her previous life of wandering in the ninja world. Let us not dwell on this too much. Orochimaru is not one to relinquish his pursuits easily. We must devise a means to leave this island post-haste, Yak urged. The despondent CHZ remarked, even if we manage to find a ship to set sail, it is likely that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, would effortlessly pursue us across the sea, unless we miraculously sprout wings. Ike and Anoka exchanged glances, recognizing their shared thoughts in each other's eyes. The island's avian summoning beasts had congregated upon the cliff. With a pointed gesture, Anoka indicated a direction, and Ike, without hesitation, commanded the Tao Tai to race forth. A futile struggle indeed. In the forest, Orochimaru moved with remarkable agility. swiftly traversing the treetops in relentless pursuit of Ike and his companions. Yet, soon after, as he beheld the colossal wings of the ultimate summoning beast soaring into the sky, a profound silence enveloped him. Ah, how delightful! Ike, standing atop the Tautai, waved cheerfully at the grounded Orochimaru. Until next time, Uncle Snake. Your manners are quite commendable for a child, Orochimaru mused, his expression shifting dramatically. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure, allowing a low, contemplative chuckle to escape him. The son of the fourth Raikage, how intriguing. Chapter 27. An unusual transformation. Ike stood atop the head of the Tautai, facing the sea breeze, lost in contemplation. The enigmatic force residing within the Tautai had remained an unresolved mystery, lingering in his thoughts. Upon reflection, the origins of that power could be attributed to several factors: a latent ability of the Tautai itself, the transformations induced by consuming the spider and myriad serpents, Ike's chakra, Suinake's chakra, and the enigmatic singularity within Eik. The first few possibilities could be readily dismissed. Could it be that by employing the sealing technique originally intended to activate the singularity, he inadvertently triggered this inexplicable transformation? His ability to traverse into the world of Naruto was likely connected to the singularity. If it were to undergo an unexpected mutation, it could lead to dire consequences. With a sense of trepidation, Ike immersed his consciousness into the mental realm, intending to examine the state of the singularity. However, upon discerning the appearance of this pure white expanse, his pupils widened in shock. The black runes that had previously enveloped the singularity, extending from reality itself, now appeared to distort and melt away like ice exposed to sunlight, merging into the singularity. Furthermore, the singularity had ceased to resemble a mere colorful orb. It had slightly expanded, pulsating and rotating as if it were a living entity. Eik furrowed his brow. The circuits within him had been functioning normally, which had prevented him from detecting the anomaly here. He was astonished to discover such a subtle transformation had occurred within the singularity. He began to form conjectures regarding its current state. The singularity was a product of the distortion of the Hextech core, and could also be considered a manifestation of the temporal power inherent in the Hextech core. Undoubtedly, the singularity had undergone some form of aberration, beginning its metamorphosis towards the original Hextech core. What is the Hextech core? It is a being with biological vitality, capable of adaptive evolution, fulfilling the innermost desires of its host, yet gradually seducing the host's psyche. In the Battle of Piltover, Victor initially sought to utilize Hextech to heal his ailments. But upon merging with the Hextech core, he transformed into an arcane pioneer intent on erasing humanity to lead mankind towards glorious evolution. Thus, the inexplicable power manifested within the Tautai must be the adaptive evolutionary force emanating from the singularity, enhancing the Taoye's physique significantly, and perhaps even bestowing yet undisclosed abilities. Evolution. Eik extended his fingers, pressing them against the singularity. Should it fully transform into a Hextech core, that evolutionary power would similarly affect him. Within the chakra system of the ninja world, the ultimate evolution might culminate in the Tsutsuki clan. His emotions were a complex tapestry, woven with both heaviness and a tinge of exhilaration. With the temporal power of the singularity, Eik had already harbored confidence in becoming a top-tier force within the ninja realm without invasive measures. The evolutionary power of the Hextech core would further elevate his potential. Yet, at the same time, he could not ascertain whether his mind would be influenced by the Hextech core. Exiting the mental realm, Echo let out a deep sigh. It seemed premature to dwell on such matters. It was better to go with the flow and focus on the present. He gazed into the distance, where vast expanses of land unfolded before him, seemingly endless. They had finally arrived in the land of fire. The journey had not been one of life and death, but it had been fraught with challenges. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Not only had they successfully escaped from the jaws of danger, but they had also acquired a formidable and promising spirit beast. He turned to look at Suinokawa, who sat quietly with her arms wrapped around her legs, his gaze momentarily lingering on her bare, delicate feet before he spoke. Suinokawa, where do you intend to go next? How about joining us in Konoha? After we sign the peace treaty, we can return to the Hidden Cloud together. Suinokawa, slightly roused from her thoughts, felt a twinge of conflict upon hearing Echo's suggestion. The Hidden Cloud. She had been born after the Vortex clan had been annihilated, although she was not well versed in the calamities that befell her homeland. Her tumultuous childhood had instilled in her a palpable disdain for the 5 great nations. However, as she met the gaze of the dark-skinned, white-haired youth, Sunokawa nodded, then shook her head. I can accompany you back to the hidden cloud, but I will not go to Konoha. Without waiting for Echo to inquire further, she quickly elucidated this. Taudai cannot just swagger into Konoha, can it? I will find a secluded spot near Konoha to keep an eye on Taudai and prepare the summoning contract for you. During her time on the summoning island, she had not been idle. She had learned to craft summoning contract scrolls. Now that Echo had subdued Taudai, it would be impractical to carry such a large creature everywhere. Should they establish a summoning contract, she could call upon it at any time, and, given its utter foolishness, there would be no concern about it learning reverse summoning or canceling the summoning. Upon learning of Suinokawa's intentions, Echo found the arrangement agreeable and nodded in agreement. Seeing Echo's affirmation of Suinokawa's plan, Takai hesitated for a moment before approaching Echo and lowering his voice. Young Master Echo, I have already reported the events that transpired on the road back to the hidden cloud via the summoning ninja eagle, the Rakage. Echo's eyes flickered as he inquired, what about him? He is already aware of your intentions, Takai replied solemnly. Initially, he had thought Echo's clandestine infiltration of the envoy was merely childish folly, but upon seeing the Rakage's response, he realized that the latter was cognizant of the envoy's true mission, which was to thwart this covert operation. Takai, understanding Echo's stance, felt a sense of confusion arise within him. Why? Even if the plan to seize the Hyuga bloodline fails, the losses for the hidden cloud would be minimal. Yet the benefits of success are unimaginable. He paused briefly before continuing. Or are you concerned about provoking a war? At present, Konoha stands at its most vulnerable since its inception. Should we seize this opportunity? Not to mention the question of whether we can withstand a war. Ike interrupted Takai's words, questioning whether it is right to demand the sacrifice of comrades. Takai, incensed, retorted, death is the destiny of a ninja. To sacrifice oneself for the grand machinations of great nations is an honor inherent to our calling. Ike, as the son of the Rakage, you too shall one day become such a ninja. It is best to cast aside your unnecessary navet sooner rather than later. Ike lowered his gaze. Were he a native of this world, he could easily align himself with such ideals, yet he is ultimately a traveler from another realm, possessing a unique understanding of this universe. My existence can spare Kumogakure from resorting to such measures. Ike raised his head, his gaze resolute as he fixed it upon Takai. If you still intend to carry out the plan, I will intervene to stop you. Takai chuckled lightly, as if he had heard a joke. Ha ha ha, Ike. Do you realize that if you were not the child of the Rakage but merely an ordinary student from the Ninja Academy, you would lack even the qualifications to speak so boldly before me? According to the Rakage directive, the forthcoming actions of the delegation are to be determined by me. Takai's tone grew somber, and after a brief silence, he spoke again. Since you possess such resolve, take the time to contemplate how to face the Rakage's wrath upon returning to Kumogakure. This mission shall proceed as planned. Chapter 28, Konoha. With the formidable creature capable of flight, the group swiftly traversed the vast expanse of the Land of Fire, arriving at a quaint town near Konoha. The astute ninjas of Konoha promptly detected their presence and, after a brief investigation, discerned that it was indeed the delegation from Kumogakure come to sign a peace treaty. They made their appearance to engage in dialogue. Thus, Achui, as the leader of the delegation, finalized the formal schedule for their visit to Konoha and subsequently settled temporarily in the small town to avoid unnecessary disturbances caused by the presence of the creature. It had been previously secured by Ike outside the town in a secluded valley. Time swiftly passed until the agreed-upon day arrived. The 4 members of the Kumogakure delegation, escorted by a contingent of Konoha ninjas, made their way toward the village, while Anoka ventured to the valley where the creature awaited, preparing for the summoning contract. Among the Konoha ninjas assigned to lead the way, there were no familiar faces for Ike, which was somewhat disappointing. However, once they entered Konoha, it was likely that those pivotal characters would be unavoidable. The Konoha side placed immense importance on this treaty signing, meticulously adorning the village and even arranging for numerous villagers to line the streets, cheering and welcoming the delegation. The atmosphere felt less like the visit of a foreign delegation and more akin to the return of cherished heroes. Achui, undoubtedly well-trained, strode confidently at the forefront of the delegation, wearing a boastful smile and occasionally waving to the cheering crowd. However, Taka, trailing behind, appeared visibly unsettled. As soon as the delegation entered the village, Ike had vanished without a trace. This left him momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his earlier display of maturity and rationality, he now seemed to have regressed into a troublesome child. Perhaps he had more pressing matters to attend to? At that moment, Ike indeed had significant matters at hand. After entering Konoha, he detached himself from the delegation and began to wander aimlessly through the village. Having only seen the sights of Konoha through anime in his previous life, he was determined to fully immerse himself in the experience this time. As he surveyed his surroundings, he ultimately set his sights on a large water reservoir atop a building. Ike smirked, demonstrating agility as he leaped several times to reach the top, where he could behold the silhouettes of the 4 Hokages and much of Konoha, a splendid vantage point. As December drew to a close, the biting wind swept through, yet snow had yet to fall, preventing him from witnessing Konoha's wintry splendor. After taking in the picturesque views, he turned his gaze to the opposite side of the rooftop. Konoha truly was cautious. Even a child like him was under surveillance. A white-haired ninja clad in umbu attire emerged leisurely, speaking in a neutral tone. As a guest in Konoha, I would advise against wandering aimlessly. If there's anywhere you wish to go, I can guide you. Oh, it's you. Ike's eyes brightened as he calculated the timeline. Kakashi, now approximately 17, was indeed still engaged in umbu duties. Kakashi, hidden behind his mask, furrowed his brow, wondering if this young boy was aware of his true identity. Sakata Jintoki, huh? Kakashi. Ike scratched his chin and continued. Since you are guiding me, I shall not be modest. He began counting on his fingers. Ichiraku Ramen, Dango Shop, Sweet Chestnuts, Barbecue Q, Mantion Hall, Yamanaka Flower Shop, Jaying Hall. Well, I can't seem to recall any other check-in spots at the moment. So let's settle on these locations. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. How could this brat appear so knowledgeable? Had the names of these establishments truly reached the distant land of lightning? Fortunately, aside from Mantion Hall, which is a ninja tool shop, the others are merely everyday establishments. If he had suggested visiting the Hokage building or the umbu base, that would have been utterly impossible. Kakashi pointed to a nearby street. These places are mostly located in the commercial district of Konoha. Just walk around that corner. With that, he vanished in a flash, once again concealing himself. As an umbu ninja who traverses the shadows, it is best to remain unseen in public unless necessary. Ike was aware that Kakashi was likely watching him from the darkness and didn't mind. He eagerly made his way towards the commercial district. However, halfway there, Ike suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had not a single coin in his pocket. Even if he wanted to spend, he could not. He turned and shouted in a certain direction, "Gojo, lend me some money." A gust of wind passed, met with utter silence. TCH, how stingy. At the signing ceremony of the treaty, the 3rd Hokage personally received the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village. Subsequently, both sides convened in the conference room to engage in preliminary discussions regarding the specific terms of the peace treaty. Achui had already learned of Takai's decision to abandon the additional plans. Thus, he focused entirely on seeking more benefits from the treaty for the Hidden Cloud. His demeanor akin to a brazen wild dog as he proposed numerous conditions. However, to everyone's surprise, the so-called ninja hero, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had indeed changed. In the face of Achui's aggressive demeanor, he exhibited neither dissatisfaction nor anger, merely smiling and suggesting that everything was open for discussion. The members of the Hidden Cloud felt invigorated. Just as they were about to seize the momentum, the situation was entirely altered by the appearance of one individual. Clad in a black robe, with his right eye concealed by a bandage, he emanated a profoundly dark aura. It was none other than the current Hokage's aide, the notorious Dan Shimura of the ninja world. Achui, observing Dan's who also covered his right eye, intended to continue his vociferous tirade, but ultimately tempered his fervor. The conditions proposed by the Hidden Cloud are excessively harsh. We in Konoha shall not acquiesce, Dan stated as he sat beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone flat. I advise all of you to demonstrate sincerity, lest this peace treaty fail to materialize. Should conflict arise again. His words remained unspoken, yet the implied threat was unmistakably conveyed. Achui was inclined to retort that the Hidden Cloud was not afraid of war, but Takai discreetly pressed him to refrain from speaking, stating, "This matter concerns the future peace of both great nations. It cannot be decided hastily. I propose we conclude today's meeting for now and allow both sides to deliberate further." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, concluding the inaugural meeting between the two parties, and instructed his subordinate ninjas to escort the envoy to their accommodations in Konoha. As the Cloud Village delegation departed, Hiruzen's gaze shifted to Koharu, who had, over the years, shouldered many of the village's unsavory matters, allowing his illustrious tenure as Hokage to proceed with increasing ease and grace. Faced with the aggressive stance of the Cloud delegation, it was evident that Koharu would need to step forward to counter their advances. However, before Hiruzen could bask in his moment of satisfaction, a single remark from Koharu nearly made him leap from his seat. The young envoy from the Cloud had broken away from the delegation and had already encountered the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 29. The rumors of the Fox Demon Child. How could the people of Hidden be aware of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen lit a cigarette, taking a puff before frowning and saying, "No, perhaps the child named Ai does not know about Naruto. He might simply wish to befriend Naruto, being of similar age. In all of Konoha, who does not know of the Nine-Tails Fox? Even upon first arriving in Konoha, one would inevitably notice it," Danzo retorted disdainfully, arms crossed. "Nonetheless, this is not entirely detrimental," Danzo continued, raising his gaze to Hiruzen. "Since he has come into contact with Konoha's significant secrets, we can seize the opportunity to manipulate him, thereby gaining greater leverage in negotiations with Hidden. A son of the Raikage holds immense value." Upon hearing Danzo's proposition, Hiruzen was taken aback and immediately rejected it, stating, "I cannot condone this. Such actions would only undermine the hard-won peace. Danzo, if you dare to act on your own, I will not forgive you." Seeing Hiruzen display such rare determination, Danzo recognized that he had encroached upon Hiruzen's boundaries. He felt nothing but contempt for the hypocrisy and cowardice of the third Hokage. It was difficult to imagine that this man had once bravely proposed to hold the rear during the First Shinobi World War. Indeed, I should have stepped up sooner. I should be the one leading Konoha to supremacy in the shinobi world. At that moment, Danzo longed to exhume his mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and, before him, point an accusatory finger at Hiruzen, exclaiming, "Teacher, this is the heir you have chosen for the Hokage, a vacillating coward." Unfortunately, the traitorous snake had already defected from Konoha, leaving no trace of research regarding the impure reincarnation technique. After casting one last glance at Hiruzen, Danzo lost the desire to continue their discourse, merely stating, "Your naivety will ultimately lead to your downfall." Hiruzen, shrouded in smoke, obscured his features as he replied, "Perhaps." Just as Danzo reached the door, he could not restrain himself from uttering a phrase he had repeated countless times before. "You will regret this, Hiruzen." As expected, Hiruzen lightly retorted, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Ei was oblivious to the quarrel that had just erupted between the lifelong rivals, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Due to his actions, he gazed at the yellow-haired little fellow before him, unable to suppress a smile. Although it was their first encounter in this world, during the 3 months in a parallel timeline, Ei had frequently interacted with the little rascal, Naruto. In contrast to the Naruto of that world, who enjoyed the comfort of both parents, this Naruto evidently led a difficult life, facing the coldness and hostility of the villagers of Konoha, with his living conditions barely above the minimum. Meanwhile, Naruto also took notice of the tall black brother standing before him. Naruto did not perceive the familiar disdain and hatred in the stranger's eyes. Instead, he encountered an unexpected warmth and compassion that stirred something within him. His heart quivered at the sudden kindness emanating from an unfamiliar face, leaving him momentarily speechless, standing there with a pitiful gaze directed at Ike. "Hey there. This is my first visit to this village. Would you be my guide?" Ike approached Naruto, casually placing his hand atop Naruto's head and ruffling his hair with an ease that suggested familiarity. Naruto felt a tumult of emotions. He hesitated to contemplate whether Ike would regard him with the same contempt as others once he learned of his identity. Yet, feeling the warmth from above, a smile involuntarily graced his face as he nodded vigorously in agreement. Thus, on this day, Konoha witnessed a peculiar sight. The once isolated fox demon boy was accompanied by a companion of around 5 or 6 years of age. As they meandered through the bustling streets of Konoha's commercial district, drawing the attention of many, some onlookers regarded Naruto with the same hostile glares as before, but a considerable number were captivated by the black-skinned, white-haired child beside him, each harboring a myriad of thoughts. Some marveled at the child's darkness, finding him rather endearing, while others questioned why he dared associate with the fox demon. Those more worldly villagers grew animated, speculating that this child could not possibly be from the land of fire, but rather from the land of lightning, coincidentally arriving with the delegation from Kumogakure, which had come to Konoha to sign a peace treaty. Perhaps, they mused, the Kumogakure representatives aimed to take the fox demon boy with them. It seemed that the relative stability of Konoha compared to other regions of the ninja world had ignited the gossiping spirits of the villagers. Before long, the rumor had spread widely, painting Ike not merely as an innocent child befriending a fox demon, but rather as a small hero contributing significantly to Konoha. When this rumor reached the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, it had morphed into a narrative of Kumogakure offering tremendous sacrifices for the peace between the two nations, pledging to eliminate the troublesome fox demon, thus positioning themselves as Konoha's most faithful ally. This development left the third Hokage unsettled. Tailed beasts were the most crucial strategic weapons for every ninja village. He could scarcely entertain the idea of relinquishing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to Kumogakure. No, it seemed to echo the proposal made by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to distribute the tailed beasts among the villages. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly dispatched someone to inform Danzo to suppress this ludicrous rumor. As the embodiment of Konoha's darker side, Danzo possessed the means to control public opinion within the village. Years ago, he had instigated a public relations crisis to diminish the reputation of Konoha's white fang, Hatake Sakumo. Handling the current rumor would be a mere trifle for him. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety as he trailed beside Ike, acutely aware of the malice directed at him from the surrounding crowd, a sentiment he had long since grown accustomed to. His concern lay in whether Ike would alter his demeanor in response to the actions of those around them. Ike was oblivious to the concerns of the small, golden-haired lad. At that moment, they had arrived at the entrance of a quaint street-side establishment, its partially ajar door proudly displaying the name Ichiraku Ramen in bold characters. Ike stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ichiraku Ramen was arguably the most renowned ramen shop in the realm of anime. It would be remiss of him to call himself a traveler without sampling its offerings. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as well, among his scant memories. He recalled that the proprietor, an amiable uncle who handmade the noodles, was indifferent to his status and willingly served him food. Moreover, the ramen here was undeniably the most delectable dish he had ever tasted. Naruto instinctively turned his gaze toward Ike, only to find that the latter was also looking back at him. Naruto, do you have any money? Chapter 30. The First Snow Naruto. Do you have any money? Upon hearing Ike's question, Naruto quickly rummaged through his pockets, only to find a few meager coins. This is all I have. It's far too little he had anticipated that this newly acquainted brother, Ike, would so boldly ask him to pay, leaving him feeling inadequate and somewhat disheartened about his inability to treat a friend. Seeing this, Ike wore a resigned smile. Who would have thought that the sons of the fourth Hokage and the fourth Raikage would find themselves in such a predicament over the cost of ramen? If this were to spread, it would surely elicit laughter from the shinobi of the other 5 great nations. Perhaps Sunagakure would find it normal, considering their own village had a much maligned son of the fourth Kazekage. Ike pondered for a moment before an idea struck him. He pulled Naruto towards a secluded alley. Raising his voice slightly, he said with heartfelt expression, "Oh, poor Naruto. I never imagined that at such a growing age, you would struggle to even fill your stomach. How heart-wrenching it would be for your parents to see this, alas. I lack even the funds to treat you to ramen." Naruto scratched his head, anxious that Ike might feel too guilty. He quickly reassured him, "Brother Ike, you don't need to treat me to ramen. Once I become a ninja, I'll have money, and then I can treat you." What a considerate child. Ike, embodying the demeanor of a little adult, patted Naruto's shoulder with a sense of pride. "But there's no need to wait. Today is my lucky day. I have a feeling that if we head this way, we might just find some money." Naruto was intrigued but uncertain. As they rounded the corner of the alley, a bill suddenly lay in the middle of the road, capturing their attention. "Oh, lucky." Naruto sprinted a few steps ahead, swiftly pressing down on the bill. After cautiously surveying the area and confirming that no one was around, he picked it up, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Brother Ike, we really found money, and it's just enough for ramen. Haha, it seems my intuition was spot on. Let us go. I'm looking forward to the taste of Ichiraku ramen." Ike chuckled, secretly criticizing a certain white-haired ANBU member in his mind. After all, this was the orphan of his master and mistress. Even giving the child a little pocket money seemed to be a stretch. The money was, of course, not lost by anyone, but had originated from the hidden depths of Kakashi's wallet. Ike had deliberately recounted Naruto's unfortunate circumstances and hinted at finding money ahead, and Kakashi, with his intelligence, had successfully picked up on the subtle cue. The two, filled with enthusiasm, entered Ichiraku Ramen. Given Naruto's reputation in Konohagakure, the few remaining customers, who had already nearly finished their meals, hastily paid their bills and fled the establishment. Seeing Naruto enter with a slightly older, unfamiliar child, the kindly uncle behind the counter greeted them with a warm smile. "Ah, little Naruto, have you made a new friend?" Naruto nodded earnestly. "This is Brother Ike. Uncle, please bring us 2 bowls of your signature tonkatsu miso ramen." "How delightful! To celebrate your newfound friendship, let this round of ramen be on me," the uncle cheerfully declared. "Ah, I am truly grateful, Uncle," Naruto said, his cheeks slightly flushed, joining his hands in gratitude. Ike also expressed his thanks at the right moment. "Thank you, Uncle." After a brief wait, the uncle's 8-year-old daughter, Ayam, brought over 2 steaming bowls of ramen, stealing glances at Ike as she passed by. Curiously, Ike picked up a chopstick full of noodles and brought it to his mouth, instantly captivated. It must be said, the Ichiraku ramen, which Naruto cherished for a lifetime, was indeed exceptional. The noodles were evenly thick and delightfully chewy, while the rich and savory tonkatsu broth was a balm against the chill of winter, warming the very soul. After a few bites, he completely abandoned his decorum, slurping away just like Naruto beside him. The uncle behind the counter squinted his eyes, a smile on his face. Yet he sighed inwardly. In the past, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, frequently visited Ichiraku Ramen, which allowed the uncle to vaguely sense Naruto's true identity, unlike the villagers of Konoha blinded by hatred. Unfortunately, his influence was limited. Apart from occasionally treating Naruto to a bowl of ramen, he could do little else. Now that Naruto had made a new friend, the uncle felt happiness for him. Yet he was also concerned that Ike might change his attitude and inadvertently hurt Naruto. At that moment, only Naruto and Ike were present in the shop, creating a tranquil atmosphere where they could clearly hear the surprised exclamations of passers-by outside. "Wow, it's snowing." A single snowflake drifted through the entrance curtain of Ichiraku Ramen, melting away in an instant, followed by the second, and then the third. December 26th, Konoha year 54, the first snowfall. After sharing a bowl of Ichiraku Ramen with Naruto, Ike did not continue his planned exploration of the shopping street. Takai and the others had already settled into the Konoha guest house, specifically dispatching ENBU ninjas to summon Ike. Thus, Ike reluctantly bid farewell to Naruto, promising to meet again tomorrow. Following the lead of the ANBU ninja, Ike entered the guest house, where he found Takai and the others huddled together, deep in discussion. Upon Ike's return, Takai pushed forth an unfinalized treaty. "Ike, take a look at this peace treaty. 1. Konoha must provide 300 million ryo for the reconstruction of Kumogakure post-war. 2. All mission commissions from the Frost Country, the Land of Claws, the Land of Fangs, and the Land of Vegetables shall be wholly transferred to Kumogakure. 3. Ike reached out to take the treaty, scanning it with wide eyes before looking back at Takai. This old fellow truly dares to make such exorbitant demands. He quickly calculated that if Konoha agreed to this treaty, it would yield enough profit for Kumogakure to purchase approximately 10 million bowls of Ichiraku Ramen, enough to satiate even the most insatiable glutton. These conditions were far too harsh. Konoha would not acquiesce. Ike shook his head. Takai inquired, "What sort of conditions do you believe should be proposed?" "You're asking me?" Ike pointed to himself, incredulous. Recently, Ike has discerned that Takai regards him with a certain degree of favor, given the current circumstances. Could it be that Takai aspires to become the Grand Tutor of the Hidden Cloud? He quickly waved his hand, stating, "You all may deliberate on this matter within your delegation. I have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy and thus lack the qualifications to partake in such significant decisions." Takai replied with gravity, "Enough of your jesting. If the Ninja Academy were filled with students like you, Konoha would have long since fallen under the dominion of the Hidden Cloud. To effectively govern the Hidden Cloud, you must begin to engage with these matters from the perspective of the village's upper echelons." Ike felt a sense of helplessness. Following his journey through the parallel timeline, he indeed wished to transform the Hidden Cloud into a thriving realm akin to that of another world. Yet, when confronted with the practicalities of such endeavors, he found himself overwhelmed. It is no wonder that in the original timeline, even Naruto, a powerful figure of the Sage of Six Paths caliber, was worn down by administrative duties after assuming the mantle of the 7th Hokage. Perhaps this is the reality that unfolds when ideals are translated into tangible existence. Chapter 31. The vortex, a night of snowfall, transformed Konoha into a picturesque winter wonderland, clad in a silvery mantle. While Takai and the others hastened to the negotiation site once more, Ike, uncharacteristically, lingered in bed. As a child still in the throes of growth, Ike had always prioritized a healthy routine, making such indulgence in slumber an anomaly. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that he slowly opened his eyes and roused from his slumber. In the next moment, he became acutely aware of an unusual sensation within his body, not the typical physiological signs common to every man, for his physique had yet to mature fully. The anomaly lay in the sheer volume of chakra. It seemed that in the brief moment of closing and opening his eyes, the chakra within him had multiplied several times over, now surpassing even Takai's. No, it seems I've grown taller as well, Ike mused, placing his hand atop his head to gauge the change. Something was amiss. Something was very wrong. What had transpired? Ike, bewildered by the drastic transformation his body had undergone overnight, felt an instinctive urge akin to breathing or blinking surging within him. He instinctively obeyed this primal call, causing chakra to surge towards his back, giving rise to an unfamiliar entity that tore a gaping hole in his nightwear. Vajrasil, gazing at the golden chains extending from his back, Ike's mind momentarily short-circuited. After an indeterminate amount of time, once he was certain he was not ensnared in a dream, Ike regained his composure. I see now. It was Sanahara. That day, it was the chakra of Sanahara that triggered the anomaly, and the point transforming into the hex core conveyed the power of evolution, endowing my body with the properties of a vortex. Though this was the most logical inference, the ease with which he had acquired such formidable strength, often referred to as a cheat, left Ike with an unsettling feeling. If he were the protagonist of a mindless power fantasy, relying on a system's golden finger to gain immense strength, perhaps he would find the current events more palatable. Ike wished to further explore the potency of the Vajrasil, yet found nothing of use in his surroundings, thereby relinquishing the idea. Recalling his appointment with the blonde-haired little imp from yesterday, Ike freshened up and made his way directly to the commercial district. Upon stepping outside, he noticed that the accumulated snow had cloaked Konoha in a fresh hue. As he strolled, taking in the sights, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a flower shop. However, given the chilly temperature, the various potted plants that should have adorned the entrance were now tucked safely inside. At the entrance stood a small figure, tirelessly crafting snowballs and launching them like shurikens at the signpost outside the shop. Seemingly aware of the gazes upon her, the girl with short, pale yellow hair glanced over and locked eyes with a boy a few years her senior. Ike chuckled softly, surprised to see that Ino had been quite the tomboy in her youth. He waved a casual greeting, lacking any desire for conversation, and turned to depart. What a curious individual. Ino pouted coolly. Ike arrived at the spot where they had first encountered each other the previous day, and indeed, he soon spotted a familiar silhouette. At this moment, Naruto, adorned with a crimson scarf and golden locks, embodied the vibrant colors of his parents' signature dish, stir-fried tomatoes and eggs. Eager to greet a new friend, the little boy with yellow hair arrived early, only to find that Ike was still cocooned in the warmth of his bed, blissfully unaware of the time. As a result, he spent the morning waiting alone in the biting cold, filled with disappointment, pondering whether Ike had discovered his identity and chosen to stand him up. However, upon Ike's arrival, Naruto's spirits lifted instantly as he waved enthusiastically. Ike and I, over here. Sorry for the delay this morning, Ike said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Let us skip the ramen today. How about something sweet? It's on me. Having experienced financial constraints the day before, Ike had thoughtfully procured travel funds from the Umbu before his outing, ensuring that the Umbu were not put in a difficult position. For Naruto, this was an easy choice. Friendship outweighed any craving for ramen. Observing Naruto's face, flushed from the cold, and the whisker-like markings etched on his cheeks, Ike contemplated whether his newly awakened power could suppress a tailed beast. Yet, being in public, he could not openly investigate the seals on Naruto's body. Although merely a 5-year-old, Konoha remained vigilant, as evidenced by Kakashi, who was covertly tasked with monitoring him. As Ike pondered, the two made their way to a dumpling shop in the bustling commercial district. Despite Naruto's notorious identity potentially inciting disdain from merchants, Ike's presence as a clearly foreign guest compelled the shop owner to temporarily suppress any animosity and serve them normally. Ike ordered several skewers of tricolored dumplings and 2 bowls of sweet soup, before finding a spot to sit with Naruto. To their surprise, a nearby table was occupied by another duo, a big brother and his little sibling. Both had black hair. The older boy appeared around 8 or 9 years old, proudly wearing a Konoha forehead protector, while the younger, resembling Naruto in size, wore a displeased expression, likely due to his distaste for the dumpling's flavor. "This dumpling is way too sweet. It's not tasty at all," Sasuke grumbled, but his tone suggested more of a playful complaint than genuine disdain, as he leaned toward his brother for comfort. "How about this?" Itachi said, gazing fondly at his adorable younger brother. "I'll save the sweeter glaze for you, and you can have the red bean filling." Sasuke nodded obediently, his expression brightening with delight. Naruto, having encountered Sasuke a few times before, recalled their previous encounters where Sasuke always wore a stoic and aloof demeanor, starkly contrasting with the charmingly obedient child he saw now. Amused, Naruto took a bite of his dumpling and mimicked Sasuke's earlier tone, saying in a silly voice, "I, this dumpling is way too sweet. It's not tasty at all." Ike nearly burst into laughter. It was clear that this little rascal was already exhibiting traits that would make him both adored and disliked by many in the future. Beside them, Sasuke and Itachi evidently took note of Naruto's demeanor, feeling a sense of affront. They turned their gaze toward the elder Ike, seeking an explanation from him. Ike cleared his throat, and at that moment, a sensible person would have offered an apology to Sasuke and Itachi. However, he harbored a somewhat mischievous streak. With deep affection in his eyes, he addressed Naruto, saying, "Hey, let your brother have the sweeter part of the dumpling, while little Naruto can enjoy the red bean filling inside." Upon finishing his words, he and Naruto couldn't help but smile broadly, sharing a hearty laugh. Sasuke. Itachi. Chapter 32. Meeting the Ninetales. How impolite you all are. Even at the tender age of 3, Sasuke did not possess the aloof demeanor of his future self. Upon witnessing Naruto and Ike's respectful greeting, his cheeks flushed visibly. Itachi, however, remained composed and addressed Ike, saying, "It seems the bond between you two is quite strong. I am Uchiha Itachi, and this is my younger brother, Sasuke. If you don't mind, we would like to make your acquaintance." Pointing at Naruto, who was making faces at Sasuke, Ike replied, "This is Naruto Uzumaki from your Hidden Leaf Village, and I am Ike from the Hidden Cloud. It is a pleasure to meet you." Hidden Cloud, in the land of lightning. Itachi's eyes flickered with intrigue. According to the records within his clan, the Uchiha had some historical ties to the land of lightning. Much like the Senju with the Uzumaki and the Hyuga with the Taketori, there was, in fact, a clan in the land of lightning that was distantly related to the Uchiha. He observed Ike curiously. His complexion was indeed rare, yet in other aspects, he appeared quite ordinary. Before Itachi could elaborate further, Sasuke and Naruto began to engage in a spirited exchange, their gazes locked in an intense rivalry. It was as if an invisible force drew these ancient adversaries together, igniting a unique spark upon their first encounter. "You think your brother is impressive? Mine has already become a ninja," Sasuke exclaimed defiantly. "My brother Ike will also become a ninja. He even dares to venture to the Hidden Leaf. My brother dares to travel far too. He even dares to eat history." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was taken aback and stammered, "Well, your brother is definitely more impressive." With his arms crossed, Sasuke stood triumphantly, resembling a victorious general, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Itachi with a firm tap on the forehead. "My apologies, please continue your meal. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave." Itachi managed a strained smile at Ike and his companion before firmly grasping the unaware Sasuke, leading him away from the dumpling shop. Whether he dared to eat history remained to be seen. In any case, Sasuke was certain to receive a lesson in humility. After enjoying dumplings, Ike and Naruto strolled through the commercial district, yet they did not encounter anyone familiar to Ike. Passing by the Kyoto, they noticed a promotional banner for Intimate Paradise prominently displayed at the entrance. Ike had intended to peruse this celebrated work that even the later Kakashi became enamored with. But due to age restrictions, the shopkeeper adamantly refused to sell it to children, leaving Ike with no choice but to retreat in disappointment. Although he could have potentially deceived the shopkeeper with a transformation technique, he was not inclined to resort to such measures for the sake of a mere book. As they wandered aimlessly, Naruto suddenly proposed an invitation for Ike to visit his home. "Hey, Ike, why not come over to my house for a while? I've never had a friend over before." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sure, let us go," Ike agreed with a nod. As long as he could find himself alone with Naruto, Ike would seize the opportunity to discreetly investigate the ceiling within Naruto's body, testing his newly awakened Vajra confinement using the Ninetales. However, Should he bring it up himself, it would seem too deliberate. Thus, it was fortuitous that Naruto had extended the invitation. Naruto's residence is situated at a considerable distance from the commercial district. Nestled in a secluded corner of the Konoha residential area, it is an aging single apartment. Ike was uncertain whether this dwelling was a property belonging to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during his lifetime, or if it was specifically arranged by Konoha to accommodate Naruto. Judging by the interior decor and the antiquated appliances, it was evident that Naruto's quality of life was somewhat lacking. Moreover, perhaps due to living alone. The room was in disarray. Maintaining a meticulously organized space while being solitary would likely evoke an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Acknowledging the untidiness of his abode, Naruto sheepishly remarked, "Hee, it's a bit messy here. Let me tidy up." "Oh, there's no need for that," Ike replied, sinking into the sofa and gesturing for Naruto to join him. "Come and rest for a moment." Once Naruto approached, Ike casually surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that the Umbu ninjas covertly monitoring their actions were not paying attention. Before reaching out to press against the seal on Naruto's abdomen, a textbook level 8 trigram seal, Ike mused, as his consciousness traversed the chakra, penetrating the seal that contained the 9 tails. Sensing 2 familiar chakra signatures within the sealing space, Ike softly reassured, "Do not worry. I harbor no ill will towards Naruto, and shall not disrupt the seal on the 9 tails." These 2 chakra signatures belong to Minato and Kushina, specifically sealed within the sealing technique, allowing them to intervene when Naruto was unable to withstand the 9 tails' power, thus enabling a fleeting encounter with their son. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the faint sound of heavy breathing emanating from the depths of the sealing space. Following the sound, Ike found himself before a door adorned with talismans, as if sensing a gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a caged creature. The 9 tails suddenly opened its eyes wide, an overwhelming aura surging through the cracks of the door and pressing against Ike. "Who are you, little brat?" Ike remained silent. At this moment, the 9 tails had yet to reconcile with Naruto, consumed by hatred and brutality, rendering it unsuitable for communication. It was unnecessary to heed its thoughts regarding his intentions, for golden chains abruptly extended from Ike's back, piercing through the sealing door and swiftly entwining around the massive form of the 9 tails. Upon witnessing the familiar adamantine sealing, the 9 tails jolted, recalling its previous confinement within Kushina, where it had been tightly bound and deprived of freedom. Now, having finally exchanged one prison for another, it was reluctant to experience that sensation once more. Unfortunately, the 9 tails had no effective means to counter the adamantine sealing. While the tailed beast bomb possessed great destructive power, it could not strike the agile chains, and the combination of its colossal size and immense chakra made physical resistance quite arduous. Fortunately, it sensed that these 4 rapidly coiling adamantine chains lacked the formidable strength of the Vortex Woman during her prime. With determined effort, it believed it could maintain a semblance of dignity, resisting the restraint rather than being subdued like a mere plaything. "Bind." Ike let out a low growl, and 4 golden chains suddenly enveloped the 9 tails, intertwining to form a unique seal that swiftly constricted, compressing the 9 tails into a fluffy ball. How is this possible? On this day, the 9 tails, one of the most formidable tailed beasts, once again experienced the dread of being dominated by the vortex sealing technique. Observing this scene, Ike nodded in satisfaction with his diamond lock. At this moment, he was employing not only the diamond lock, but also a sealing technique derived from it, akin to the relationship between the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and Gentle Fist. A naturally potent ability, it was accompanied by complementary skills. This was one of the treasures of the Hidden Cloud, not found in the comprehensive elucidation of sealing techniques gifted by Kushina from a parallel world, which is understandable, as who would have anticipated that such a unique ability of the Vortex clan would fall into the hands of outsiders. Chapter 33. Friendly exchange. Gazing at the tightly packed 9 tails within the sealed gate, Yak finally spoke. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, 9 tails. Who would wish to meet you?" The 9 tails retorted, its neck immobilized, forcing it to glare at Yak with a twisted head. "Do not presume that because you have mastered the vortex sealing technique, you can act arrogantly before me. Were it not for the sealing power of the 4th Hokage suppressing my abilities, you would have already been torn to shreds. I harbor no doubts regarding that." Yak nodded, then shifted his tone. "But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this scenario. Failing to acknowledge your status as a captive will only lead to your suffering." As his words fell, the adamantine bindings tightened once more, an excruciating pain coursing through the 9 tails' entire being. Yet, under this immense pressure, the Nine Tails merely laughed. You underestimate me. The mightiest of the tailed beasts. Do you think I would grovel before you in a desperate bid for survival? Even if you were to slay me now. The tailed beast would inevitably be reborn. However, that yellow-haired brat outside would truly meet his demise. Its tone bore a hint of anguish. Yet there was no sign of weakness. Upon hearing this, Yak loosened the golden chains restraining the Nine Tails slightly. You are indeed quite resilient, aren't you? Kurama? The Nine Tails stirred at the mention of its name. Where did you hear that name, brat? Yak smirked mischievously. Of course, it was the old man Yui who told me. The Nine Tails struggled more fiercely, prompting Yak to ease the bindings again, allowing the colossal orange fox to finally meet Yak's gaze directly. A millennium ago, when Sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki Yui, faced his impending doom, he released all nine-tailed beasts from within him and left behind a prophecy. In the future, there would emerge a blue-eyed youth who danced with the nine-headed beast, calling upon its name with laughter. Yet this white-haired, black-eyed imp before him clearly did not fit the old man's prophecy. The familiar names evoked memories of the distant past for the Nine Tails, recalling the moments of its birth and the joyous days spent with the elder of the Yui clan. However, now it found itself inexplicably sealed within a Jinchuriki. Its power halved and reduced to being bullied by a mere boy. A sense of sorrow welled within the Nine Tails. It seems you hail from the land of lightning, and I detect an aura about you that I find distasteful. Its voice fell into a calm, devoid of the previous fury and wildness. Years ago, a pair of brothers from the land of lightning sought to attack me, but I devoured them whole. However, they possessed a peculiar constitution, managing to gnaw at my flesh and obtain my chakra. You are not of the Uzumaki clan, yet you wield the vortex sealing technique. Have you perhaps consumed the remnants of the Uzumaki clan like they did? Yak realized the brothers the Nine Tails spoke of were the Gold and Silver brothers, and he recalled that he seemed to possess a connection to the Zuki clan. However, he had been too preoccupied with the anomalies to delve deeper into that matter. The ability to digest the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails, as well as to harbor its chakra, indeed distinguishes the physiques of the brothers, Kin and Jin. Coupled with the notion of being descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, while they may not possess the same sage body as the Uzumaki or Senju, they certainly possess unique attributes. However, the Nine-Tails speculation is rather audacious. To acquire abilities by devouring the flesh of others. What a Hannibal of the ninja world. Yet, the situation is not entirely absurd, as the renowned clans within the ninja realm essentially stem from the same ancestral lineage. One could simply regard it as the awakening of the Uzumaki bloodline. Ike chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Nine Tails fell silent. For as the living chronicle of the ninja world, it had witnessed the decline of the sage and the emergence of ninjas, bearing witness to countless conflicts among humans, thus comprehending certain undisclosed truths. However, if this young man is aware of these matters, could it be that he has truly encountered the Sage of Six Paths? After a moment, the Nine Tails resumed speaking. What purpose do you serve by appearing here? Primarily, I wish to test my newly awakened abilities, Ike replied, shaking the adamantine seal, producing a clattering sound, before continuing, and, of course, I wanted to meet you. For this reason, the Nine Tails found it difficult to accept. What kind-hearted individual would come to humiliate an ancient fox like itself merely to test their abilities? Regrettably, I genuinely thought so. He was quite pleased with his adamantine seal, unaffected by the mismatch of his hair color with the traditional red of the Uzumaki. The capacity to restrain the sealed Nine Tails, coupled with the abundant chakra within him, positioned Ike's adamantine seal on the precipice of shadow-level prowess. However, in Ike's perception, to be regarded as a shadow-level powerhouse, one must master formidable abilities while simultaneously facing numerous combat situations, even when their information is fully exposed, without exhibiting any glaring weaknesses. The most representative figures in this regard would be the immortal duo from the Akatsuki. Hidden, possessing cursed killing abilities, could likely spell doom for even the five Kagel without prior knowledge of his capabilities. Yet, once his information was revealed, he was outsmarted and defeated by Shikoro, whose raw strength had not even reached that of AJ Nin. Conversely, his partner, Kakuzu, represents another extreme. His abilities are well-balanced but lack distinctiveness. Even if he can barely be classified as shadow level, he remains an unremarkable presence. At present, I should consider myself at the elite J-Nin level of strength. And with the ability to reverse time, perhaps I could even outmaneuver shadow-level powerhouses. Ike was quite content with his current state. especially considering that at just over 5 years of age, his contemporaries like Naruto and Sasuke had yet to enter the ninja academy, while his peer, Kakashi, was merely a chunin. As the saying goes, we are all from the same village. I never intended to be this way. The Nine Tails, witnessing Ike suddenly lost in thought, slightly wriggled its bound form, feeling quite uncomfortable. Its dignity was thoroughly compromised. The sound of chains brought Ike back to reality as he turned to the Nine Tails. Ah, there's one more thing. I'd like to borrow some chakra from you for experimentation. Upon hearing Yak's words, the Nine Tails felt a sudden tension, reminiscent of the warnings previously echoed by the former Jinchuriki, Kushina. Although he casually mentioned a mere trickle of chakra, the extraction process often felt as if it would strip him down to a mere husk of a fox. Yak, disregarding the Nine Tails' subtle resistance, focused his intent, and a surge of Nine Tails chakra was immediately drawn forth through the adamantine seal, directed into his own bodily pathways, ultimately flowing into the peculiar nexus of his mental realm. The power of time was activated, causing his form to momentarily reverse in place. What just flickered? The Nine Tails blinked, uncertain if he had misperceived the event. As he sensed the minuscule chakra Yak had just extracted, he felt a wave of emotion welling up, realizing that this boy was indeed a good soul. Yak stroked his chin thoughtfully. The infusion of Nine Tails chakra into the peculiar point did not seem to yield any extraordinary effects, perhaps necessitating the passage of time for its true potential to manifest. However, with all his intended actions accomplished, he retracted the golden chains that had bound the Nine Tails. Chapter 34. Another child found. Upon witnessing the Nine Tails transformation from its previous volatility, Ike found it considerably more agreeable, despite the lingering effects of their earlier encounter. Fox, how about I take you out? Ike mused thoughtfully. I could extract a portion of your chakra, allowing you to transfer your consciousness while the majority remains here. The Nine Tails appeared intrigued at first, but soon its enthusiasm waned. Losing its original chakra would mean becoming a mere mascot, a notion that was difficult for the fox to accept. Forget it, it concluded. Even if I were to go out, I would still be at the mercy of others. This place suits me far better. Seeing the Nine Tails' refusal, Ike remained unperturbed, as he had merely suggested it in passing. He was rather looking forward to the scene of Naruto and the Nine Tails sparring, becoming the little golden figure. By the way, your current Jinchuriki Naruto is my younger brother. You know he is not a bad person, so please refrain from causing any trouble in the future. Ike admonished in a tone reminiscent of a gang leader before turning to exit the ceiling space. Upon mentioning Naruto, the Nine Tails' previously calm demeanor soured once again. Just because Naruto isn't a bad person, does that imply I, Kurama, am one? Truly, it feels like divine retribution to have been sealed away for so many years. After departing from the Nine Tails' ceiling space, Ike joined Naruto in tidying up the room and indulged in a card game that Naruto had long wished to play with friends. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Ike suggested they head out for a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, and the two strolled leisurely towards the bustling commercial street. However, their leisurely pace was interrupted by the sight of a figure by the roadside. Beneath the street lamp, a small girl clad in a mini kimono with white eyes squatted on the ground, seemingly lost and displaying a look of confusion. What a peculiar child, Naruto remarked, glancing over but quickly turning away. Come on, Ike and I. If we dawdle any longer, Ichiraku will close. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have approached to lend assistance. But at this moment, more pressing matters awaited. Fool. Ike lightly tapped Naruto on the head, causing a noticeable bump to form. He immediately recognized the girl as Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, the original target of their mission. It seemed that with Ike now by his side, Naruto had lost the inclination to help her. Disregarding the comical expression on Naruto's face as he cradled his bump, Ike approached the timid girl. Sensing someone nearing, she instinctively shrank back. Do not be afraid. We are not bad people, Ike spoke gently. Slowly, Hinata raised her head, illuminated by the dim glow of the street lamp, revealing her delicate features. How dark. How gentle. Ike extended his hand towards Hinata, smiling warmly. Come, rise. As Hinata gazed at Ike's smile, her heart eased slightly, and summoning her courage, she grasped his hand. The little girl's body was exceedingly delicate. With little effort, Ike pulled her up, and upon noticing the shy expression on her slightly chubby face, he couldn't help but exclaim how adorable she was, gently pinching her cheek. MMM. Hinata let out a soft sound, her cheeks visibly flushing. Why did he suddenly pinch my face? How embarrassing. Ike quickly withdrew his hand. He couldn't be blamed for his mischievousness. For someone as sweet as Hinata was simply too enchanting, prompting a thought in his heart about wanting a daughter as lovely as her in the future. Nearby, Naruto slyly leaned in. Ike, big brother, I want a pinch too. Goodness, this mischievous child. Ike twitched the corner of his mouth, reaching out to tug at Naruto's face as well. Subsequently, he took each of their hands, leading Hinata and Naruto along as he said to Hinata, "Let us go have a meal first, and then I'll take you home." Hinata obediently nodded, though she remained silent due to her shyness. The trio arrived at the Ichiraku ramen shop, where the elderly owner recognized Hinata as a child from the illustrious Hyuga clan, expressing mild surprise. Having always had her meals prepared by designated individuals, Hinata found this experience quite novel. It was her first time eating ramen, and she found the taste delightful. After this late dinner, which could almost be considered a midnight snack, Ike and the others meandered onto the streets. However, it wasn't long before a group of Hyuga ninjas came into view, there to escort Hinata home, thus sparing Ike and the others the trouble of inquiring about the location of the Hyuga clan. Ike felt no surprise at this. Both he and Naruto held special statuses, with many eyes watching them from the shadows. The news of them being together with the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter would undoubtedly reach the family swiftly. "Hinata, please don't wander off in the future," Ike said, waving goodbye as he watched the little girl with white eyes blend back into her family's group. Hinata responded with a soft realizing this wouldn't be heard, and then nodded more emphatically towards Ike. Naruto casually waved his hand, "See ya," but received no reply, as the Hyuga group had already turned to depart. At the Hokage residence, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, set aside the crystal ball that allowed him to observe any part of the village and took a puff from his pipe, lost in thought. Today's negotiations with the Cloud Village delegation had once again reached a stalemate, though their attitude was not as rigid as before, indicating a positive shift. However, one matter lingered in his mind. Why was the fourth Raikage's son accompanying the delegation to Konohagakure? He had initially thought Ike was merely visiting for sightseeing, but upon further observation, it appeared he had only strolled through the commercial district, neglecting other interesting locales. Even more perplexing was how, among the many children in Konoha, he had formed a bond with Naruto, who held a unique identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly uneasy, choosing to speculate in the most pessimistic manner. The likelihood was high that the opposition was already aware of Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and they were likely plotting something in the shadows. He mused that the child should not be allowed to continue associating with Naruto. However, he found himself in a quandary at present. Konoha was negotiating a peace treaty with the Cloud Village, and he could not impose restrictions on Ike. Thus, it seemed that Naruto would have to bear the burden of this situation. Furthermore, measures needed to be taken regarding Ike to confine his movements, ideally ensuring he remained in one place. As Hiruzen took several puffs from his cigarette, thoughts of the day's events crystallized into a plan. He summoned Uchiha Itachi, the guiding Jonin, and spoke softly. Immediately, someone in the shadows received the directive and set off to execute it. Chapter 35. Invitation. On the third day of his arrival in Konoha, Ike awoke with a sense of disappointment. The evolution he had experienced the previous night had not recurred, shattering his fanciful notion that he could grow stronger in his sleep. Rolling restlessly in his bed, he found himself at a loss for what to do. The diplomatic mission had nearly finalized the minimum peace terms, leaving only the negotiations with Konoha. Should he seek out Naruto? Perhaps not. His encounter with Naruto had been purely coincidental, and a continued association might arouse suspicion and mistrust from the village. A leisurely stroll through the town? That seemed pointless. No matter how vibrant Konoha appeared, it could never rival the grandeur of his past life. Stripping away the lens of anime, it bore no essential difference from the hidden Cloud Village. As for training, the mere thought was swiftly dismissed. It was not that he had grown overly complacent or lethargic, but rather that this was undeniably someone else's territory, with countless unseen eyes watching him. He could not afford to expose his hidden circumstances. While he was lost in thought, Ike's ears perked up, and his gaze instantly shifted to the window. A shuriken, affixed with a note, had pierced the glass and lodged into the wall of his room. By the banks of the southern river, flying snow awaits your presence. Frost-covered moss leaves footprints. Let us recount the flowing waters. Reading the note, Ike furrowed his brow. He could decipher the message. Someone was extending an invitation to meet by the southern river. However, the phrasing was rather poetic for a ninja. Despite this, Ike felt a surge of curiosity. The ability to launch a shuriken under the watchful eyes of the Umbu suggested that the Cinder possessed some form of official sanction, ruling out the likelihood of a nefarious plot. The Southern River. Wasn't that the territory of the Uchiha clan? Could the one who sent the invitation be Itachi Uchiha, whom he had met just the day before? After preparing himself, Ike set off towards the Southern River, inquiring along the way. Upon reaching the vicinity of the river, Ike began to understand the true meaning of the note. The banks were flanked by snow-covered trees, and a gentle breeze stirred the branches, causing the snow to cascade down, evoking the essence of a snowy day despite the absence of snowfall. His gaze swept across the riverbank, where frost and moss adorned the stones, revealing intermittent footprints leading in a particular direction. Though the prints were larger than his own, they did not belong to an adult male. With a swift leap, Ike followed the trail, and soon, a figure emerged before him, a young boy, standing tall and exuding elegance. Upon recognizing the striking black-haired youth, Ike's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, it is you, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi returned the smile. It has been a while, Ike-kun. One could only commend the Uchiha clan for producing such remarkable individuals. Although Itachi was merely 8 years old, his exceptional features had already earned Ike's approval, after all. Men are often the best judges of another man's appearance. What Ike did not realize was that he, too, had fallen within Itachi's aesthetic appreciation, leading him to harbor no aversion towards the tasks assigned by the village. Late last night, under the guidance of his superior shinobi, Uchiha Itachi remarkably entered the Uchiha clan grounds, bearing a mission from the village to befriend Ike and, in doing so, gather intelligence about him. Initially puzzled by the village's unusual request, Itachi's understanding deepened upon learning Ike's identity. At the tender age of 4, he had accompanied his father, Uchiha Fugaku, to the battlegrounds of the Third Shinobi World War, bearing witness to the brutalities of war. He came to comprehend that the relationships between villages, and even among individuals, are far more intricate than they appear. The task now assigned to him served as a testament to this complexity. Rather than heed his superior's advice to actively approach Ike, Itachi preferred a more egalitarian form of interaction, aspiring to cultivate an image of a perfect friend before Ike. To this end, he meticulously devised an invitation for an evening together, believing that sharing such a beautiful experience would forge a cherished memory and significantly enhance their relationship. However, if Ike were merely an ordinary 5-year-old, he might have been swayed by Itachi's subtle machinations. Alas, beneath his youthful fade resided the soul of an adult, one who was quite perceptive of Itachi's character, rendering him resistant to being easily influenced. As Uchiha Itachi maintained his charming pose, smiling at Ike after their initial greeting, Ike raised an eyebrow and queried, "Did you summon me here for a particular reason?" Coughing slightly in response to Ike's composed demeanor, Itachi wondered if the inhabitants of the Land of Lightning were indeed rather uncouth, lacking an appreciation for beauty. After a brief pause, he spoke. "From our brief encounter yesterday, I found your character quite intriguing, and thus I wish to forge a friendship. I humbly extend my invitation, and I hope you can forgive my presumption." Ike's expression turned somewhat peculiar upon hearing Itachi's words, as he surmised that Uchiha Itachi must have received some task, for it was unlikely that someone with such a polite yet distant demeanor would initiate a conversation with a stranger. Nonetheless, the method of his approach was indeed unconventional. "I didn't anticipate you to be so perceptive. I shall grant you forgiveness," Ike replied with an enigmatic tone, relieved by Ike's response. Itachi felt a glimmer of hope, though the development was not entirely as he had envisioned. The fact that Ike did not reject him was a promising start. However, Ike's subsequent remark left Itachi momentarily stunned. "You are only 3 years my senior, yet you have already become a full-fledged ninja of Konoha. I have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Could you share some of the interesting missions you have undertaken?" This was unexpected. Should it not be probing for Ike's information? Itachi found the situation absurd, his face displaying a hint of regret as he replied, "In truth, they have merely been trivial errands, capturing stray cats and dogs. I have yet to undertake any noteworthy missions." Ike expressed disappointment, saying, "I see. I had assumed you might have been involved in missions that required you to deliberately approach enemies for intelligence or perhaps even assignments involving the extermination of entire families." Itachi felt a slight flush of embarrassment. What on earth did this child perceive ninjas to be? No, that was not the case. The other party had already become aware of his mission, deliberately speaking to probe him. Realizing this, Itachi's heart skipped a beat, and he finally regarded Ike with a more serious demeanor. Indeed, Such missions did exist, albeit they were tasks that the majority of ninjas would never encounter. Ike nodded in agreement, his tone neither overly bright nor dismal as he remarked, "This is simply because most ninjas lack the requisite skills. I believe that only someone as exceptional as you, Itachi, is capable of undertaking such missions. Even in this world of ninjas. It seems that most would find it unimaginable to commit the act of slaughtering their own family and parents." Chapter 36. 3 strikes shatter the dream of a genius as the wind stirred the falling snow. The serene sound of the flowing water from the Nanha River enveloped the scene, leaving nothing but tranquility in its wake. Listening to the subtly profound words of Yak, Itachi experienced a complex array of emotions. Was this the sentiment that the adults once felt when confronting me? From a tender age, Itachi exhibited remarkable wisdom. After witnessing the battlefield at the mere age of 4, he began to ponder the concepts of his village, family, and peace, topics that rendered him devoid of common ground with his peers, leading many to commend him as a mature child. Yet, in the presence of Yak, Itachi realized that he was similarly exceptional. A kinship arose within him as he envisioned Yak as a reflection of his own self, prompting a sense of unease. Unbeknownst to Yak, Itachi held him in high regard. Observing Itachi's solemn demeanor, Yak felt an undercurrent of disinterest. Itachi was still too green, lacking the poised confidence that would characterize him in the future. Stripped of his ninja talents, Yak regarded him merely as a pitiable soul caught between the village and his family, his thoughts tainted by circumstance. Ironically, such a person was not without admirers, even being deified as the god Itachi. Finding the situation tedious, Yak casually shook his head and turned to leave. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the sound of a shuriken slicing through the air reached him from behind. He inclined his head slightly, evading Itachi's assault. With a tone of indifference, Yak remarked, "Do not engage in unnecessary actions, Uchiha Itachi." Itachi's expression was grave as he replied, "Yesterday, your mockery at the dumpling shop was met with this, my retribution." Yak scoffed dismissively. This so-called retribution was merely Itachi's pretext for initiating conflict. Itachi likely recognized the futility of the village mission and sought to compel Yak into battle, hoping to glean intelligence about his own capabilities. With a swift motion, 3 more shuriken flew towards Yak, who deftly dodged them, his mood darkening as it became apparent that Itachi was determined to engage him. Resolving to teach him a lesson, Yak unleashed a surge of lightning chakra that enveloped him in an instant, his form vanishing from sight in a flash. So swift, Itachi gasped internally at this display. He had previously heard from his instructor that Yak, upon arriving in Konoha, had detected a hidden Umbu ninja, indicating his considerable prowess. Itachi had assumed that, regardless of Yak's genius, he would only measure up to the level of a genin. Yet, the speed he exhibited now surpassed even that of a chunin. Still dawdling? Yak's youthful voice rang out beside Itachi. Turning to the sound, Itachi saw a small fist, crackling with lightning, hurtling toward his face. Evade. No. It was too late to escape. The single tomo of the Sharingan manifested in Itachi's eyes. Thanks to the enhanced dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan, he could discern the trajectory of Yak's attack clearly, yet he found himself with no room for reaction, forcing him to cross his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the impending blow. Bang! In the next moment, Ike's fist landed solidly on Itachi's arms, sending him flying backward. Itachi landed nimbly, yet his hands hung limply at his sides. He keenly sensed that his arm bones might have sustained some damage, and a wave of complex emotions washed over him. He had believed that his strength was sufficient to dictate the rhythm of the battle, to coax AK into revealing his capabilities, but to his astonishment, Ike's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Such speed, even with prior preparation, would be challenging to counter. Should he concede defeat to complete the mission? Itachi found himself in a quandary. The information revealed by Ike's previous punch was already quite telling, indicating that his mission was not an utter failure. Yet for someone like Itachi, who had been hailed as a genius since childhood, surrendering in such a manner was simply unacceptable. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly made a decision. Despite knowing that he was likely no match for Ike, he resolved to fight with all his might, striving to discern his opponent's true strength. With a determined focus, Itachi endured the pain in his arms and swiftly performed several precise hand seals, his hands moving like a dance. Then, he opened his mouth and unleashed a massive fireball that hurtled towards Ike. Fire style, great fireball technique. Ike squinted slightly, surprised that Itachi, having taken one of his punches, still dared to retaliate. As the crimson fireball approached rapidly, Ike smirked. Given his current strength, such a non-lethal ninjutsu was hardly worth concerning himself. He shaped his fingers into a blade, a torrent of chakra surging within him, transforming his entire arm into a conduit of lightning. And then he swung his arm in a fierce slash. The clash of lightning and fire erupted in a tremendous roar, as the enormous fireball was swiftly cleaved in two, dissipating into nothingness. However, Ike did not pause. Instead, he charged toward Uchiha Itachi. Here comes another punch. He closed the distance in an instant, throwing a punch, only for Itachi's form to dissolve into smoke. He had utilized a shadow clone. Phoenix Fire Technique. Itachi's voice rang out from another direction as dozens of flaming shuriken surged through the air, engulfing Ike. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the scene. Itachi, drenched in sweat, reappeared, panting heavily, his gaze anxiously fixed on the spot where Ike had been. The pain in his arms intensified, and his chakra was nearly depleted from the dual strain of the Sharingan and ninjutsu. However, the force of his attack should have left Ike in a worse predicament. This thought lingered in Itachi's mind when suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, flashes of lightning revealed a disheveled Ike standing before him. What the hell? This was Itachi's singular thought at that moment, and the next instant, a tremendous force struck his cheek, propelling his body backward and causing him to spit out a few bloodied teeth. Ike retracted his fist, astonished that the Uchiha prodigy could not withstand even 3 of his punches. Yet, considering his current strength, it did indeed feel somewhat like bullying a child. The earlier strike of the red flower claw by Itachi indeed struck Ek, yet it was a deliberate act on his part. Had he wished to, he could have unleashed a swifter speed to evade the range of attack. Ek's confidence stemmed from the belief that he would not suffer injury from such an onslaught. Setting aside the most overpowered ability of time reversal, with the formidable physique and remarkable regenerative capabilities of the Whirlpool clan, he could undoubtedly endure the damage inflicted by the red flower claw. As anticipated, aside from the significant damage to his attire, Ek bore no injuries whatsoever. He cast a glance at the unconscious Itachi sprawled on the ground. The once handsome visage was now grotesquely swollen and disheveled. This was the result even after holding back. Had he unleashed his chakra, now nearing the level of a shadow, coupled with the lightning chakra mode, a full-force punch could have potentially obliterated his opponent's skull. Paying no further heed to Itachi, Ek dusted off his ragged attire and strolled away from the banks of the Southie River. As for whether the unconscious Itachi would succumb to the frigid elements, he was confident that those observing from the shadows would not allow such a fate to befall him. Chapter 37. A reunion with Hinata. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the crystal ball and let out a heavy sigh. Indeed, Ike was no ordinary 5-year-old. His prowess was remarkably extraordinary. At such a tender age, his mastery of lightning-released chakra was impressive, and it was likely that, given time, Kumogakure would once again see the emergence of a formidable force akin to the Third Raikage. The third Hokage and the other Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages were contemporaries, and he was well aware of the strength possessed by the Third Raikage, a warrior capable of shattering legions. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was often regarded as the strongest Hokage by the villagers, he was acutely aware of his limitations. If he were to engage in combat with the 3 deceased Hokage, the most probable outcome would be 3 defeats. Even among his contemporaries, he felt confident only against the 3rd Kazekage and the 3rd Mizukage. Against the 3rd Tsuchikage, who wielded dust release and the unparalleled physical prowess of the 3rd Raikage, he might only achieve a mutual destruction through the use of forbidden techniques. Kumogakure's strength was evidently on the rise, thus, maintaining peace had become imperative. As for the terms set forth by Kumogakure, it seemed prudent to acquiesce to some of their demands. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered these matters until the tobacco in his pipe was completely consumed. He picked up the crystal ball once more, intending to inspect the women's bathhouse to alleviate his mood, but suddenly remembered that Uchiha Itachi was still asleep by the Nanha River. He quickly instructed the Umbu to escort him to the hospital. Eik returned to Konohagakure with an expression of calmness, choosing not to return to the lodgings immediately. Instead, adorned in a beggar's attire, he ventured to the commercial district to purchase a new set of clothing. He had contemplated the possibility of encountering Naruto. However, it seemed the 3rd Hokage had already taken precautions against him, restricting Naruto's movements, resulting in the absence of the familiar blonde-haired boy. While passing through the park, Ike's attention was drawn by the laughter of several children. Following the sound, He observed three rather unattractive little rascals surrounding a small figure, mockingly taunting her. "You are the daughter of the Hyuga clan. Show us your Byakugan. Otherwise, don't look our way. Those eyes are so eerie. You're practically a monster." Hinata felt a pang of injustice at the cruel words of the children. She could not comprehend why these strangers harbored such malice towards her. The taunts of Byakugan monster grew increasingly piercing, and she longed to flee, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead. Ultimately, tears of frustration welled in her eyes. Those little brats. Ike's expression darkened as he strode forward with purpose. The three children, sensing his imposing presence, fell silent. The leader, a boy in a red hat, feigned bravado and stammered, "What do you want?" "Ah, let go of me." Before he could finish his sentence, AK seized the boy by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. "You enjoy bullying others, do you?" Eik glared at the boy in the red hat, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "How fortuitous. I share a similar penchant." With that, AK flung the boy, who soared through the air and landed precisely atop a nearby tree branch. Feeling the sensation of being suspended beneath her feet, the child in the red hat suddenly lost her previously brash demeanor, bursting into tears. The other two children, witnessing this, turned pale with fright and attempted to flee, only to be swiftly captured by Ike, who then hoisted them up to dangle from the treetops alongside the child in the red hat. Once Ike had completed this task, he turned his attention to Hinata. The small girl with Byakugan remained huddled on the ground, tightly covering her ears and quietly sobbing. Ike reached out to gently pat her head, the familiar warmth stirring Hinata's spirit, prompting her to open her tear-soaked eyes. "Ike, big brother." Upon seeing Ike, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within Hinata's heart, a mix of relief from being rescued and joy from their reunion, yet ultimately transforming into a sense of grievance. Driven by this tide of feelings, Hinata made a courageous move that she would have never contemplated before. She leaped into Ike's embrace with a sense of irrevocable determination. "Do not be afraid, Hinata. I will always be by your side." Sensing the torrent of emotions coursing through the small girl, Ike's smile grew increasingly gentle as he wrapped his arms around her tenderly. After a moment, when Hinata's emotions had settled, she shyly lifted her head and spoke softly. "Thank you, Ike, big brother." Observing her adorably bashful demeanor, Ike couldn't resist but to affectionately ruffle her little face. "Promise me you won't run off alone again. Come, I shall escort you home." Taking Hinata's hand, Ike followed her guidance towards her residence. As they walked, Ike recalled something and curiously inquired, "By the way, Hinata, what prompted you to come to such a place?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Hinata's hand tighten around his. I wanted to find Ike, big brother." Taken aback, Ike asked, "You were looking for me? Is there something on your mind?" "Well, about what happened last night. I wanted to thank you in person," Hinata confessed, her gaze dropping shyly. "But I inadvertently got entangled with those other children." Ike nodded. "I see. It was merely a trivial matter, but..." He paused, lowering his gaze to Hinata. Sensing his movement, she slightly raised her head, and their eyes met. "However, if you encounter any insolent troublemakers again, you must be brave. Such individuals thrive on preying upon the timid. A firm lesson will render them compliant." Ike clenched his empty fist and waved it in the air. "You are the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. You must cultivate your strength. Strength, courage." Hinata etched Ike's words into her heart, then nodded emphatically. Soon after, the two engaged in light conversation, and Ike learned why Hinata had unexpectedly appeared on the streets late last night. It turned out that it was Hinata's third birthday, yet simultaneously, her recently acquainted cousin, Hyuga Niji, seemed to be experiencing something troubling, rendering him silent and sorrowful. She found it unbearable to endure the somewhat peculiar atmosphere within her family, instinctively yearning to escape, which led to her subsequent wandering and the encounter with Ike and Naruto. Eik then realized that yesterday was not only Hinata's birthday, but also the day Niji was marked as a caged bird. If events were to unfold as per the original storyline, Hinata's abduction would have occurred within the last couple of days. "It turns out yesterday was your birthday. It's a pity you didn't tell me. I can only offer you a belated birthday wish," Eik said with a smile. "Happy birthday, Hinata." Hinata's petite frame swayed slightly, exuding immense joy. However, in the next moment, her expression froze as she noticed a figure slowly approaching them from not too far away. Father. Chapter 38. The thoughts of Hyuga Hizashi. Before her stood a figure clad in a flowing black robe, his countenance grave. It was none other than Hyuga Hizashi, the current head of the Hyuga clan and Hinata's father. "Father." Hinata exclaimed in surprise, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand from Ike's grasp. Sensing the little girl's unease, Ike tightened his hold, preventing her escape. Hisashi observed their interaction with a calm demeanor, nodding slightly to Hinata before shifting his gaze to Ike. You must be Master Ike from the Hidden Cloud. I am grateful for your kindness towards my daughter. Ike offered a polite smile. You flatter me, sir. I find Hinata to be an adorable little girl. It is only natural for me to look after her. Hisashi inclined his head slightly and spoke, as it is nearly noon. We have prepared some light refreshments at the clan's residence. I would be honored if you would accompany Hinata back to the Hyuga estate, allowing me the opportunity to host you. Eik was taken aback, exchanging a glance with the equally astonished Hinata, uncertain of Hisashi's intentions. Nevertheless, he accepted the invitation with enthusiasm. Thus, Ike found himself escorted by the clan leader, with the eldest daughter holding his hand, attracting curious glances from many within Konoha. Hinata, sensitive to the attention, felt a wave of shyness, while Hisashi remained composed. Having received news the previous night about Hinata mingling with the boy from the Hidden Cloud and the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, his first instinct was to advise her to maintain distance from both, as they were individuals of considerable trouble. However, today, she had once again stealthily slipped away from the Hyuga compound, a behavior unseen in the past 3 years. The catalyst for this change was undoubtedly that boy from the Hidden Cloud. Hisashi had initially contemplated sending someone to retrieve Hinata, but a rather well-known secret reached his ears. Uchiha Itachi, the prodigious child who awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 8, had been effortlessly defeated by that boy from the Hidden Cloud and was now hospitalized in Konoha. As two of the most significant clans in Konoha, both the Hyuga and Uchiha families were often compared, being masters of ocular jutsu. Regrettably, while the Byakugan was potent, it had yet to produce many top-tier warriors, leading to a general perception that it paled in comparison to the Sharingan. If Hisashi harbored any aspiration, it was to elevate the Hyuga clan to the pinnacle of power, where the Uchiha and their Sharingan would bow in deference. Yet, observing the Uchiha clan's continuous emergence of geniuses while the Hyuga remained stagnant, Hisashi felt a tinge of discouragement. However, the notion that a mere 5-year-old Eik could effortlessly defeat a genius of the Uchiha clan struck Hisashi profoundly. Surely, even the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, could not have possessed such strength at that age? Coupled with Hinata's unusual demeanor towards Eik, a bold idea began to take root in Hisashi's mind. Currently, the village and the Hidden Cloud are fervently discussing a peace treaty, and it is likely that for the next decade, war between the two villages will be averted. Should Ike one day ascend to the strength of Hashirama Senju, Hinata could very well unite with him in matrimony, becoming another member of the Uzumaki clan. Although Ike and Hinata are still quite young, it is said that early preparation is prudent. Planning ahead is invariably simpler than dealing with unforeseen circumstances. Hyuga Hayashi sighed, for he has always held deep affection for his daughter Hinata. Regrettably, despite her remarkable Byakugan, her timid nature presents a challenge. As both clan leader and father, he must consider numerous factors. The Hyuga clan is situated in a prominent corner of Konoha, with grand gates and extensive grounds. Ike observed this scene, lost in thought. The reason Konoha has emerged as the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages is largely due to the support of such clans. However, the inherent stance of clan ninjas often differs from that of the more numerous civilian ninjas, leading to various invisible conflicts. The third Hokage is no longer the spirited shinobi of his youth but has gradually transformed into a decayed politician, eroded by the long-term grasp of power, resulting in both the pinnacle and nadir of Konoha's era coinciding under his rule. Noticing Ike's distraction, Hinata gently tugged at his hand and whispered, "Welcome to the Hyuga family." Ike returned to his senses, offering an apologetic smile to Hinata. "I apologize. Your Hyuga clan is indeed impressive, and I momentarily lost my focus." Curious, Hinata asked, "Does your Hidden Cloud not have such families?" Ike replied, "Well, there are larger families, but none compared to the Hyuga." He was not referring to obscure clans like the Jisuku, but rather the illustrious Yatsuki clan of the Hidden Cloud. Before the establishment of the Hidden Cloud, the Yatsuki clan resided near the Kumogakure Gorge. When the first Reikage shared his vision of founding a shinobi village, the Yatsuki clan recognized this ambition and consequently became the first force behind the nascent Hidden Cloud. However, apart from their numerous offspring, the Yatsuki clan lacks any unique abilities and holds no special status within the Hidden Cloud, rendering their standing inferior to that of the aristocratic Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi inquired. I have heard that the hidden cloud is nestled in the mountains, fostering a spirit of unity among its inhabitants, who do not place much emphasis on familial divisions. I clarified. Rather, the hidden cloud values strength above all. As long as one possesses capability, even a commoner can ascend to high ranks within the village. Only valuing ability? Hyuga Hayashi was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts not immediately drifting to Konoha, but rather to his own clan, particularly his brother, Hyuga Hizashi, and his exceptionally talented son, Hyuga Niji. Their strengths were nearly equal, yet due to being born mere minutes earlier, he became the head of the main family. While Hizashi was relegated to a branch family, marked by the caged bird seal and subjected to the control of the main family. As for Niji, his prowess as a ninja far surpassed Hinata's, yet he too could not escape the fate of the caged bird. Hinata Hizashi is acutely aware that the existence of caged birds, along with the distinctions between the main family and the branch family, are the very roots of the gradual decline of the Hyuga clan. He harbors a desire to lead the family towards transformation, yet he is painfully cognizant of his own limitations. Moreover, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is resistant to change and overly focused on tradition, is unlikely to embrace such a shift within the Hyuga clan. Perhaps he can find a glimmer of hope for resolution in the young man before him. With this thought, Hizashi's gaze towards Ike became increasingly warm. Noble nephew Ike, please come in. Allow me to give you a proper tour of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 39, A Decade of Commitment. Uncle Hizashi, what did you just say? In a refined room within the Hyuga clan's territory, Ike stared incredulously at Hizashi Hyuga. If he had not misheard, Hizashi seemed to imply that upon returning from the land of clouds, he should diligently train and, if the opportunity arose, take Hinata there for a leisurely visit, encouraging them to nurture their bond. What on earth is this old fellow scheming? Coughing slightly, Hizashi continued. Since the passing of the first Hokage, the relationship between Konoha and the Land of Clouds has been fraught with tension. Even in the peaceful era following the Ninja World War, both sides remained in opposing camps. However, it appears that the two villages are on the verge of forging an alliance. Considering that you and Hinata are of similar age, fostering interaction between the two clans could indeed be beneficial for strengthening ties. Hizashi's words, though not entirely explicit, acknowledged that both parties and his daughter Hinata were still quite young, and the future remained uncertain. Delving too deeply into the matter would serve little purpose. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from fostering a closer rapport with Ike, even allowing for Ike to interact with Hinata. Ike cast a glance at Hinata, who was presently embodying the dignified demeanor of a Hyuga lady, quietly kneeling beside Hizashi. He was not oblivious to the subtleties of human relationships and had deciphered Hizashi's insinuations, scratching his head in contemplation. How ironic that while the Land of Clouds had initially sought to seize the Hyuga bloodline, they now intended to visit it as if for leisure. He understood that Hizashi's overtures were a clear sign of goodwill towards him. After a moment's reflection, Ike spoke. Uncle Hizashi, I fear your aspirations may be somewhat premature. At present, the Hyuga clan is not in a position to engage with the Land of Clouds. If a time must be chosen, I believe a decade from now would be more appropriate. Hizashi looked at Ike in surprise, realizing that the young man had indeed grasped his underlying message. A decade indeed. 10 years would suffice to unveil many truths. To think that my young nephew possesses such insight, it appears the Land of Clouds may soon welcome a sagacious leader. Hizashi praised him, rising to his feet. I must attend to clan affairs, so I shall take my leave. Hinata, please look after Ike. With that, he turned to depart, his expression calm and untroubled. Little did anyone suspect that the Uchiha clan was still mired in suspicion, while this head of the Hyuga clan was already contemplating the potential for diversifying his allegiances. Years ago, the Hyuga clan chose to rally behind Hashirama Senju, joining Konoha in its inception. Yet, Konoha has long since strayed from its founding ideals, now tainted by the influence of Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi was acutely aware of the evolving dynamics within Konoha's prominent families. The Sarutobi clan was steadily consolidating power, while the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had become mere instruments of the Hokage. Meanwhile, families like the Yamanaka and Aburame were struggling for survival. Ironically, the Uchiha and Senju clans, who had contributed most to the establishment of Konoha, were now facing increasing scrutiny from the village as higher echelons, with the latter practically vanishing from the scene altogether. In light of such realities, Hisashi could scarcely envision a prosperous future for the Hyuga clan. One must ponder, in 50 years, would anyone from the Hyuga family even have the opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage? After Hinata's departure, the facade of the dignified young lady she had maintained crumbled instantly. She approached Ike beside her and asked, somewhat hesitantly, Ike, what were you discussing with father just now? Will it be 10 years before we meet again? Approximately, Ike nodded. Noticing Hinata's despondency, he added, a brief separation is merely a precursor to a more splendid reunion. Hinata, I eagerly await the day you blossom into your full potential. His gaze shifted to the azure sky outside, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. It was imperative to cease wasting time in Konoha. The paramount task at hand was to dedicate every moment to self-improvement. In 10 years, he would be 15. Equipped with the power to bring tranquility to the ninja world, Ike remained at the Hyuga household until the afternoon before returning to the esteemed guest quarters in Konoha. By then, Takai and the others had already returned and immediately focused their attention on him upon his entrance. What are you staring at me for? Ike inquired, puzzled. After a brief pause, Takai responded, Young Master Ike, have you accomplished something noteworthy today? He continued, today's negotiations went exceptionally well. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, not only exhibited a more relaxed demeanor, but also praised your remarkable talents and boundless future prospects. Ike then understood. It seemed that his effortless victory over Itachi had indeed made a considerable impact, as evidenced by the reactions of both Hyuga Hayashi and Hiruzen Sarutobi. He casually reclined on a sofa in the hall and nonchalantly remarked, it was merely a matter of defeating a brat named Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi? Takai and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of who Uchiha Itachi was. Naruto curiously asked, is he from the Uchiha clan? How formidable is he? 8 years old. Proficient in fire release, possessing the Sharingan, Ike reflected before adding, he withstood 3 of my punches. Ike's description was somewhat vague, prompting Naruto to scratch his head. He doesn't sound very strong. Why would the Hokage specifically mention this matter? Fool, Takai chastised Naruto. Upon closer analysis, that Itachi must possess the strength of a Chunin. An 8-year-old Chunin defeated by young Master Ike in 3 punches. How many punches could you withstand? His gaze returned to Ike, his demeanor softening slightly. Young Master Ike, has your strength improved further? As a Jonin, Takai had the keenest insight among the group. Although Ike had previously displayed strength, it had not reached the level of overpowering a Chunin. Now, however, being able to easily defeat a Konoha genius Chunin meant his prowess had undoubtedly ascended to the Jonin tier. Wait, a 5-year-old Jonin? The realization struck Takai, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Within the shadows of the ninja world, such a prodigy would undoubtedly be a thorn in the side of all enemies. Especially considering the dark ambitions of Danzo from Konoha, Takai felt a sense of urgency that the other party might already be taking action. Thus, without waiting for Ike's response, he immediately spoke in a tense tone, we cannot remain in Konoha. We must return to Kumobikure at once. Ike, Naruto, and the others? Seeing that the others had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, Takai furrowed his brow and remarked, Eik's exceptional talents will undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. With each passing day we linger in Konoha, the peril increases. Tomorrow, no. I shall seek out the third Hokage at once to finalize the peace treaty and then set forth to return to Kumobikure. With that, Takai hastily departed the lodgings, making his way to the Hokage's office to meet with the third Hokage. Chapter 40. A hasty conclusion in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Takai's intentions. He was well aware that Takai was the true voice of the delegation, yet he could not fathom why the latter had maintained a formal negotiating demeanor in the morning, only to exhibit a sudden shift in urgency by afternoon. At that moment, the situation had altered, and the astute Sarutobi quickly sensed the anomaly. Although he could not comprehend the other party's strategy, he instinctively chose to delay the proceedings. Your Excellency need not be so impatient. Matters concerning our 2 villages warrant a more cautious approach, he suggested. Lord Hokage, after several days of deliberation, the alliance treaty has been thoroughly refined. If you still harbor reservations, we of the Cloud Village may have no choice but to relinquish this hard-won opportunity for alliance, Takai replied with a calm demeanor. Through his observations of the third Hokage over the past few days, Takai discerned that Hiruzen was the type who responded better to firmness than to gentleness. Thus he adopted a decidedly assertive stance. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi felt a surge of anger. How dare such an unremarkable Jonin threaten him in such a tone? However, recalling that Takai represented the Cloud Village and the prospect of peace between their villages, his ire dissipated almost instantly. As the Hokage who had resumed his position following Minato's demise, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences that could arise from renewed conflict with the Cloud Village. He placed immense value on this opportunity for a peaceful alliance. Moreover, a clandestine thought lingered in his mind. During the first Great Ninja War, his mentor, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, had failed to secure a peace treaty with the Cloud Village. If he could succeed where his teacher had faltered, it would only serve to enhance his own legacy as the mightiest Hokage, adding a vibrant stroke to his illustrious portrayal in the annals of ninja history. With these thoughts in mind, Sarutobi's demeanor softened considerably. Since you are willing to advance the process of our alliance, I see no reason to oppose it. Now is indeed an opportune moment to sign the treaty, and thus the future of peaceful coexistence between our villages shall commence. As the moon hung high in the sky, Takai and his 3 companions from the Cloud Village departed Konoha under the cover of night, in stark contrast to the grand welcome they had received upon their arrival. The current atmosphere felt rather desolate. Nonetheless, they were all ninja and would naturally remain indifferent to such trivialities. At this juncture, Ike understood that he might have been a bit too harsh with Uchiha Itachi. To say that their encounter had been evenly matched, with himself barely emerging victorious, would have been more palatable. However, to have decisively overwhelmed Itachi with sheer strength was somewhat exaggerated, and Takai's concerns were not unfounded. Ike was aware of his own capabilities. With his current strength, coupled with his ultimate trump card, the power of time, the threats he faced within the ninja world were indeed minimal. Even if someone attempted to restrain him with sealing techniques, Ike's expertise in such arts was considerable. He did not dispute Takai's decision. The affairs in Konoha were concluded, and he had even garnered significant gains. Returning to the Cloud Village to focus on his training was, after all, his original intention. Following their perception of the gluttonous creature, Yak and his companions hastened towards the valley where Sway Naiko and the beast awaited. However, midway, they encountered Sway Naiko, who eagerly approached them. Although only a few days had passed since their last meeting, Sway Naiko radiated joy upon seeing Yak, only to suddenly halt in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow! You've grown so much in just a few days." Yak was taken aback by her keen observation, realizing that she had noticed something that eluded the others. "Of course, I know you well," she remarked with a hint of pride, seemingly attuned to Yak's thoughts. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yak considered it unsurprising that Sway Naiko, who had once shared a deep connection with him, would be more perceptive of his changes. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you know we were here? And what about the glutton?" Sway Naiko explained, "I sensed your chakra fluctuations from afar, so I hurried over to join you." As she spoke, she produced a scroll from her pocket and handed it to Yak. "This is the summoning contract for the glutton. As long as you inscribe your name upon it, you can summon the creature." Yak accepted the scroll but hesitated to sign it, instead pondering Sway Naiko's words. "You saw our chakra? Have you awakened the eyes of the Uzumaki clan?" Sway Naiko widened her eyes in surprise. "You know about that?" Yak smiled and echoed her earlier tone. "Of course. I know you well." He recalled the moment when he, Sway Naiko, and the glutton were interconnected through chakra, and how they had all undergone evolution. It was only natural that Sway Naiko would have experienced some changes. Unrolling the summoning scroll, Yak noticed it bore no inscriptions, prompting him to ask, "Why haven't you written your name?" Sway Naiko quickly shook her head. "That won't do. The glutton is your summoned beast. Only you can decide who may sign the contract." With a chuckle, Yak replied, "But the glutton was subdued using your chakra, so you played a vital role." He then inscribed his name on the scroll, handing it back to Sway Naiko. "Now, sign your name as well, and remember what I mentioned in the psychic realm." "Psychic realm?" Sway Naiko paused, recalling Yak's previous words, her face flushing with embarrassment as she protested, "I don't want that ugly, clumsy creature. It has devoured nearly all the wild beasts in the mountains. It's insatiably greedy." Seeing her as a wife lamenting about a disobedient child, Yak chuckled. "Perhaps you could feed it some intelligent summoning beasts. It might become smarter. Now, stop dawdling. After you sign the contract, show me how to perform the summoning technique." Sway Naiko looked at him with a peculiar expression. "So you don't know the summoning technique? I thought you could do anything." Yak scoffed. "That sort of thing isn't something you can just pick up effortlessly. Then you should learn diligently from Sway Naiko-sensei," she teased. As Swinakor spoke, she inscribed her name upon the summoning scroll, then slowly and precisely formed the hand seals of the summoning technique, striking the ground. Summoning, Tao Dai. With a resounding thud, the colossal figure of Tao Dai emerged from the mist, its maw in the abdomen gnawing on something indiscernible, bewildered by its sudden transition to this new realm. However, upon recognizing its familiar master, it let out a low growl. With the hand seals of the summoning technique etched in her mind, Yak turned to Takai and the others. Let us embark. We shall ride Tao Dai. With its remarkable speed, we can return to Yunin within 3 days. Takai nodded in agreement. Traveling through the air not only offered swiftness, but also allowed them to evade numerous conventional ambushes and assassinations, making it the most comfortable and serene mode of transit. The group grasped the formidable horns on Tao Ye's back, and then, with a powerful flap of its massive wings, they soared towards the direction of Yunin. Chapter 41. Collaboration against Ike within a clandestine underground base in Konoha. Shimura Danzo clenched his fists in frustration as he scrutinized the intelligence received from his subordinates en route. His malice towards Eik, a pivotal figure from the enemy nation, intensified upon learning that this young prodigy possessed the capability to effortlessly defeat Uchiha Itachi. Consequently, he resolved to take decisive action against Eik. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen vehemently opposed him, Danzo was determined to eradicate this perilous individual completely. Regrettably, the delegation from Kumobikure seemed to have sensed the looming threat. Before Danzo could enact his plans, they hastily finalized their alliance and departed from Konoha in a flurry. Their exit from Konoha, however, could be seen as fortuitous. At least it meant that when the time came to eliminate Ike, Kumobikure would have no grounds to retaliate against Konoha. Yet, what Danzo had not anticipated was that the enemy possessed a flying summoning beast, allowing them to return to Kumobikure swiftly, rendering his preparations futile. As for why TB and Suka had evaded detection by Konoha's intelligence network, it was due to Suka's awakening of the extraordinary sensory ability known as the Kagura Shingon, which enabled her to circumvent all forms of surveillance. While Danzo simmered with anger, a playful voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. It seems your plan has already failed before it even commenced, Lord Danzo who? Startled by the unfamiliar voice that clearly did not belong to a root ninja, Danzo instinctively leaped back, entering a state of combat readiness in an instant. He quickly inhaled, forming hand seals, and unleashed several wind release vacuum bullets towards the direction of the voice. Boom! The powerful gust shattered the floor and walls. And although Danzo had yet to acquire that arm-mounted watch, he was already equipped with the Sharingan of his former comrade, Uchiha Kagami, alongside the Hashirama cells that Orochimaru had implanted before his defection, endowing him with considerable combat prowess. However, unexpectedly, his attack appeared to have no effect, as a figure gradually emerged from the ground before him. A peculiar earth release. Danzo mused, and upon discerning the appearance of the newcomer, astonishment washed over him. Standing before him was a bizarre creature, half black and half white, resembling a pitcher plant. The white half bore a radiant smile, while the black half displayed an expression of cold indifference, a truly uncanny sight. Hello, Lord Danzo. Your welcoming ceremony is indeed unique, the figure greeted with a wave. Who are you, and how did you infiltrate this place? Danzo inquired, furrowing his brow with suspicion. The individual was evidently not from Konoha. Their ability to stealthily penetrate the village was unsettling enough, but how could they have so easily infiltrated his own route? Moreover, given the commotion from the earlier skirmish, it was reasonable to expect that the root ninjas should have been alerted by now. Why had no one come to investigate? Fear not, Lord Danzo. I harbor no ill intentions, the figure reassured, sensing Danzo's wariness. I merely put your subordinates to sleep for a while. Danzo's expression remained stoic as he calmly queried. Oh, then what is your purpose here? Higi, our goals align. We are both after that 5-year-old genius from Kumobikure, the figure replied with a grin. It is indeed regrettable. Mr. Yak from the Hidden Cloud has recently departed from Konoha, Danzo stated with a serious expression. Are you attempting to harm him? As allies of the Hidden Cloud, we in Konoha will not stand idly by in the face of such actions. Danzo himself scarcely believed his own words, yet facing this enigmatic black and white figure, he felt compelled to probe further. Danzo, let this futile probing come to an end, the figure replied, his tone shifting to a hoarse whisper. I am aware of your desire to eliminate Yak. I have devised a plan against him, but it necessitates your reputation and funding. Danzo gently caressed the cane in his hand, pondering deeply. The intentions of this black and white figure were somewhat unexpected, yet their authenticity remained to be verified. He was uncertain of the conflict between the figure and Yak, but the ability to glean such plans and intentions indicated that the figure's intelligence network was evidently highly developed. With such extraordinary infiltration abilities, it is not surprising that they can acquire this information. They indeed possess the capability to become a collaborator. It seems prudent now to consider how they intend to proceed with the partnership. He narrowed his eyes, obscuring the emotions within. Speak your thoughts. In the early morning, atop the colossal beast, Tatsuya and the middle-ranked ninja snored thunderously, while Takai maintained a serene expression, gazing at the ever-passing landscape below, silently calculating. Having already crossed the borders of the land of fire, his taut nerves finally relaxed. At their current pace, even if someone harbored ill intentions, it would be challenging for them to pursue. Just then, a whistling sound erupted from below, as something surged up beside the beast and then exploded, scattering bolts of lightning and producing a crackling noise. An enemy attack. Tatsuya and the middle-ranked ninja awoke instantaneously, while Yak and Hanajuku perched atop the beast's head. Turned to observe. It was not an enemy attack. Rather, it was a distress signal from a hidden cloud ninja. Takai's expression turned peculiar. What a remarkable coincidence it was that they happened to pass by this location just as a distress signal was sent up, seemingly crafted to capture their attention intentionally. Yak spoke. It is indeed somewhat unusual, but if this is a deliberate act, the underlying motives are likely far from simple. I will command the beast to lower its altitude and investigate what is truly occurring below. With a thought, he slowed the beast's flying speed, and its form began to descend. Boom. Below, the forest flickered with fire and lightning, as several figures engaged in a fierce battle. Takai recognized four ninjas adorned with the hidden cloud forehead protector and widened his eyes in astonishment. It is the Jonin Muzai and his three subordinates. Yak's eyes also widened, yet it was due to the figure currently clashing with this hidden cloud squad. The individual was tall, with hair cascading haphazardly like a vagabond, a half-mask obscuring his face, revealing only a pair of vibrant green eyes. Despite the harsh winter, he stood bare-chested, unfazed by the biting cold winds. What is particularly striking are the intricate and crisscrossed sutures adorning his body, as well as the four distinctively patterned masks that bulge from his back. Akatsuki. Ike recognized the identity of the individual, momentarily taken aback. However, considering the timeline, there are still 5 years until Uchiha Itachi annihilates his clan, and at this point, the Akatsuki organization and Pain have yet to seize control of Amigakure and initiate their recruitment plan. It seems that Kakazu should indeed be wandering the ninja world, hunting down those bountied ninjas. According to Takai, the leader of this Kumogakure team is AJ Nin, so it is not surprising that he has a bounty on his head. Could it be that the distress signal earlier was merely a coincidence? Ike, filled with uncertainty, maneuvered his TD closer to the battlefield, preparing to investigate the situation further. Chapter 42. It seems we can fight after all. Hey, Tianhua. What in the world are you doing? In a place like this, even if we send a distress signal, no one will see it, the youth with a short beard, Mazai, remarked as he unleashed his ninjutsu against the bare-skinned foe before him. Behind him, a teenager in his early teens quickly denied, Captain, I still have our signal flares. That signal was not launched by me. Hearing this, Mazai furrowed his brow. Damn it, what kind of trick is this from the enemy? He cast a glance at the composed Kai cut across from him and couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. He had never anticipated that a straightforward B-rank escort mission would lead to such a formidable adversary. To make matters worse, despite clearly possessing the capability to eliminate them all, the enemy seemed to toy with them like a cat with a mouse, appearing in no rush to strike. The inexplicable distress signal was evidently not from their side. Could it be that the true target of the enemy was not their small team, but rather that they were using the distress signal to bait other cloud-hidden ninjas? As this thought crossed Mazai's mind, his brow deepened. He had no recollection of cloud-hidden ninjas being on a mission in the vicinity. A sense of foreboding enveloped him, but in the next moment, a massive dark cloud materialized above the battlefield. Everyone instinctively looked up to see a magnificent giant summoning beast gracefully descending, its enormous wings beating the air. Upon the beast stood several figures, and a cursory glance revealed that there were even 3 cloud-hidden ninjas among them. Is that the envoy to Konoha? Mazai recognized Takai's identity and immediately understood that the enemy's target was not him, but rather the members of the envoy. He shouted, "Don't descend. The enemy's target is you." It was indeed Mazai, but what did his words imply? Takai, atop the beast Taotai, confirmed Mazai's identity but felt perplexed. He could not fathom why, after the distress signal was fired, They were instructed not to land. Ike's eyes glinted with insight as he speculated. Perhaps the distress signal was not launched by them, but rather by someone deliberately trying to draw our attention. The true bait is Mazai's team below. Upon hearing this, Takai's expression grew grave. If that is the case, we certainly should not descend. Young Master Ike, please guide Taotai to ascend and continue our journey. He regretted his earlier decision. Had he understood the enemy's intentions, he would not have confirmed Mazai's identity, but rather suggested that they were imposters. It seemed that this unknown enemy had a keen understanding of their team, particularly Ike's character, knowing that he would never abandon his comrades from the village. True to Takai's expectations, Ike resolutely replied, "Since we have confirmed they are our comrades, we should not abandon them." Seeing Takai's troubled expression, Ike added, "Fear not. I am aware of that individual's intelligence. Though he is formidable, if we join forces, we will surely triumph." He did not speak these words merely to placate Takai. The prowess of Kakuzu was indeed formidable. Yet, given the current strength of their own lineup, the odds of triumph against this immortal ninja were not negligible. Kakuzu, a powerful rogue ninja from Takigakure, possessed the immortal technique and was adept in 5 elemental jutsu. Only by shattering all 5 heart masks affixed to his body could one hope to vanquish him. Ike briefly outlined Kakuzu's capabilities, but he refrained from mentioning his illustrious past battles with the first Hokage, deeming such claims to be exaggerated and more fitting as a jest. Nevertheless, Takai felt a pang of trepidation. The immortal technique and mastery of 5 elemental natures unequivocally placed Kakuzu above the elite Jonin level. However, recalling the miracles Ike had repeatedly achieved, he sensed that this rogue ninja from Takigakure might not be insurmountable, especially since they had previously faced Orochimaru, who was undoubtedly more formidable than Kakuzu. Yet, the presence of other hidden foes remained uncertain. While Takai hesitated, he witnessed Ike leap from the beast TD, extending a leg in a powerful downward strike toward Kakuzu. The target has finally revealed himself. Recognizing Ike as the bounty he sought, Kakuzu murmured to himself, forming hand seals for Earth Style, Earth Spear. He did not intend to evade Ike's assault. Instead, he would harden his body with Earth Style, Earth Spear, and absorb the impact, subsequently utilizing his Earth Grudge Fear to ensnare Ike, thus easily securing his quarry. Righteous Thunder Axe. Ike bellowed, unleashing a surge of lightning chakra from his leg, striking down upon Kakuzu with astonishing force. Yet, despite the grand proclamation, his technique was far from the authentic Righteous Thunder Axe. It was merely an imitation derived from his body's momentum and abundant chakra. Kakuzu, crossing his arms, activated Earth Style, Earth Spear instantaneously, bracing himself to withstand Ike's strike. Boom. What a heavy blow. How solid. Upon their initial clash, both warriors sensed each other's formidable capabilities. Ike, having some knowledge of Kakuzu's background, felt relatively prepared. Conversely, Kakuzu was genuinely astonished. How could a mere 15-year-old possess such strength? He began to grasp that the 50 million Ryo bounty offered by Danzo of Kanehagakure was not easily attainable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Kakuzu continued his assault, unleashing the Earth Grudge Fear from within, sending forth tendrils of black threads like a surging tide, seeking to bind and restrain Ike completely. Anticipating this, Ike swiftly leaped backward to evade the attack, landing deftly in front of Mazai and his team. "Young Master Ike!" Mazai and the others exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement. The thunderous axe that had descended moments ago had nearly given them the impression of the Raikage arrival, leaving them momentarily shaken. With swift movements, Takai and the others leapt down from TD, encircling Kakuzu in a strategic formation. Kakuzu cast a sweeping glance, his mind racing with calculations. 5 mere CH Nin, 2. No, 3 J Nin, and a colossal summoning beast, which he anticipated possessed the strength of a J Nin. He vaguely sensed that this battle would be one of the few fierce encounters in decades, since his clash with the first Hokage. It has been far too long since I have had the opportunity to stretch my limbs freely. This venerable elder of the ninja world, now in his 70s, unexpectedly felt a surge of ambition, as the earth's resentment within him surged towards the 4 masks on his back. In an instant, 4 peculiar masked beasts, formed of black lines, descended beside Kakuzu, ready to confront the enemies surrounding him. Chapter 43, Kakuzu. Why is this happening? The members of the Cloud Village had never encountered such a diverse array of masked beasts and were still in a state of astonishment. However, Kakuzu's reaction was swift. With a grand gesture, he commanded the 4 beasts to unleash powerful ninjutsu. Fire Style, Head Carve. Wind style, pressure damage. Lightning style, false darkness. Water style, water curtain. He intended to initiate a saturation bombardment to eliminate the insignificant ninja on the battlefield. Ike, ever vigilant to the enemy's movements, quickly devised a countermeasure. With fingers deftly forming seals, the enormous form of the Taotai descended rapidly from the sky, pinning the four-masked beasts beneath it, disrupting their ongoing ninjutsu attacks. What? Kakuzu was taken aback, astonished by the formidable strength of this grotesque creature. Ike, however, would not grant him the luxury of surprise, with crackling lightning surging from his arm. He swiftly slashed towards Kakuzu. At that moment, surrounded by adversaries, Kakuzu wisely refrained from taking the attack head-on as he had previously. Instead, he exerted force through his legs and leapt to the side, strategically choosing the weakest ninja among the Cloud Village delegation as his target. Intending to evade the attack, while simultaneously diminishing the enemy's numerical advantage. Unexpectedly, a powerful lightning strike surged towards Kakuzu from behind, launched by Taotai's lightning attack. Kakuzu cursed his bad luck, hastily utilizing Earth Style to harden his body. Unfortunately, Earth Style was vulnerable to Lightning Style. Although he withstood the attack, he felt a wave of numbness and sluggishness coursing through him. The four-masked beasts broke free from Taotai's grasp and reappeared. Takai Mazai, you will each lead your subordinates to confront one masked beast. I will handle the main body along with Taotai and the remaining two, Ike instructed. His gaze fixed firmly on Kakuzu. Hearing this, Kakuzu let out a low, sinister laugh. Ha, to dare discuss tactics in front of the enemy, you truly underestimate me. Little brat. With that, he ripped off the mask concealing the lower half of his face, revealing a grotesque mouth from which countless black threads spewed forth. Mazai, still unaware of Eik and Taoya's specific circumstances, wore a grave expression and said, Young master, hey, this enemy is exceedingly formidable. Let us deal with the main body. Lightning style, false darkness. Kakuzu barked, and the nearest lightning mask beast launched an attack against Mazai. 1-2. How can you still find time to converse in the face of danger? Stay here. Accompanying the movements of the lightning mask beast, the other three beasts howled and charged towards the group. Taotai thrust its hands forward, seizing the wind and fire mask beasts, preparing to devour them whole. The two masked beasts simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing their respective ninjutsu. The wind fueled the flames, enveloping Taotai entirely in a conflagration, a composite ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's main body was not idle, dashing swiftly towards Ike. He was well aware of Ike's proficiency in lightning-style ninjutsu, yet he possessed unwavering confidence in his close combat abilities. Once the Earth Grudge Fear invaded Ike's body, the fate of his opponent would lie firmly in his grasp. Regrettably, the young man before him appeared to possess a certain level of awareness, as he abandoned the previously direct and forceful approach to combat, instead opting for an unreasonable speed to engage in a tug-of-war with him. Was he attempting to buy time? J-Nin Kakuzu briefly surveyed the situation of the four masked beasts. The two J-Nin, along with their respective Ch-Nin subordinates, were fiercely battling the water and lightning masked beasts, while the wind and fire masked beasts were engaged in a deadly struggle with a colossal summoned beast that was scorched and blackened all over. This summoned creature was immensely powerful, subduing the two masked beasts merely by instinct. Strangely enough, Kakuzu's attempt to infiltrate the summoned beast's body with the black threads of the Earth Grudge Fear was met with the shocking revelation that it could completely absorb foreign objects within itself. Alarmed, he realized that he must not allow this grotesque entity to consume the wind and fire-masked beasts, lest they be completely devoured. It seemed imperative to conclude this battle swiftly. Kakuzu assessed the current situation and resolved to eliminate Ike. He swiftly approached Ike, launching a punch that Ike adeptly evaded. However, Kakuzu's forearm suddenly detached, guided by the threads of the Earth Grudge Fear, resembling a meteor hammer as it swung towards Ike. Success. I have succeeded. Ike's gaze sharpened, and with a surge of lightning chakra, he boldly met Kakuzu's incoming fist, seizing it firmly and yanking it fiercely. Kakuzu was utterly taken aback that his opponent would not retreat, but rather advance, leaving him defenseless as Ike pulled him closer. With a swift motion, a lightning-infused arm pierced through Kakuzu's chest, shattering his earth element heart. Kakuzu struggled to utter, "How is this possible?" And with that, he begrudgingly collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. The four masked beasts collectively wailed, dispersing into countless black threads that fell to the ground, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Ike shook the blood from his hand, casting not a glance back at Kakuzu, and turned to the others, declaring, easily resolved. Witnessing Ike's triumph over such a formidable foe, Musa and the others exchanged glances, filled with myriad thoughts, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Takai's expression bore an oddity. He had previously heard Ike mention that their opponent was an immortal ninja possessing 5 hearts. In a place unseen by the others, the 4 masks of wind, fire, water, and lightning silently returned to the lifeless Kakuzu. His dim green eyes flickered with renewed light, and he leaped from the ground, charging towards Ike, who was defenseless and with his back turned. He cackled, "You've fallen into my trap, boy. No, it is you who has been ensnared." None could discern how Ike had reversed course. It seemed but an instant before he reappeared in his previous position, extending his lightning-infused arm once more towards Kakuzu. With a piercing thrust, his arm broke through flesh, shattering the water element mask upon Kakuzu's body, signifying the destruction of yet another heart. How infuriating! Why is this happening? Kakuzu's heart swelled with fury and astonishment, and only then did he grasp that this cunning youth had known all along that he was not dead. That seemingly defenseless posture was nothing but an act. All along, he had relied on the advantage of possessing 5 hearts to cunningly manipulate his adversaries. However, to his astonishment, he found himself ensnared by this young lad's clever tactics. His body trembled slightly, and the sensation of being toyed with ignited a fierce rage within him. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn you, little brat." The 3 masks of fire, wind, and thunder surged with the energy of the earth's resentment, swiftly converging in his right hand. As the 3 masks simultaneously opened their gaping maws, a terrifying aura began to brew within. In the next moment, a colossal chakra energy cannon was unleashed from his hand, hurtling towards Ike's slender figure. Earth Resentment, Final Shot. Chapter 44. The finale. The terrifying chakra energy cannon enveloped Ike, and he immediately realized that escape from its lock was futile. The indomitable diamond lock swiftly surged forth from behind him. Golden chains formed an impenetrable shell, encasing Ike within and shielding him from Kakuzu's assault. The overwhelming barrage obscured the view in the arena, leaving the members of the Cloud Village anxious yet powerless. Crack. Compared to the seasoned warrior Kakuzu, Ike's raw strength ultimately fell short, and he found himself at a disadvantage in this battle of spear and shield. As the first golden chain shattered, the shell composed of the diamond lock could no longer maintain its form and crumbled. Yet, in the next moment, time rewinded quietly, and Ike returned to his previous state, unscathed. Before long, Kakuzu retracted his offensive, taking a moment to catch his breath. This full-on assault had taken a significant toll on him, but he was certain that no one could withstand such a powerful strike. Cough, cough. Kakuzu, your smoke is rather potent, Ike remarked, slightly coughing and appearing somewhat disheveled. During Kakuzu's moment of respite, Ike simultaneously retracted the diamond lock, preferring to avoid revealing such an enigmatic ability until he was truly invincible, even if it meant sustaining some damage. How was this possible? Kakuzu's gaze became somewhat vacant, instinctively overlooking the fact that Ike had called him by name. Ike brushed off the tattered remnants of his attire and calmly stated, "Perhaps we should first discuss who sent you to attack me." "Huh, little brat." Kakuzu snapped back to reality with a scoff. "Did you think victory was assured?" Though he feigned disdain, a weight settled in his heart. The previous assault had drained a significant amount of chakra, and he had already lost 2 hearts. Continuing the battle would be quite unfavorable for him. "If you cooperate, you might just leave this in one piece," Ike proposed. As the members of the Cloud Village began to surround Kakuzu once more, the cold wind cut like a blade, tousling Kakuzu's disheveled hair. He retrieved a ninja headband, its symbol of the Takigakure village, slashed through, signifying his status as a rogue ninja. Years ago, under the orders of the Takigakure leadership, he had been sent to assassinate Shinja Hashirama, a mission that had undoubtedly failed. Yet, the formidable ninja who ended the era of warring states not only possessed immense martial prowess, but also an admirable demeanor, choosing to spare Kakuzu's life. Regrettably, the village's higher-ups lacked such grace, opting instead for severe punishment upon Kakuzu's failure. In a fit of rage, he seized the secret technique of the village and slaughtered the higher-ups before fleeing Takigakure. "I am also a ninja, and I will not be threatened by you," Kakuzu declared as he tied the headband around his forehead. Ike asserted confidently, "In truth, even without your admission, I already know that the bounty sufficient to compel a powerful figure like you to act can only be attributed to Shimura Danzo of Konoha. Kakuzu's silence served as the best response. Ike felt a twinge of surprise. His statement had merely been a probe. Yet it turned out to indeed be the infamous Danzo of Konoha. The opponent not only managed to establish contact with Kakuzu, but also astutely leveraged the itinerary of his team alongside the Muzai squad. Their intelligence system could indeed be described as omnipotent. With his gaze firmly fixed on Kakuzu, Ike's expression turned grave. Henceforth, let your demise unfold like that of a ninja. Such an opportunity is rare. Despite the immense chakra consumption and the complete exposure of his intelligence, Kakuzu ultimately could not withstand the combined forces of the Cloud Village. With his remaining 3 hearts being systematically destroyed, leading to his eventual demise. It seems that Danzo's 20 million Ryo has gone to waste. In a concealed thicket not far from the battlefield, the half-black, half-white Zetsu chuckled, noticing that the black Zetsu remained silent. The white Zetsu inquired, I didn't expect you to reach out to Danzo regarding this brat. Is there something particularly special about him? The black Zetsu then ominously responded. Previously in Konoha, he easily defeated Uchiha Itachi, and now he has become the main force in eliminating Kakuzu. Such power manifested in a mere child is indeed the greatest peculiarity. The white Zetsu remarked, he truly is a prodigious talent. So, shall we continue to target this boy? The black Zetsu scoffed. I had previously suggested to Obito that he seize the opportunity to gather intelligence in the Cloud Village. But that fool was only fixated on avenging the Mist Village and is now preoccupied with controlling the 4th Mizukage. Once I relay this information to him, he can deal with that brat. Are we not to exploit the power of such a genius? The white Zetsu queried with curiosity. There is no need for that. There are already enough actors on this stage. Ike, how shall we dispose of this fellow's remains? Taka asked, gazing at Kakuzu's corpse, marred by eerie black lines, uncertainly. Ike did not deliberate for long. With a command, the beast T-R immediately opened its gaping maw and devoured Kakuzu's body. Although a ninja's remains possessed some intelligence, it was evident that Kakuzu harbored no significant information worthy of investigation. The Earthgrudge fear, while peculiar, had lost its vitality upon Kakuzu's death and held little research value, making it more advantageous to offer it as sustenance to T-R. As T-R consumed Kakuzu, its previously charred wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. And new alterations emerged. T-R possesses 2 mouths, generally feeding through the large maw in its abdomen, while the one on its head bears several tendrils, which had now elongated and thinned, reminiscent of the revival of the Earthgrudge fear. How grotesque, sighed Sanahara, who had sheltered safely and refrained from participating in the battle, unable to suppress her disdain at the sight. Sensing the female contractor's emotions, T-R let out a low growl, appearing somewhat aggrieved. All right, it is time to return to the Cloud Village, Ike declared, directing his gaze towards Muzai. Muzai, will you accompany us? With this fellow, our travel speed will be remarkably swift. Muzai shook his head, his expression far from favorable. We were engaged in an escort mission when, regrettably, that Kagaya appeared, launching an assault that forced us into this predicament. He briefly recounted the circumstances, allowing Ike and his companions to grasp the situation. It turned out that the intent was to escort the princess of the land of vegetables to the hostile land of insects as a hostage, but due to Kagaya's interference, they became separated from their target. Ike was taken aback that such hostage tactics still existed in the current era of the ninja world. Takai, however, was accustomed to such occurrences. These small nations caught between great powers are not devoid of conflicts and warfare. Although the scale of their battles may pale in comparison to those of the 5 great nations, the brutality is equally relentless. The territory of a minor nation like the land of vegetables cannot withstand the ravages of war, leaving them no choice but to bow to the demands of others. Ike fell silent. This world is far from idyllic, and the power of a ninja ought not to be wielded for the purposes of strife. Chapter 45. The Raikage and Father. After concluding the matter concerning the attack by Kaku, the delegation parted ways with the Muzai squad, making their way back to the Hidden Cloud Village. The formidable T-Ka flew to the village before sunset, his speed far exceeding Ike's prior estimations, accomplishing the journey in less than a day and a night. As they gazed upon the mist-laden mountains and the buildings that appeared to rise from the clouds, Takai and his companions exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had just awakened from a vivid dream after their tumultuous experiences. However, upon sighting the formidable 4th Raikage standing atop the hive building, The group realized that the true purpose of their mission had yet to be fulfilled. Despite having garnered considerable benefits from the hidden leaf, it was evident that their leader would not easily forgive them. To their surprise, A exhibited no signs of anger, calmly instructing them to return home for rest and making arrangements for Hinajiku. Takai's intelligence reports had reached the hidden cloud, and addressing Hinajiku, A welcomed her with composure, stating, "As the fourth Reikage, I am pleased to have you join the hidden cloud. I have heard of your proficiency in sealing techniques. You may begin by engaging with the sealing class." His gaze then turned to the imposing Tika, and he remarked appreciatively, "Indeed, a remarkably powerful summoning beast. I shall arrange a dedicated space within the village for its accommodation, and you shall be responsible for its care." Once arrangements were finalized, A's attention shifted to Ike. Ike offered a smile to his father, only to be met with the unwavering command, "Come with me." Observing the usually expressive man now bearing an austere demeanor, Ike sighed inwardly, realizing that this time his father was genuinely displeased. He followed A out of the hive building to a secluded area behind the mountain, a training ground reserved exclusively for the Reikage, free from distractions. A turn to Ike, his voice flat. The Reikage commands the hidden cloud through an unassailable authority. To defy the Reikage and leave the village without permission is tantamount to treason. Ike shrugged, "But I am not a ninja." A's brow twitched, and he intoned sternly, "You dare to speak back? It seems my previous lessons were insufficient." Reflecting on his own childhood, A recalled how he was often disciplined for various misdeeds. While Ike had always been remarkably sensible, never provoking his father's ire despite his own volatile temperament. Perhaps it was his own indulgence that had led Ike to become so audacious. "Do you know who stands before you now?" A continued, "I am the Reikage of the hidden cloud, the leader entrusted with the gravest responsibilities of our people. By what right do you presume to adopt such an attitude?" His anger intensified, and the air crackled with lightning, his neatly styled hair now disheveled and standing on end under the electric charge. Ike furrowed his brow, preparing to articulate his thoughts to his father. Kai did not grant Ike the opportunity he sought. Noticing that Ike seemed intent on continuing the argument, he could no longer contain the fury within him. With a swift motion, he charged toward Ike, declaring, "It appears I must instruct you on how to converse with the Reikage." Ike had always excelled in the mastery of lightning release chakra, his speed being unparalleled among those of the shadow rank. Furthermore, having acquired an enhanced version of the lightning release chakra mode from a parallel timeline, his strength had transcended previous limits, achieving velocities that surpassed the speed of sound. Thus, before Ike could even hear the thunderous roar, he had already closed the distance. Seizing Ike by the collar with a powerful arm and lifting him effortlessly, Ike gritted his teeth, activating his own lightning release chakra mode and exerting force with his hands in an attempt to break free from Ike's grasp. Sensing the strength emanating from Ike, he realized the intel provided by Takai was indeed accurate. This young man had made significant advancements in his abilities. While he felt a sense of private satisfaction, he was also enveloped by a growing concern. Ike's extraordinary talent might soon elevate him to the status of a formidable independent force. Yet his mindset and ideals were starkly misaligned with the realities of the ninja world. During Ike's absence, they had contemplated extensively. Initially, he dismissed Ike as a naive child. But upon reflecting on Ike's words urging him to reconsider, he finally discerned the hidden aspirations beneath his rebellious demeanor. This young man was not oblivious to the harshness of the ninja realm. Rather, he sought to alter this world through his own means, reminiscent of Hashirama Senju, who single-handedly established the system of villages. Ike was confident that Ike believed he could reach Hashirama's level and transform the ninja world. Indeed, this child, mature beyond his years, possessed the contemplations and awareness of an adult, far removed from any naive disposition. However, one could not fathom why Ike harbored such disdain for the current ninja world. Was it truly the influence of witnessing a unified ninja realm in a parallel timeline that affected him so profoundly? A's rage stemmed from two sources. Firstly, as the Reikage, Ike's insubordinate actions undermined his authority and prestige within the village. Such reckless behavior could even be seen as a challenge to the status of the Reikage and the entirety of Kumogakure. Secondly, as a father, Ike's name symbolized A's hopes. Should Ike become powerful enough, he could ascend to the position of Reikage. Even if he remained merely an average nin, it would accept that. Yet now, Ike's talents far exceeded expectations, while his radical ideas had created a rift between them. Gazing at the defiant Ike, A fixed him with a steely glare and intoned, "Kumogakure requires but one voice, that of the rakeage. Should you dare to act independently as you have done this time, I will not show you mercy, even as your father." With that, he forcefully slammed Ike into the ground, pinning him down with unyielding strength. Upon hearing his words, Ike felt an insatiable defiance swell within him. Who could guarantee that the rakeage would not become a tyrannical despot? Time quietly rewound as Ike freed himself from AI's oppressive grasp, forming a fist infused with the fury of thunder and launching himself at AI. Too slow. AI, already well aware of Ike's temporal abilities, was not taken aback. With a mere shift of his form, he appeared beside Ike, seizing him with both hands and forcefully slamming him into the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered, yet Ike's figure re-emerged at his original position. Before he could make a move, AI once again pursued him with unparalleled swiftness, executing the exact same maneuver to capture Ike and drive him into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The training ground reverberated with a cacophony of explosions, and after an indeterminate duration, the entire area was transformed into a series of deep craters. Ike lay helplessly within one such pit, his body racked with pain and his spirit drained, rendering him utterly incapable of further combat. Faced with AI's speed, he found himself unable to retaliate, thoroughly crushed. Even with the ability to rewind time, he was always anticipated at the point of return, leaving him with no advantage whatsoever. AI, slightly out of breath, looked down upon Ike from his elevated position and remarked, "You're far too inexperienced, young one. If you wish to act on your own designs, wait until the day you can defeat me and become the rakeage." Chapter 46. The Ninja Academy. Toanzo found himself in a state of discontent, for his scheme against Ike had met with failure. That enigmatic figure, the black and white character, had assured him with fervor that if he offered a sufficient bounty, he could persuade Kakuzu to take action. In turn, Toanzo would orchestrate a plan to bring Ike down to the ground, thus providing Kakuzu with a prime opportunity. As the leader of the route, Toanzo was privy to a wealth of intelligence within the ninja world and had heard whispers of Kakuzu's formidable prowess. In his desperation to eliminate the troublesome Ike, Toanzo had offered a staggering bounty of 50 million Ryo, promptly delivering a 20 million Ryo deposit. Although he had no intention of honoring the remaining 30 million Ryo upon the completion of the task, the initial deposit was still a considerable sum, equivalent to 3 months' operational funds for Root. However, after languishing en route for several days without a single update, Toanzo's patience began to wear thin. Were it not for his subordinates discovering traces of Kakuzu's battle with the Cloud Ninja near the borders of the Land of Fire, he might have suspected that the black and white figure was merely feigning cooperation to swindle him. Yet, with Kakuzu now untraceable and the black and white figure silent, Ike had returned to the cloud unscathed, signaling to Toanzo that this operation had utterly collapsed. The 2 million Ryo had gone to waste, and in the future, as Ike matured, he could become a significant threat. While Toanzo was mired in frustration, an Umbu ninja arrived at Root, summoned by the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A sense of foreboding crept into Toanzo's mind, and upon reaching the Hokage's office, his apprehensions were confirmed by the words of Sarutobi. "Toanzo, the Cloud has accused you of colluding with bounty ninjas, attempting to assassinate Ike. Is there any truth to this?" Sarutobi's inquiry was laced with the weight of their long-standing friendship, and Toanzo understood that this accusation held a significant degree of validity. Biting his tongue in frustration, Toanzo wondered how the Cloud had learned of this. Could it be that the black and white figure or Kakuzu had divulged their plans? He harbored a deep-seated resentment for these dubious characters, but maintained a facade of calm as he replied, "Everything I have done is for the sake of Konoha." Hearing this familiar phrase, Sarutobi felt a surge of indignation. "You old fool, how can you be so brazen? Was your previous attempt to recruit Kakashi to assassinate me also for the sake of Konoha?" With a scoff, he asserted, "I warned you before. Yet you dared to engage in such acts that threaten peace. Effective immediately, I am revoking your position as my advisor, and Root will be disbanded, merging into the Umbu." Toanzo felt an acute sense of injustice and opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately, he could only emit a cold snort before storming out of the office. Sarutobi sighed deeply, grappling with how to quell the Cloud's outrage, knowing full well that Konoha could never acknowledge Toanzo's actions. Time passed swiftly, and spring arrived once more. On this day, the Cloud Ninja Academy was abuzz with excitement, not only due to the new cohort of students set to enroll, but also because Master Ike, who had been on leave for nearly a year, was returning to the academy. This news stirred excitement among numerous young girls, who had not yet forgotten the exceptionally handsome boy. Ike felt somewhat helpless. not due to the prospect of once again being surrounded by admirers, but rather because of his father's decision to reinstate him at the Ninja Academy. After his defeat on that fateful day, he had proposed the idea of graduating early to become a ninja. To his surprise, his father had rejected this notion, insisting instead that Ike return to the academy for further study. His father had stated, "While your strength is undoubtedly sufficient to become a ninja, your understanding of what it truly means to be one is still lacking. It is best to return to the academy and study for a few more years to grasp the essence of being a ninja." Ike surmised that his father feared he would act more recklessly once he became a ninja, causing chaos wherever he went. Lacking the physical prowess to contest his father's authority, Ike reluctantly returned to the academy. As he gazed at the throng of young girls, a peculiar feeling welled up within him, akin to that of a high-level character re-entering a novice village. Just a year prior, he had been a newcomer at the academy himself, never imagining the profound transformations that had since unfolded, particularly in terms of his power, which had surpassed common expectations. During the intervening years leading up to the academy's reopening, he had diligently honed his skills, mastering the signature technique of the future Naruto, the Rasengan. Thanks to the enhanced chakra control and the insights gained from manipulating chakra forms through the Rasengan, Ike made significant strides in practicing lightning release chakra modes. And his proficiency in lightning techniques had advanced to the point where he could wield substantial chakra blades. Currently, he was engaged in the study of earth release techniques, intending to begin with earth techniques to explore the nature of chakra changes, simultaneously laying the groundwork for mastering the weighty rock technique. At the entrance of the academy, several girls eagerly awaited his arrival. As Ike slowly ascended the path, revealing himself, they immediately surrounded him with enthusiasm. "It's Ike. Wow, it's really you. Ike. Long time no see. Do you remember me?" "Hello. It's been a while. Of course, I remember you," Ike replied, recognizing these girls as former classmates. Though their names eluded him, unable to manage the exuberance of these young girls, he could only maintain a formulaic smile as he was ushered into the school. As he passed by a group of new students, a red-haired girl caught his eye. Having spent considerable time with Anoka, he had become particularly sensitive to red hair. Upon closer inspection, he noted that she was a striking girl with red hair and dark skin. Observing Ike's throng of admirers, the red-haired girl disdainfully turned her head away. Quite the character, Ike mused, but he did not dwell on it. Under the guidance of several female classmates, Ike entered the classroom he had previously attended. However, before he could find a place to sit, a boy with light yellow hair leaped up and exclaimed loudly, "Ike, you rascal. You've been absent without a word for so long." The boy was named Atsui, and Ike had a vague recollection of him. The reasons for the lasting impression are not solely due to the individual's exuberant personality, but rather because they are a character that has graced the original work. The name ACI signifies heat, and he has a sister named Long, who embodies the essence of coolness, being the formidable kunoichi capable of rivaling Tsunade in spirit, Samui. This dynamic duo of hot and cold siblings once graced the battlefield during the Fourth Shinobi World War, where they clashed with the reincarnated brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Alas, they inadvertently fell victim to a binding curse and were sealed within the Six Paths tools. "Hey, ACI. Ike waved to him. Upon hearing his name called, ACI's face lit up with fervor, exclaiming, "I knew you wouldn't forget me. I'm currently the strongest in our class. Let me help you catch up with any subjects you might be struggling with." Chapter 47. The peculiar school doctor. The educational approach of Yunin Ninja Academy diverges considerably from that of Konoha. The mornings are dedicated to theoretical courses, while the afternoons are reserved for more liberated activities. These activity classes bear resemblance to physical education classes in primary and secondary schools from Ike's previous life. Yet they offer even greater freedom. Unfortunately, as he has not attended university, he cannot fully appreciate how closely this resembles elective physical education courses in higher education. Students from all classes gather outdoors, each gravitating towards the mentors whose fields of expertise pique their interest. Unlike the mere throwing of shurikens, the children of Yunin exhibit a preference for close combat fighting, thus making the martial arts instructors the most sought after. Naturally, many young ones seek out suitable opponents for spontaneous sparring sessions, engaging in bouts of fierce competition, resting only to return to the fray, embodying a wild spirit. Ike harbored little interest in these courses. After all, the instructors are predominantly Chunin level, more than capable of guiding the academy's children, yet offering little for him to learn. It seemed inevitable that he would resort to using shadow clones for his studies, allowing his true self the opportunity to train unencumbered. Stepping outside, Ike deftly evaded a few female classmates who had been clinging to him, subsequently seeking a tranquil spot to continue his training in earth release techniques. However, someone soon detected his presence and emerged into view. "Hey, Ike," came the enthusiastic voice of Atsui. "Why are you hiding here all alone? Are you feeling insecure about falling behind in your studies this year? Don't worry, as I mentioned before, I will help you enhance your skills." Ike raised an eyebrow, not rejecting Atsui's fervor. "I truly appreciate it. How do you intend to assist me?" Atsui rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fist with a grin. "Ha ha ha. We'll engage in an exhilarating sparring match. Rest assured, I won't go too hard on you." Once Ike was certain that Atsui genuinely meant no harm and was merely looking to teach him a lesson, he waved his hand dismissively. "Sparring isn't necessary. My abilities are quite sufficient, really." "Ike." Atsui stepped closer, gripping Ike's shoulders with fervor. "I know the pressure must be immense facing me, the strongest of class 2-1, but you are the son of the Rakage. You must be even braver and more passionate." Ike felt a drop of sweat form on his brow. Although Atsui was not the bottom of the class, he exhibited the typical traits of a hot-blooded fool. Ike gently raised his fist, prompting a confused look from Atsui. "Honestly, my skills are quite reasonable. If you doubt me, feel free to take a punch from me and see for yourself," Ike stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Atsui immediately thumped his chest. "Go ahead and strike. If I step back even a single step, consider it a victory for you." After some contemplation, Ike resolved to strike using pure physical strength without activating his lightning release chakra mode. Initially, he intended to utilize 1/5 of his power, but reconsidered, deciding to increase it to 1/3, given that Atsui was the strongest in class 2-1. "Apologies," Ike murmured softly before unleashing a punch. Boom. The figure of Ozzy suddenly soared several meters before collapsing onto the soft grass, unconscious. "Goodness, what a farce," Yak exclaimed, taken aback by the fact that the strongest student of Class 2 had shattered so easily upon contact, despite his deliberate restraint and force. He hurriedly approached Aji, lifting him up and making his way to a more populated area, intending to inquire with a fellow student about the whereabouts of a medical ninja. Fortunately, incidents of brawling were frequent at the Hidden Cloud Ninja Academy, and student injuries were a common occurrence, leading to the establishment of a medical room within the school. A student who pointed the way glanced at the unconscious Ozzy and directed Yak towards the medical facility's location. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Yak knocked on the door and, after hearing an invitation to enter, pushed it open, carrying Ozzy inside. The school doctor, a middle-aged man with white hair clad in a white coat and headscarf, exuded a gentle demeanor. He was accustomed to dealing with student injuries and calmly gestured towards a nearby bed, saying, "Lay him down here." Once Yak placed Ozzy on the bed, the middle-aged doctor approached, a smile breaking across his face. "Ah, it's Aji. This young lad frequently visits the infirmary," he remarked. Instead of utilizing chakra to assess the situation like a medical ninja would, he examined Aji manually, before reassuring Yak, "Rest assured, he has merely been knocked out. A short period of rest will see him awaken." Yak observed the doctor's actions with some surprise, realizing that the man did not appear to be a medical ninja, but rather an ordinary physician skilled in medicine. It was unclear whether the Hidden Cloud's medical ninjas were notably scarce or if the doctor's expertise was simply exceptional, allowing him to serve as the school physician. At that moment, the middle-aged doctor shifted his attention to Yak, expressing mild astonishment. Though Aji's personality is somewhat erratic, he possesses considerable strength among his peers. To have rendered him in such a state, you must be quite formidable yourself. Yak smiled politely, deflecting, "Just luck, really." The middle-aged doctor's eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition, his tone uncertain. "You are Master Yak of the Rakage family?" "Indeed," Yak replied, raising an eyebrow as he began to wander about the infirmary. The space was neither too large nor too small, containing 5 beds in total. While the doctor's desk on the opposite side was cluttered with numerous papers, alongside a shelf crammed with an array of books. Yak casually flipped through some of the materials, most of which pertained to human anatomy, revealing nothing particularly unusual. Feigning nonchalance, he inquired, "Sir, how long have you held the position of school doctor? You don't seem to be a medical ninja, yet your dedication to learning is truly admirable." The middle-aged doctor sighed, his tone growing somber. "I am not a native of the Hidden Cloud. I hail from a war-torn region. In my youth, I aspired to become a ninja, but lacking the requisite talent. I reluctantly turned to the study of medicine, becoming a wandering doctor to sustain my existence. A year ago, I arrived at Union. Coinciding with the retirement of the previous school physician, I successfully secured the position through the application process. After addressing Yak's inquiries, he remarked that, much like ninjas who relentlessly train to enhance their abilities, my medical expertise is my sole talent, and thus I must continually strive for improvement. Yak nodded in acknowledgement and then posed another question. But, sir, the students occasionally engage in combat using ninjutsu, which can lead to injuries. As an ordinary person, how can you handle such situations? The middle-aged physician responded with a confident smile. The students' abilities are rather average, and only a handful can truly master ninjutsu. However, should such scenarios arise, rest assured that my medical skills are not to be underestimated. Yak's curiosity piqued. He said, I realize I do not yet know your name, sir. Oh, my apologies. I am Shinong. Chapter 48, Apple or Papaya. Shinong. Upon hearing this distinctive name, Yak couldn't help but smile. It was hardly surprising. The individual in question could not possibly be the legendary Shinong, the emperor of medicine who tasted all herbs and myth, but rather a formidable antagonist from a Naruto film. Yak had little recollection of this Shinong, only remembering that he was ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of Naruto and Sasuke. He mused to himself that the timeline of that film was set during the Shippuden era, approximately 13 years ago. What brought this old chap to the Hidden Cloud Village? Noticing Yak's momentary daze, Shinong gently called out, Young Master Yak? Yak snapped back to reality, casting a barely perceptible glance at the silver-haired middle-aged man, and then, with a hint of regret, remarked, Uncle Shinong, it is truly admirable that you possess such skills despite not being a medical ninja. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Then, I thank you, Young Master Yak, Shinong replied, initially taken aback, but soon overwhelmed with elation. He had been wandering the ninja world in search of the legendary Zero Tails, striving to awaken ultimate power under the guise of a vagrant doctor. Traversing various ninja villages, the Hidden Cloud was known among the villages for its adeptness at cunningly acquiring treasures. And Shinong believed that the technique to awaken the Zero Tails was likely concealed within its borders. Yet, despite a year of diligent infiltration, he lamentably discovered that the defenses against forbidden techniques in the Hidden Cloud were far superior to those in other villages, rendering his attempts at espionage futile. He had even contemplated departing the Hidden Cloud to try his luck in the Leaf Village when fate intervened, presenting him with the opportunity to encounter this son of the Raikage. Perhaps he could leverage this young man's status to achieve his own ambitions. Shinong's gaze softened further as he contemplated Yak, pondering how best to initiate his plans. It would be prudent to engage with this young man to better understand his temperament. Suddenly, Itsuji, who lay on the bed, let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes. His mind was somewhat foggy, but as he recollected the events that transpired, he realized he had been knocked unconscious by Yak's punch. His feelings of disappointment dissipated in mere seconds, reigniting his fighting spirit. He swiftly sat up from the hospital bed and, upon noticing Yak's presence, exclaimed with enthusiasm, Yak, I never expected you to possess such strength. Itsuji, shall call you the strongest of Class 2. Yak. After concluding her duties in the sealing class, Hashinoka felt an immense sense of relief. She fondly recalled her initial days upon receiving her appointment from the Raikage and entering the sealing class, where the members had subtly regarded her with disdain due to her young age. However, once Hashinoka showcased the abilities of the Uzumaki clan, the attitudes of her peers underwent a dramatic transformation. After all, the sealing techniques they mastered were predominantly derived from the Uzumaki clan, and they had only scratched the surface of its profound depths. Although the origins of the true member of the Uzumaki clan, brought in by the esteemed Raikage, remain a mystery, Suenokawa's inclusion has undeniably propelled the sealing division towards remarkable progress. She has not disappointed the expectations placed upon her. Despite initially possessing only a rudimentary understanding of sealing techniques upon joining the division, she has now emerged as one of its most proficient practitioners. So much so that her colleagues occasionally seek her counsel regarding sealing matters. The head of the sealing division is a gentleman with a brown beard, who also serves as the leader of the barrier division. He holds Suenokawa in high regard, believing she will eventually succeed him as the head of the sealing division. Consequently, her career trajectory has transformed from a casual role on the Spirit Island to an intense regimen of study and work in the Hidden Cloud Village. At this moment, it occurred to her that Ike was likely finished with school. Glancing at the time, Her delicate features suddenly broke into a joyful smile. Realizing that the little adult now partakes in the daily routine of a typical child, commuting to and from school. With a spark of enthusiasm, she decided to take on an additional role acting as a guardian to pick Ike up from school each day, which she found quite amusing. However, upon arriving at the school gate, she was taken aback to see Ike engaged in lively conversation with a blonde girl. Suinokawa's expression froze, and as she scrutinized the girl, a jolt of dismay struck her. Goodness, how large! She glanced down at her own bosom, a wave of frustration washing over her. How can one compare apples to papayas? While Suinokawa's mood shifted from clear skies to impending storms, Ike, keenly perceptive, noticed her arrival. He hastily bid farewell to his companion, Atsi, and her sister, the aloof ninja girl, Samui, before approaching Suinokawa. Goodbye, Ike. Tomorrow, let us have another thrilling battle. Atsi exclaimed excitedly. Samui silently facepalmed, recognizing the stark contrast between her brother's personality and her own, as she found herself preferring Ike's obedient and thoughtful demeanor. Suinokawa, are you here to pick me up from school? Ike inquired with curiosity upon reaching her. Having fully acclimated to life in the hidden cloud and thriving in the sealing division, he wondered what had prompted her to come to the ninja school for him. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The shadow cast over Suinokawa's face seemed to chill the atmosphere around her. Ike Suinokawa's voice was somber. Do you prefer apples or papayas? Ike sensed the gravity of the question, his mind racing to respond. Well, apples have a crisp and firm texture, while papayas are soft and juicy. However, papayas are larger than apples. Noticing the temperature around her drop further, Ike had a sudden realization. Though papayas are larger, apples share the same color as your hair. For your sake, I will choose apples. What upon hearing Ike's unexpected reply, Suinokawa's mood shifted dramatically, her fair complexion blushing a delicate shade of crimson. Upon witnessing the scene, Yak let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the girl had merely stumbled upon his earlier conversation with Sammy, which was nothing more than a courteous exchange facilitated by Aji. To be fair, the 16-year-old Sammy indeed possessed remarkable talent. Even Yak found himself momentarily dazzled upon first encountering the papaya, which explains Suinokawa's visibly distressed demeanor. He cast a casual glance at Suinokawa, noting that the red-haired girl, now only 14, still had the potential for further development. However, there is a saying that the larger the cup, the more mischievous the spirit within. It would be prudent to leave the handling of a woman as ruthless as Sammy to the capable hands of Lord Yak. Chapter 49. Whirlpools and spirals. On a tranquil night at the Ike family dining table, an atmosphere of subtle tension lingered. Lanine gazed helplessly at her husband and son, who sat in silence, exchanging not a single word. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, only for one to huff and turn away. This standoffishness had begun when Ike returned from Yunin. Lanine remained perplexed by the rift between her husband and son, initially believing that time would mend their discord. However, 2 months had elapsed, and these two obstinate individuals continued to regard each other with palpable disdain, barely managing to utter 3 sentences a day. While it was somewhat excusable for her son to sulk due to his youth, Lanine found it perplexing that her husband was equally involved in this juvenile behavior. Yet, she could sense that beneath this facade of discord, there was still a bond of care between them. With a resigned shake of her head, she chose to disregard their antics and turned her attention to the somewhat shy Sunai, smiling as she inquired, Dear Sunai, are you unaccustomed to Annie's cooking? Her tone was gentle, and her radiant face exuded a nurturing warmth, embodying the essence of a mature, caring wife. Auntie is a wonderful cook, Sunai stammered, momentarily entranced by Lanine's beauty. I just feel like I haven't enjoyed a meal like this in ages. It feels like a family. Understanding that Sunai was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and that the clan's downfall was connected to her own Yunin, Lanine sighed softly. Poor child. This will be your home from now on. We are all your family. Recognizing the deep bond between Sunai and Ike, Lanine's gaze softened with affection, akin to a mother-in-law looking upon her daughter-in-law. Noticing that Sunai was still somewhat reserved, she began serving her food. Sunai nodded obediently, accepting the offerings while engaging in light conversation about life in Yunin. Meanwhile, Ike silently consumed his meal, though he maintained a stoic exterior. He felt a deep satisfaction regarding Sunai's presence. Although the envoy had not brought the Hyuga bloodline, Ike's return with this Uzumaki girl was indeed a significant gain. As Ike matured and eventually united with Sunai, their offspring would inherit the Uzumaki lineage. Coupled with Yunin's collection of Uzumaki sealing techniques, They could very well forge a new Uzumaki clan, one that would reside in Yunin in the future. After finishing his meal in silence, Ike banged his chopsticks down on the table with a decisive thud, declaring, having eaten and drunk well, it is now time to cultivate. He turned to Suenai, come. Let us go and check on Taotai. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by Lanin's warmth, Suenai nodded politely and bid farewell to Ike and Lanin before departing with Ike. The couple at the dining table exchanged knowing smiles at the sight. Taotai had been secured within the heart of a towering mountain, safeguarded by Ike's sealing techniques, allowing it to remain untroubled in its slumber. Ike and Suenai sat side by side outside. As Ike formed hand seals and then opened his mouth to unleash a mighty earth-style technique, the rock iron cannon, which shot forth, striking Taotai, who remained seated in the arena. He remained in constant motion, launching several shots of rock iron cannon fire, and finally evoked a reaction from the gluttonous beast, which scratched its belly. Suko couldn't help but chuckle, playfully chiding, "What are you up to?" Ike halted his barrage and retorted, "It's too leisurely. It needs a lesson." In truth, the previous rock iron cannon shots were rather mild, and his words were merely meant for amusement. Suko narrowed her beautiful eyes, exclaiming, "After all, it's so foolish. Only knowing how to eat, with nothing else it can do." Ike shook his head, stating, its combat intelligence is not low when it faced Takai and the others. It even knew to consume spiders to acquire new abilities and strengthen itself. Now that we've left the Spirit Island, there aren't as many uniquely capable spirit beasts for it to feast upon. Suko recalled suddenly, asking, did it not consume that black-lined creature before? Did it not awaken any new abilities? Suko referred to Kai Kudo, that peculiar being with black lines, which lingered in her memory despite not having participated in the battle. Ike formed a hand seal, and suddenly, the gluttonous beast's body stiffened, its massive maw uncontrollably opening as a gigantic rock iron cannon instantly coalesced, crashing against the nearby hard mountain wall. "I can manipulate its body to release techniques like this," Ike remarked. Suko, intrigued, inquired, "Can it do it itself?" Ike shook his head in resignation. This fellow only enjoys eating. Persuading it to expel anything is quite a challenge. His gaze shifted to Suko. Noticing her usual demeanor was overshadowed by a contemplative expression, clearly indicating she had something on her mind. After pondering for a moment, Ike extended a hand, and with the flow of chakra, a swirling azure sphere began to materialize. "This is the technique you have been studying," he said. Suko glanced at it in astonishment. Prior to Ike's schooling, they had spent most of their time together, during which Ike had been researching this technique, while Suko was learning a new sealing art. This technique is called the Rasengan, developed by the husband of that Kushina's sister to protect her, Ike explained softly. Minato Namikaze, during the Third Great Ninja War, was profoundly struck by the tailed beast balls of the two Jinchuriki from Awagakure to prevent Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, from becoming a weapon of war like the Awagakure Jinchuriki. He drew inspiration from the tailed beast balls and, after 3 years of effort, developed the Rasengan. A flicker of surprise and curiosity flashed in Suko's eyes. Through their mental connection, she had gleaned from Ike's memories that Kushina was a member of the Uzumaki clan, like herself. However, Ike had not elaborated on Kushina's story, and she wisely refrained from prying further. As he gazed at the continuously spinning Rasengan, Ike spoke again. "The spiral is 3-dimensional, while the vortex is 2-dimensional. Though they appear to be similar in their rotational nature, they ultimately yield different transformations. The Vortex clan once stood at the epicenter of the whirlpool, but now they have faded away like the silent currents of nature." As he exchanged glances with Suenokawa, he vowed, "I shall remain by your side, climbing and seeking together, until the whirlpool transforms into a spiral." Upon hearing these words, Suenokawa lowered her gaze, her delicate, alabaster fingers entwining. She understood that the young man beside her had discerned the solitude and uncertainty buried deep within her heart, which moved her profoundly. Though merely a child, Suenokawa's emotions became tangled. The words spoken by Ike would linger in her memory for a lifetime. With a long exhale, she lifted her head once more, her countenance revived with the vivacity of her usual self. Ike waved his hand, dissipating the spiral orb, only to witness the crimson-haired maiden gently shedding her ninja boots, revealing a pair of tender, fair feet. Chapter 50. The time for action. The young maiden's delicate and graceful feet, with their naturally flowing arches and dainty, rounded toes, possessed an enchanting allure. Unconsciously captivated, Ike's gaze was drawn to the sight of Sueneko's slender legs as she playfully draped her feet across his lap. What are you doing? Ike stammered, a blush creeping across his face. Ike, have always conducted myself with integrity, yet you, this enchantress, resort to such tactics against me. Noticing Ike's flustered reaction, a mischievous smile spread across Sueneko's face. Back in the mental realm, I distinctly observed your fascination with my feet, despite our mere acquaintance at that time. I was merely curious if your bare feet would become soiled while walking, Ike retorted, attempting to defend himself. Suit yourself, Sueneko replied, her eyes narrowing playfully. After a long day, dear brother Ike, it would be quite considerate of you to help alleviate your sister's fatigue, wouldn't it? Grinding his teeth, Ike lamented for the first time his youthful physique, wishing he were older to teach this red-haired enchantress a lesson. Meanwhile, Shinnong sat at the desk in the infirmary, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Young Master Ike, this marks the 4th time this week you have rendered Aji unconscious. As Ike entered the infirmary, dragging the seemingly lifeless Aji behind him, he acknowledged Shinnong's comment with a look of exasperation. He possesses an overwhelming vitality and insists on challenging me at every afternoon activity class. Shinnong assisted in placing Aji on the sickbed, speaking with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Aji lives up to his name, exuding excessive enthusiasm. However, his strength among the students is not to be underestimated. For you to defeat him so easily, young Master Ike, is truly impressive. Ike scoffed, pride swelling within him. I am a genuine prodigy. Such trivial matters are merely child's play. His expression darkened slightly as he continued. It is a pity that my elder insists on denying me the chance to become a ninja. Look at me. My time at the Ninja Academy is nothing but a waste. Shinnong's eyes gleamed with understanding as he nodded in agreement. It seems young Master Ike already possesses the capabilities of a ninja. Lord Rakich's reluctance to allow your early graduation is indeed somewhat underestimating. Uncle Shinnong, you truly have an eye for talent, Ike chuckled. Once I usurp the position of Rakich from that old man, I shall appoint you as the most esteemed doctor in Kumogakure. Shinnong's expression transformed into one of astonished gratitude. I am most grateful, young Master Ike. Internally, he pondered deeply, believing he had sufficiently discerned Ike's character, a somewhat powerful but naive second-generation heir, who had taken a year off from school last year to indulge in travel. Shinnong resolved to set his plan in motion, aiming to entice Ike into becoming a pawn in his scheme. Seizing a moment of distraction, he subtly ensured that Aji would not awaken unexpectedly before speaking in a low tone. Ahem, young Master Ike. I suspect that Lord Rakich's reluctance to allow you to become a ninja may stem from other reasons. Oh, Uncle Shinnong, what do you mean? Consider this. As the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village, Lord Rakich undoubtedly desires an heir endowed with both capability and talent. Young Master Yak, if you aspire to become a ninja, you must achieve remarkable feats that will earn Lord Rakich's approval. Uncle Shinnong, what should I do? Yak's eyes sparkled with youthful innocence, a brightness that caused Shinnong to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Well, I have been diligently researching a formidable medical ninjutsu. If I can successfully complete it, it will save countless ninjas in battle. Shinnong spoke with a tone of aspiration, then shifted to one of regret. Unfortunately, my research is currently stalled at a crucial step, lacking a unique secret technique for its perfection. Yak, brimming with excitement, interjected, if I can assist you in completing that medical ninjutsu, that old man will surely regard me with newfound respect. Perhaps he may even willingly bestow the Rakich's throne upon me. Ha! As he reveled in his own ambitions, Yak struck a triumphant pose, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Yet, a moment of doubt clouded his expression as he glanced skeptically at Shinnong. Uncle Shinnong, you're not a ninja, yet you can develop medical ninjutsu? Before Shinnong could respond, Yak struck his palm with his fist, realization dawning upon him. I understand now. Your aim must be to create a medical ninjutsu accessible to all, for only then can we truly save the injured ninjas. Shinnong's expression momentarily stiffened, but he soon relaxed upon hearing Yak's concluding words. Yes, indeed, the secret technique. Could it be the tedious scrolls housed in the hive tower? Yak mused, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Shinnong's eyes lit up. Precisely. It is likely hidden within the Rakich Tower. If you, young Master Yak, can procure the secret technique for me, we shall accomplish a remarkable feat that will astonish the entire Hidden Cloud. Yak's face reflected his excitement, yet he quickly appeared bashful, scratching his head. Uncle, what does the secret technique look like? Although I can peruse those scrolls, I am not familiar with so many characters. At this, Shinnong inwardly lamented Yak's lack of understanding, thinking him foolish for wishing to become a ninja. However, maintaining a stoic exterior, he retrieved a book from the shelf and extracted a piece of parchment. On the paper was depicted a long serpent adorned with a human face mask, with the character Zero inscribed on its forehead and the words Zero Tail inscribed beside the image. Something like this. If there isn't an image, there should be identical characters. Shinnong elaborated. Yak furrowed his brow at the parchment, scratching his head again. Those characters are quite difficult to recognize. I hope there are illustrations that would make it easier. Shinnong, exasperated by Yak's ineptitude, yet with a goal still unmet, could only display an encouraging demeanor. With your determination, young Master Yak, I am certain you will find it. Our future rests in your capable hands. As if accepting a momentous mission, Yak nodded solemnly. After a discussion with Shinnong, they agreed to initiate their endeavor on Sunday. After all, as a mere student at the Ninja Academy, Yak knew that unexcused absences to appear at the Hive Tower would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Indeed, had he engaged in such actions under ordinary circumstances, he would undoubtedly bear no psychological burden. However, given the gravity of this undertaking, meticulous consideration is paramount. At this juncture, Ike cast a glance at Shinnong, exuding an air of significant sacrifice. Shinnong could only display a semblance of heartfelt appreciation, lauding Ike's meticulousness, affirming him as the rightful heir to the title of Rakage. Amidst Shinnong's anticipation and inner turmoil, the weekend gradually approached. Ike ascended the mountain housing the Hive Tower with an air of nonchalance, offering no salutations to anyone. Shinnong, concealing his presence, cautiously trailed behind him. This was not part of the plan. Rather, it stemmed from his lack of trust in the young lad, who he felt was somewhat unreliable. Observing Ike engage in conversation with the gatekeeper of the Hive Tower before striding in with an air of arrogance, Shinnong let out a long sigh. The outcome now lay in the hands of fate. Chapter 51. The Great Failure. Standing tall, Shinnong awaited as Ike swaggered towards the entrance of the Hive building. Noticing the guard's perplexed gaze, he arrogantly declared, "What are you staring at? I demand entry, so let me through." The guard, scratching his face in confusion, had heard rumors of the rift between Ike and the Rakage, yet he felt it unnecessary for such a minor conflict to manifest towards him. Thus, he chose not to impede Ike's passage, reasoning that as there had been no explicit instructions barring entry, he need not be overly diligent. Time slipped away, and soon Shinnong began to grow impatient in the woods, his anticipation mounting as he saw Ike emerge from the Hive building, looking rather lackluster. Observing Ike's lack of enthusiasm, Shinnong clenched his teeth in frustration. Could it be that this ineffectual fool had failed to locate the zero-tail sealing technique? If so, all of his efforts would be in vain. Nevertheless, he restrained himself from revealing his presence, opting to return to his residence in Yunin, a predetermined meeting place for both. Regardless of the outcome, due to the secrecy surrounding his endeavors, Shinnong's abode was not situated within the bustling residential area of Yunin, but rather atop a secluded hill where he had constructed a modest dwelling. He claimed that his intensive studies in medicine required a tranquil environment. Shortly after arriving home, he was greeted by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he found Ike, looking utterly exhausted. Without waiting for inquiries, Ike produced a scroll from his pocket and tossed it carelessly to Shinnong. "I'm utterly worn out. After sifting through so many scrolls, I managed to find this one. You can examine it. I'm off to catch some sleep." Shinnong's eyes widened as he beheld the scroll inscribed with the Zero Tail's unsealing technique. His pupils contracted, and upon hearing Ike's words, a broad smile spread across his face. "You've worked tirelessly, esteemed Ike. Leave the subsequent matters to me. Once the medical ninjutsu is complete, Lord Rakage shall certainly commend your efforts." Ike waved dismissively and turned to head home. Watching Ike's retreating figure, Shinnong felt a surge of exhilaration. "Well done, you little fool. Once I harness the power of the Zero Tails to sweep through the 5 great nations, you shall undoubtedly be recognized as the Rakage." After licking his lips, he stepped outside to ensure the area was clear of prying eyes before eagerly returning to his cabin. Trembling hands poised to open the scroll containing the Zero Tail's unsealing technique. With a flourish, as Shinnong unfurled the scroll, several golden chains erupted from the intricate seals depicted within, ensnaring him in an instant. What? A wave of shock and fury washed over Shinnong as he suspected Ike had orchestrated this trap. Yet, knowing Ike's character, he doubted such malicious intent. It seemed the fool had acted recklessly, inadvertently leaking sensitive information. He was filled with a desire to confront Ike and deliver a stern reprimand. But the golden chains were formidable, binding him with an unyielding grip, as Shenong sought the power of the Zero Tails. Traveling the ninja world under the guise of a wandering physician, he had garnered a wealth of knowledge and recognized the binding technique as unique to the Uzumaki clan. But how had Yunin come to possess the secrets of the Uzumaki's formidable seals? He was still in a state of bewilderment when suddenly the door was forcefully thrust open, and a mysterious figure clad in a black robe slowly entered. Shenong's eyes widened. The man was tall and completely shrouded in his dark attire, rendering his features indistinguishable, save for a strand of vivid crimson hair that faintly emerged. Indeed, he belonged to the Uzumaki clan. However, a sudden realization struck him. If he could stealthily infiltrate Yunin, then this Uzumaki man could undoubtedly do the same. His purpose was to acquire the Zero-Tail Scroll. Could it be that the other sought vengeance for the past misdeeds Yunin had inflicted upon the Whirlpool Ninja Village? Shenong discerned that the figure before him was likely not an official representative of Yunin, and he breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you are and why you intend to ambush me?" From beneath the robe, a deep voice resonated, "Rather, why not reveal what you intend to do with this?" He produced a scroll from his bosom, inscribed with the Zero-Tail unsealing technique, identical to the one Shenong had previously obtained from Yak. It dawned on Shenong that the adversary had likely swapped the secret technique scroll during Yak's journey from the Hive Tower to the small cabin, replacing it with one containing the Vajra seal. Internally seething, he maintained a facade of politeness, stating, "This object holds little significance. It is merely for my research on medical ninjutsu." Disguised as the mysterious figure, Yak raised an eyebrow in hidden amusement. This old fellow was indeed quite the rogue. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for the Zero-Tail unsealing technique was originally a fabrication of his own. It seemed to have originated in Konoha, later discovered by Shenong, thus giving rise to the plot of the theatrical version. Yak snorted disdainfully, and from behind him, four golden chains surged forth, ensnaring Shenong. Upon witnessing this, Shenong immediately struggled with all his might. The previous Vajra seal had merely emerged from the scroll and could have been a technique acquired by the mysterious man. However, the present manifestation of the Vajra seal confirmed the identity of the Uzumaki clan, and the ability to wield such a technique indicated that his opponent was undoubtedly a formidable force. Unwilling to succumb easily, Shenong fought against the golden chains. Yet his efforts proved futile against their unyielding grip. Just as despair began to settle in his heart, he suddenly felt chakra piercing his body like needles, emanating from the golden chains. "What do you intend to do?" Shenong exclaimed, his voice tinged with terror. "Merely to ensure your compliance," Yak replied, his hands deftly manipulating the chakra to construct a sealing technique within Shenong's body, the same one he used to control Taodai, the binding curse. Before long, the technique was complete, and Yak retracted the Vajra seal. Freed from his restraints, Shenong collapsed weakly to the ground. "What have you done to me?" he murmured. However, before Yak could respond, he suddenly sprang to his feet, launching a surprise attack on Yak. In that moment, Shenong had shed his previous appearance of a frail doctor. His muscles rapidly swelled, straining against his white robe. "Prepare to meet your end, Vitality Fist," he roared, his fist charged with unparalleled power, hurtling towards the enigmatic figure before him. The true identity of Shenong is not that of a wandering physician, but rather the leader of the Sky Ninja Village, who once battled against Konoha during the Second Shinobi World War. It was in that very conflict that Sky Ninja was defeated by Konoha, igniting within him the desire to seek the power of the Zero-Tails. As the leader of the Sky Ninja Village, Shenong not only possesses exceptional medical skills and remarkable scientific acumen, but he also wields the technique of bodily activation, which enables the regeneration of flesh and blood. This technique is particularly well suited for physical training, granting him considerable prowess in taijutsu, sufficient to rival the elite ninja of the 5 great villages. As he unleashed a powerful punch, the mysterious figure cloaked in black remained unfazed, leisurely raising 2 fingers and commanding, "Freeze." Upon the utterance of these words, Shenong felt an overwhelming surge of sealing techniques enveloping him, firmly restraining his movements and rendering his body motionless. The enigmatic figure then instructed, "Stand at attention." Instantly, Shenong's body obeyed involuntarily, standing rigidly like a steadfast pine tree. Having roamed the ninja world for many years, he had never endured such humiliation, and his face flushed with indignation. Chapter 52. Assigned task. Gazing at the rapidly warming Shinomi before him, Ike calmly remarked, "I'm aware of far more than you might imagine. I advise you to be forthright. What do you truly desire?" Shinomi glared at Ike, his teeth clenched, as if attempting to pierce through the secrets concealed beneath the dark robe. I merely wish for you, the esteemed leader of the Sky Ninjas, to assist me with a few matters." At this revelation, Shinomi's pupils constricted. The nature of his relationship with the Sky Nation's ninjas was known to few in the ninja realm. How could this enigmatic vortex warrior possibly unveil his identity so effortlessly? Realizing his body was no longer under his control, a consequence of the chakra that had invaded him moments earlier, he pondered whether this technique could not only manipulate his physical form, but also delve into his thoughts. Noticing the change in Shinomi's expression, Ike nonchalantly continued, "Rest assured, I have no interest in prying into your sordid thoughts." While he could not read Shinomi's mind, the presence of the binding spell allowed him to discern Shinomi's emotions to some extent, enabling him to surmise his current state of mind. In response, Shinomi's surprise transformed into fury as he exclaimed, "Sordid thoughts? What sordid thoughts do I possess? Everything I do is for the revival of the Sky Ninjas. To rebuild the Sky Nation. The homeland of the Vortex also perished in the strife of the ninja world. Have you never considered the desire to restore the Vortex Ninja Village? Is that notion equally sordid?" Ike regarded Shinomi with astonishment, taken aback by his verbal defiance. However, it was unfortunate that Shinomi was not a true descendant of the Vortex clan. His words failed to resonate with Ike. Moreover, while Shinomi spoke of noble intentions, his true ambitions remained obscured, suggesting that his aspirations extended beyond mere national revival. According to the original narrative, Shinomi ultimately discovered a method to unleash the power of the Zero Tail in Konoha, successfully forging a formidable Sky Ninja army, with his first act being revenge against Konoha. Given that the power of the Zero Tail was not to be underestimated, Shinomi ultimately fell to Naruto and Sasuke. Had he truly vanquished Konoha, his next course of action would undoubtedly be to mobilize against other nations in the ninja world, enslaving the populace to sustain the Zero Tail, thus plunging the world into greater chaos and suffering. Engaging in futile debate? "Do not forget your current predicament," Ike coldly stated. "You are now in my grasp. Your fate rests solely upon my whims." He extended his hand to form a seal, and Shinomi felt the tumultuous chakra within him surging violently, as if intent on tearing his very being apart. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him, Shinomi regained his composure and recalled Ike's earlier words, struggling to voice his inquiry. What do you want me to do?" Ike retracted his technique and casually replied, "I am aware that you roam the ninja world and possess extensive knowledge. I need you to seek out the scattered members of the Vortex clan. Bring back those who find themselves in dire straits or unfortunate circumstances. If they lead prosperous lives, then there is no need to disturb them." As Ike became aware of Shinomi's true identity, he began contemplating how to handle this old trickster. To be a boss in a theatrical production, Shinomi's abilities were commendable. Although not quite on par with the notorious Orochimaru, he was undoubtedly a person of talent. Slaying him outright or handing him over to the Hidden Cloud would be somewhat wasteful. Given the constraints on his own actions, it would be more prudent to manipulate him, converting him into a force under his command to accomplish certain tasks within the shinobi world. Sending Shinomi to seek out the remnants of the Uzumaki clan served a dual purpose. On one hand, it was to make amends for previous failures on behalf of the Hidden Cloud, and on the other, it would provide Suinokawa with more kin, alleviating her solitude. Shinomi was momentarily taken aback. It was understandable for someone of his Uzumaki lineage to issue such a command. This task was neither straightforward nor overly complex. Most of the Uzumaki clan had perished long ago during the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, leaving only a scant few scattered throughout the shinobi world. To accomplish this mission would require considerable effort. Ike continued, "In the Hidden Grass Village, there exists a mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan who find themselves in dire circumstances. They are your targets for rescue." He referred to the mother and daughter, Kagaya and her daughter, who had fallen victim to the predations of those born of the Grass Ninja due to their unique Uzumaki physiology. They were the only remnants of the Uzumaki that Ike could recall. As for Nagato, if Shinomi truly managed to bring him back to the Hidden Cloud, it would likely be the first to experience the taste of Shinra Tensei before Konoha. With Ike's words, Shinomi felt an intangible restraint lift, granting him his freedom once more. He flexed his wrist and looked up at the cloaked figure, realizing that the previous methods employed could be wielded at will, and he had lost the desire to resist. I have taken note of your words. I shall venture into the shinobi world to seek out the remnants of the Uzumaki, Shinong stated quietly. There is one more matter. Ike paused. Hand over your secret technique for enhancing your physique. Shinong exhaled deeply, given his current predicament, with his life firmly in Ike's grasp. He resolved to acquiesce to this minor request. He refrained from questioning why a master of sealing techniques would desire such a thing and retrieved paper and ink from within the room, swiftly transcribing the technique and presenting it to Ike. Ike nodded in satisfaction, preparing to depart, but suddenly recalled something and advised. Be sure to resign from the Ninja Academy first, leaving the hidden cloud through proper channels. Shinong's identity had not yet been compromised. Should he vanish abruptly, it would raise suspicions among the hidden cloud. Ike then lifted the scroll containing the zero-tail unsealing technique, stating, if you manage to complete the task, I would not mind relinquishing this to you. I vow to accomplish the task, Shinong replied with renewed vigor. This was indeed the only piece of good news. For now, he would bide his time, and once he acquired the power of the zero-tail, he would ensure that this enigmatic Uzumaki would pay dearly. Beneath the shroud of his dark robe, Yak smiled silently as he tucked away the scroll. A mere illusionary carrot dangled before the donkey. The next day, Shinong swiftly resigned from his position as the school physician at the Ninja Academy, much to the principal's dismay, for Shinong's medical skills rivaled those of the finest medical ninjas, and he approached his duties with utmost seriousness. However, seeing Shinong's resolute determination, the principal could only acquiesce to his resignation with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Yak's life returned to a semblance of tranquility, as he regularly utilized his shadow clones to attend school while deftly handling ACI's challenges. His true self, however, embarked on a more rigorous training regimen. Although Yak previously possessed the ability to reverse time, it had only been applicable for honing his ninjutsu. For if he were to toil in physical training and then revert back, it would render his efforts futile. Yet now, thanks to the physical vitality technique acquired from Shinong, Yak's progress in refining his corporeal form was nothing short of astonishing. The essence of the physical vitality technique lies in the regeneration of damaged tissues. And through the cycle of destruction and rebirth, one could significantly enhance physical strength. Chapter 53. 2.5 years' time has swiftly passed. And it has been 2.5 years. At this moment, Ike is diligently practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. During this period, he has not only honed his physical prowess and mastery of lightning release chakra mode, but has also devoted considerable effort to an in-depth study of the forms and properties of the 5 elemental chakra natures. With the aid of time reversal, Ike has made rapid progress in this experiential training, unperturbed by any mistakes, and has thoroughly comprehended the 5 elemental ninjutsu, sufficiently competing for the title of ninjutsu doctor alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Through the transformation of earth release, he successfully mastered the heavy stone technique, which enhances both his ability to fly and the power of his attacks. However, he still struggles to grasp the dust release, another signature technique of the awakens. Much like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is also an adept of the 5 elemental natures yet has not developed his own Kekkai Jinkai. Ike remains patient and shifts his focus to the illustrious Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique is an S-rank space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to leave behind a spatial mark and then instantaneously transport themselves through the resonance of their chakra with the technique's formula. Upon learning it, Ike realized that this technique bears similarities to the summoning technique, which calls forth beasts from distant locations. While the Flying Thunder God technique can be viewed as summoning the user themselves through a mark, albeit at a much faster speed and with greater convenience. The legendary second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, renowned for developing the Flying Thunder God and numerous forbidden techniques, truly embodies a prodigy. Had he not perished during the first great ninja war at the hands of the brothers Kin and Jin, the foundations of Konohagakure would have been even more profound. The Flying Thunder God technique demands exceptional agility from its practitioner. If one cannot swiftly adapt to spatial changes at the moment the technique is activated, it is futile to apply it in combat. In this regard, Minato Namikaze, who effortlessly eliminated 51 awakens ninjas, stands as a paragon. Ike naturally does not possess Minato's extraordinary talent, but the lightning release chakra mode itself enhances physical strength and accelerates neural conduction, compensating for this limitation. While he was immersed in his training, Ike sensed the binding curse within Shin's body, indicating that the latter had completed the task he had assigned. 2.5 years. Indeed, a considerable length of time, disguising himself once more as the black-robed man of the Uzumaki clan. Ike proceeded towards the direction where he sensed Shin's presence. He had informed Shin that he possessed the means to ascertain his whereabouts and would meet him upon his return to Kumogakure after completing his mission. Before long, in a secluded street at the foot of the mountains, Ike encountered Shin, accompanied by two children with red hair. Upon seeing the ominous figure in black robes, Shin hurriedly approached with the two children. What does this mean? Ike squinted, recognizing that the older girl was indeed of the Uzumaki lineage. Now stronger than in his earlier days, he discerned with his awakened Sharingan that among the two red-haired children, only the approximately 5-year-old girl bore the Uzumaki bloodline, while the younger one, around 3 years old, merely happened to have red hair. Shinnong's visage bore the marks of time, a reflection of the arduous quest he had undertaken to locate the remnants of the Whirlpool clan. This endeavor was unlike the trivial pursuits of the past. It necessitated the exertion of considerable effort. Regrettably, aside from the previously mentioned grass-hidden village, he had been unable to uncover any additional members of the Whirlpool clan. Furthermore, the mother and daughter duo from grass-hidden village had been reduced to a solitary daughter, the mother having succumbed to the relentless draining by the grass ninjas. Shinnong had employed various tactics, both overt and covert, to secure the Whirlpool girl, yet he pondered that the black-robed figure had initially desired both mother and daughter. With only the daughter remaining, he feared the other party's dissatisfaction and thus sought out a red-haired little girl as a substitute. Upon hearing Ike's inquiry, Shinnong feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What? Isn't Yulia a member of the Whirlpool clan? I noticed her crimson hair. It seems I was mistaken." Ike let out a dismissive snort, choosing not to dwell on the veracity of Shinnong's words, and simply asked, "What of the lady?" Recognizing Ike's reference to Xianglin's mother, Shinnong divulged all the information he had gathered. His expression was one of clenched teeth, a visage filled with palpable disdain for the grass ninjas. Yet it remained uncertain how much of this was genuine emotion. Ike nodded, shifting his gaze to the two red-haired girls behind Shinnong, who were curiously observing him. Xianglin, noticing a strand of bright red hair cascading from Ike's dark robe, seemed to grasp something and stepped forward. Ike reached out to gently pat Xianglin's head, addressing Shinnong. "You may arrange for them to be handed over to the leader of the sealing class, Swanako." At that moment, he recalled that Shinnong had indeed taken on a red-haired female apprentice in the original narrative, likely the younger Yuyo before him. Since they were already present, it was preferable to accept them rather than allow them to follow Shinnong down a path of no return. Noting Ike's silence regarding the matter of the zero tail, Shinnong grew anxious, stating, "My lord, we had previously agreed that once I completed the task, what I require are the Whirlpool mother and daughter. Your task can only be deemed half complete." Ike raised an eyebrow slightly. Upon hearing this, Shinnong felt a chill of despair. It appeared that Ike had no intention of honoring their prior agreement, leaving Shinnong utterly powerless. He clenched his fists in silent frustration, wondering how he had inexplicably fallen into such a predicament. It was indeed the fault of that unreliable, incompetent scion, whose actions had been laid bare for all to see. Unbeknownst to Ike, Shinnong not only harbored resentment towards the deceptive black-robed figure, but had also begun to resent the student, Ike. After a moment's contemplation, Ike deemed it unnecessary to continue misleading Shinnong. Speaking in a calm tone, "The scroll from Cloud Hidden is a forgery. I have verified this." What? Shinnong was taken aback, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ike continued, "However, through reliable sources, it is highly probable that what you seek resides in Konoha. I suggest you investigate the whereabouts of Orochimaru. With his capabilities, he should be able to assist you. Why should I trust you?" Shinnong, regaining some composure, regarded Ike with a complex gaze. "Stand at attention." With a soft command from Ek, Shinnong's body immediately responded, standing rigidly as if under some enchantment. Ek approached and gently patted Shinnong's shoulder, discreetly inscribing a flying thunder god technique, before inquiring, "Do you truly believe I would deceive you?" While his mastery of the flying thunder god was still somewhat immature in the heat of battle, it sufficed admirably as a means of transportation. Unbeknownst to Shinnong, he remained oblivious to Ek's actions, his face contorting into a smile more grotesque than tears as he replied, "I am grateful for your information." Only then did Ek release Shinnong from his constraints, imparting a final admonition. "Remember to share any intelligence regarding Orochimaru with me. Simply send someone to deliver the information to your previous residence." Shinnong, filled with a simmering resentment, could hardly contain his vexation. knowing all too well that Ike's benevolence was anything but altruistic, particularly regarding the enigmatic Zero Tail. However, it seemed that Ike had set his sights on Orochimaru. Chapter 54. The Concept of Accelerating Time. Young lad, do you know that the former school doctor of the Ninja Academy, Shinong, sent 2 red-haired girls to Suinai? Ike questioned Ike with a hint of skepticism. For the past 2 years, Ike had been preoccupied with either attending school or training, showing an unusual restraint regarding the matters of Yunin. Initially, Ike found this quite agreeable, but was taken aback to suddenly learn that Shinong, who had resigned 2 years prior, had returned to Yunin and delivered 2 red-haired girls to Suinai. This baffling turn of events left Ike somewhat perplexed, yet he instinctively sensed it must be connected to his son. Ike nodded in acknowledgement, candidly admitting, I feared that Suinai would feel lonely. So I entrusted Shinong to search the ninja world for other members of the Uzumaki clan. There was no need to conceal this. Shortly after returning to the academy, Shinong had resigned, and now he had brought 2 young girls to Suinai, which could not help but relate to himself. Ike was not overly concerned that Shinong might expose his identity as the Uzumaki in black robes, for he believed Shinong to be a person of considerable depth, unlikely to engage in such high-risk endeavors. Ike found this somewhat absurd. Since the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, Yunin had tirelessly sought out individuals with the Uzumaki bloodline in the ninja world, yet had achieved no results. The fact that Ike had commissioned the school doctor to undertake this task was indeed surprising. Moreover, the critical point was that Shinong had actually found them. Observing his father's expression, Ike remarked, Shinong is no ordinary individual. Lord Raikage should focus on enhancing Yunin's intelligence network, lest events unfold before our eyes while we remain in ignorance. This was not entirely Yunin's fault. It could only be said that Shinong's ability to disguise himself was extraordinarily adept. Even amidst the turmoil when the Sky Ninjas had launched an attack on Konoha, he managed to appear brazenly as a wandering doctor. Had Ike not had a faint recollection of him, it would have been challenging to detect any anomalies. Ike furrowed his brow upon hearing this, noting Shinong's case, and resolved to instruct Yunin's Umbu to conduct a thorough investigation into his identity. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed through the apartment where Suinai resided. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Ike, who stood at the threshold with a warm smile. You finally arrived, Suinai said, her expression relaxing. Come in and take a look at these 2 little ones. She led Ike into the living room, where Xianglin and Yuli sat obediently on the sofa, gazing eagerly at Suinai, and subsequently noticed Ike following her. Hello, Ike greeted the 2 children with a friendly wave, expressing his goodwill. However, perhaps due to being in an unfamiliar environment, the children appeared somewhat reserved, merely shifting their gaze back to Suinai. Little Xianglin, little Yuli. This is your brother Ike, Suinai introduced, affectionately placing her hand on Ike's shoulder. Brother Ike. The 2 chimed in unison, greeting him. How does it feel here, Sister Suinai? From now on, we will all be family. Ike stepped forward, gently ruffling the hair of the 2 children. Though unaware of the thoughts of the 2 children, Ike could discern the joy sparkling in Suinoko's eyes, indicating her willingness to embrace them wholeheartedly. However, the children remained silent, and it was Shanfeng who unexpectedly inquired, Are you the one from during the day? Beside her, Yuli was perplexed by Shanfeng's words, yet Ike's gaze flickered with realization. It was evident that Shanfeng, a member of the Uzumaki clan endowed with special abilities, possessed talents surpassing even those of Suinoko, and had subtly inferred that Ike was indeed the mysterious figure clad in black from earlier. Suinoko's eyes curved with a smile. She had learned of the children's past experiences from them and understood that Shinong had sent them to her under the guidance of a black-cloaked enigma. She had suspected Ike's involvement in this matter, and Shanfeng's reaction only reinforced her conviction, affirming that Ike's actions were undoubtedly for her sake. You 2 should rest for a moment. I need to speak with Brother Ike, Suinoko declared, leading Ike into her bedroom. What is it that you wish to discuss? Ike began, but his words were cut short as the girl leaned in and gently tapped his cheek. Gazing into Suinoko's luminous eyes, Ike let out a soft sigh. The 16-year-old girl resembled a bashful blossom, poised to unfurl before him, yet he felt an inability to respond in kind at that moment. The enchanting atmosphere dissipated swiftly, and Suinoko resumed her usual demeanor, addressing Ike. I have learned of Shanfeng's unfortunate experiences in Kusa village. She is a pitiable child. Although Yuli is not of the Uzumaki clan, she too has been an orphan since childhood. I shall take good care of them from now on. Thank you. Ike smiled gently. There is no need for such formality between us. Suinoko nodded and suddenly reached out to affectionately ruffle Ike's hair, saying, "Grow up quickly, Ike." Ike's face broke into a somewhat peculiar smile as he playfully tousled Swinoko's hair in return. "Grow up quickly, Apple." "Ugh, little pervert." As night deepened, Ike bid farewell to the trio of red-haired girls and returned home. Lying in bed, he found himself lost in thought. Just earlier, at Swinoko's home, a sudden epiphany struck him. If the power of time could facilitate regression, it should also allow for progression. To elaborate, the time regression of the Dual City Ike involved reverting everything in the vicinity to a specific moment, with others not retaining the memories of that regression. In contrast, his own abilities solely regressed his personal time, differing from that of the Dual City Ike, resembling more closely the character Ike from the game League of Legends, who, upon activation, could revert to a few seconds prior. The divergence in abilities could stem from the dissimilarities between worlds, the individuals themselves, or perhaps the varying methodologies of utilizing the power of time. Given Ike's current capabilities, he was far from unraveling these complexities. However, he recalled an intriguing notion. Time regression seemingly operated in reverse to the time acceleration abilities of the Wild Runes, suggesting that the essence of the power of time was fundamentally to hasten its passage. If he could accelerate time and bestow it upon himself, not only would the speed of his physical cultivation witness a remarkable enhancement, but the rate of his bodily growth would also be expedited, undoubtedly offering immense advantages to his present self. However, the mere thought of the current state of his mental space caused a weight to settle upon Ike's heart. He closed his eyes and, with practiced ease, entered the realm of his mental space. Before him lay a pristine expanse, within which a colossal orb of vibrant colors pulsated rhythmically, its surface marred by countless twisting apertures. The once meticulously inscribed ceiling formations had now completely fused with this entity. Streams of bizarre, multicolored substances flowed along the pathways of the formations, gradually extending beyond the confines of the mental space. Over the course of 2 years, the original singularity had undergone a transformation into the Hextech core. Ike could not discern whether this transformation was beneficial or detrimental. But one thing remained certain: perhaps in just a few days, the circuits within him would be entirely assimilated by the Hextech core. Chapter 55. Karabi returns to the village in the year 57 of Konoha, October. Not long after celebrating his 8th birthday, Ike heard some news from his parents. His father, A, revealed that his sworn brother, the renowned B from the legendary AB duo of the ninja world, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi, was returning to the village. Following the demise of the Third Raikage on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, I had come to intimately understand the pain of losing a loved one and was resolute in his commitment to protect Karabi. Thus, despite Karabi having formed a profound bond with the Eight Tails and becoming the perfect Jinchuriki, he was still placed under A.S. watchful eye, confined within the Young Thunder Gorge, only to be summoned back to Kumogakure in the event of a significant village occurrence. Karabi's return to the village was primarily for 2 reasons. Firstly, he aimed to assess the young ninjas who had emerged over the years, should he encounter any promising talents in swordsmanship. He intended to take them under his wing and impart his fierce techniques. The second reason pertained to Karabi's personal ambition. This rap-loving giant believed that after years of seclusion in the Young Thunder Gorge, his artistic prowess had reached its zenith, and he wished to host a rap concert in Kumogakure. Ike was quite intrigued by the impending arrival of Karabi. He had seen him a few times during his childhood, but back then he could hardly articulate a word, often becoming the subject of playful teasing by that eccentric uncle. The villagers of Kumogakure also reacted fervently to the news of Karabi's return. Years ago, the previous Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Bruby, had succumbed to psychological issues, resulting in the Eight Tails going berserk and wreaking havoc in the village. Consequently, the villagers harbored resentment towards the young Karabi, who succeeded Burubi, reminiscent of Naruto's predicament in Konoha. Nevertheless, young Karabi possessed a remarkably resilient and carefree spirit, even when faced with harsh treatment and derogatory remarks. He would smile and perform rap and dance for the villagers. They threw dung at me, so I made a pie out of it. Eventually, with the subsequent achievements of Karabi alongside the Fourth Raikage A, the public sentiment shifted, and he emerged as a hero within the village. Ike stroked his chin, suddenly recalling that Bruby's rampage had something to do with Orochimaru, who had even stolen the Eight-Tail cells to cultivate a horn of his own. Shinong had already expressed interest in tracking down Orochimaru within the ninja world. The 2 ambitious figures were likely to find common ground, and Ike planned to find a way to confront that slippery snake and reckon with their past grievances. The ceremony welcoming Karabi back to the village was grand, with the villagers' jubilant cheers echoing even to Ike, who was training atop a distant peak, reminiscent of the delegation's reception during their mission to Konoha. It could be said that if it were anyone other than Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, the Kumogakure delegation would not have received such extravagant treatment. The return of a hero warranted a grand reception, but given Karabi's unique situation, his superior, the fourth Reikage, was his sworn brother, the welcome feast ultimately transformed into a family gathering for the Reikage. Upon concluding his daily training and returning home, Ike encountered two burly men seated on the couch, exuding a palpable camaraderie. The eccentric uncle adorned with small sunglasses was engrossed in lively conversation with his father. As Ike entered, both men's gazes swiftly converged upon him. "Ah, we were just discussing you, young man," A exclaimed with a smile, patting his adopted brother's shoulder. "Come over and see who this is." Ike approached with a casual grace and chuckled, "Uncle Bai, it's been a while." However, the previously cheerful Karabi's expression abruptly shifted upon seeing Ike. His smile vanished, and despite the small sunglasses, Ike could sense the intensity of Karabi's scrutinizing gaze. Noticing his younger brother's sudden seriousness, A's demeanor subtly altered. Karabi then rose, advancing step by step until he stood towering over Ike, his countenance remaining grave. Confused, Ike pondered the sudden shift in atmosphere, just as Karabi unexpectedly exclaimed, "Whoa, Ike, you've grown up before my very eyes. Big brother is ugly, but thanks to big sister, you've turned out handsome." He punctuated his playful rap with a triumphant shout of "Oh yeah." Ike forced a stiff smile, grappling with the absurdity of Karabi's antics. "You rascal," A bellowed, landing a punch that sent Karabi sprawling to the ground. "Don't startle me like that. And especially don't insult your brother while rapping." Ike felt a bit sheepish, deciding to divert the conversation. "Where's Mom?" Cough, cough. Renin mentioned that Bai is finally home, so she must prepare a grand feast. "She went to Shinomiya to place an order," A replied. Ike nodded in understanding. Suspecting that the lavish hospitality was merely an excuse, the truth was likely that Renin wanted to avoid cooking. After all, both he and A had hearty appetites. And with Karabi, who matched A's veracity, it would indeed be a challenge for Renin to manage the culinary demands alone. Nevertheless, dining at Shinomiya, the most upscale restaurant in Yunnan, was a fortunate treat thanks to Karabi's presence. While the father and son conversed, Karabi quietly rose from the floor. A deep, resonant voice echoed within his heart. "Do you feel it too, Bai?" Karabi mentally responded. Ike carries an unsettling aura, along with an inexplicably familiar feeling. This communication stemmed from the tailed beast sealed within him, the eight tails Gyuki, resembling an ox with octopus limbs. Gyuki replied, "The familiar sensation arises from the nine tails chakra. Yet the source of that unsettling aura remains a mystery to me." Karabi pondered. Nine tails chakra? Why does Ike possess nine tails chakra? Could the power of the golden and silver horns be transmitted through bloodlines? Gyuki cautioned, in comparison to that unease. "The nine tails chakra is a trivial concern. Bai, it is imperative to ascertain what has transpired with your junior." Karabi questioned, "Is it truly serious to such an extent?" The ox demon fell silent, yet as a perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee could sense the restless turmoil emanating from his partner within. The exchange between man and beast transpired in an instant. Killer Bee stepped before Ike and abruptly raised his right arm, offering a fist to Ike. "Hey, Ike. Let us engage in a manly fist bump." Ike was taken aback. As a flawless Jinchuriki, Killer Bee should have already exchanged blows with the eight tails. He felt uncertain. Did his uncle genuinely wish for a simple fist bump, or was he seeking to forge a deeper connection through this gesture? After a brief hesitation, Ike raised his own right arm, aligning his fist with Killer B's, which was significantly larger.